Jo. Login, guys. How's it going? I scared you. Sorry about that. Hi, Almorima. Hi, Brutus, Cheese Kiddies, Goals, Fake Blood, Dini, Karael. Whatever media with a prime. Thank you so much. Warmcast, Noxious. Anyone else who's here? How's it going? We have finally the new drops. Correctly this time. Didn't I have a new Sonacrum? Almost. 281. We should do that. I took a 0. And that's sign end. How's everyone doing? So also happy yesterday where I rage quit because I got stuck in the boss arena with an invincible boss. And then I went to LE login. Might do the same again, we'll see. He's decided on a restart of what it's gonna be. I got coffee and cookies. I like that idea actually. I want some too now. Any tips for SF about juicing maps? Can't find a lot of alchemy or exalted. You shouldn't really worry about juicing maps that much until you are really strong. I mean, when you're at the point where you can like easy farm tier 16, tier 17 maps and so on, with like any mods, then you will have enough alchemies and stuff to do that anyway. And otherwise, I mean, you can use the regals, you can use the exiles, you can also use the omens. So if you farm rituals, you can get a lot of these omens to give you guaranteed prefixes with regal or guaranteed prefixes with alchemies. You know, the prefixes are what matter on the map and not the suffixes. The suffixes just make them harder for no good reason. So you try to only get the prefixes, for example. But I mean, you don't really run out of this stuff. I have like 100 alchemies here and stuff like that, so... And I have like plenty of maps rolled already, if you look at us here. I have literally like, I don't know, 50 maps here, 60 maps. I'm ready to go, basically. Unless you like really overdo it on crafting items. Jonathan will be today on dropped frames. Now I need to remember what that is. Why I don't try to play with a crossbow? Because that will be my next character. I will make a Deadeye with crossbow. It's kind of interesting how Omni has such a short stun animation for some reason. Co's and JP's podcast. Okay, that's kind of cool. I don't know JP, but I know Co. When is that? Maybe Sunday. Okay. Hello. What are you looking for?
You're not here, right?
No. But I need some. In roughly 4 or 5 hours. We have our podcast in 5 hours as well, actually. So maybe I'll watch it after. That's because I watch it tomorrow. I still need to watch the Riker interview as well with Brent Gibson. I haven't done that. Thank you. Ah, Simulacrum ready, actually. Should we just go straight on Simulacrum? Maybe. I think I should, because I can, like, up my drops. I decided on build for an E. It looks like a Judgment for the high push, and I'm not sure what until then, apparently Warpath. But I'm not sure how you'll level, so there seems to be something else. So I have to practice a bunch of Sentinel, actually. I guess he's gonna log in later and blast a bit. I can't delay more. Zone of embodied plays a controller. Arcos are always the most scarce. He said it's meant to be more rare than Regal Exile since they did not accurately become the main crafting method. I mean, also just makes sense because in alchemy is nothing less than just like 4 in 1, right? It's 1 transmute, 1 augment, 1 regal, and 1 exalt. So of course it should be more rare than the others. Because it's nothing else. In fact, it's like completely redundant to have alchemies in a game. Because you can achieve exactly the same result by just clicking 4 other things. Sump. Ah shit, I forgot to do this in Macron. Don't you dare. It's 1 PM ET. Okay, so it's gonna be pretty close to hours later. Okay, we'll see. Let me just double check our time. Yes. So the LE podcast later is in 4.5 hours. Your hands already hurt from the WSD, so might as well make them hurt more with crafting. Let's go. I'm not saying they should remove alchemies. I'm just saying it's redundant. And they could also introduce ways of us not having to craft maps, for example. If you're talking about maps specifically, if you're like, worried about, because this is what you probably, craft at once the most, I guess. Because you can't really craft items, item bases. You just pick up some up, you throw an alchemy, or you throw a transmute on them, and hope for the best. But this happens quite rarely. You don't have like crafting sessions like that, besides when you do like recombinating or reforging. Like reforging is definitely annoying. I wouldn't mind like a mass reforging system for like everything. Oh shit, expedition. Forgot. You predict that I will say LE's a main game going forward? We'll see. I mean, LE definitely has enough stuff to offer to just kind of keep playing it for some years with no more patches right now. So who knows? If the community sticks around in LE, maybe I'll keep lasting it. Yeah, it actually does some damage, yeah. Jonathan is the ultimate, it works on my machine dev. Well, I mean, we're not talking about technical problems though, right, Wonkas? I don't use frenzy charges, and this is not hardcore. Next character will be hardcore again. Okay, Simulacrum time, guys. This is Simulacrum +2. It's gonna be kind of tight. Actually, is this level 82 or level 81? Maybe it's still 81. I wonder if it is actually harder in that case, since it's the same monster level. I think it goes from 80 to 82, 1 and then 82 when you have +4. So this might just be 81 now. Yeah. But I guess it's still harder in some way. And you have less portals. I'll keep this stuff actually. Okay, let's do it. Then we just need one more Solacum, we have the entire tree. Then we have everything actually. Well, Arbiter's missing a lot. Actually, Arbiter's only missing one. It's kind of tempting. I have almost everything done. I want to complete the entire tree. Do I recommend playing Elite before Season 2 for a new person, or just going blind? I think you should absolutely try the game already. You're gonna have fun. And you get a bit of an idea of what's going on. And then you're gonna appreciate all the updates even more. We set 2000 MF on his account and then forget about it. Oh no. Can you explain how Exile and Bullseye support and blind works so the Hunter's Ascendancy node? Well, Bullseye just gives you 50% more accuracy for the skill that is supported. You can see accuracy in here when you look at the skill. Yeah, like there's like this value, for example, 3.5k plus 50% would be like 5k or something. And then on the Hunters, you get extra hit chance depending on how much you are overcapped on accuracy. So you see this here. For example, it says at 2 meters distance, you have 130% hit chance. So this 30% that's above 100, a quarter of that is converted into base crit, which is like the same as like the crit on the weapon. Like if a weapon has, 8 crit, and you get, let's say, 132% hit chance, a quarter of the overcap is converted into crit. So that's 8% as well. So I have 8 plus 8. That's your base crit, which then multiplies with increased crit percent from your tree, or from your helm, or from your amulet. And also the tooltip here is wrong. And you see it's estimated main hand critical hit chance from estimated critical hit chance from hit chance. Here it says 20.4 to 73.8, 73.9. So this is depending on the distance, because if longer distance, you have more accuracy penalty. So basically the high value is at a close distance, the low value is at a long distance. But also, this is inaccurate. This tooltip does not apply the 25% multiplier. So you have to take a quarter of this basically. So this would be 5 to 18 or something that you get in my case. Because the ascendancy node says 25%. But for some reason the tooltip shows 100%. Since LE, I uninstalled PoE, both and D4. Holy man, LE login. I'm very excited. Race is gonna be fun. And then I'm gonna play a marksman. And then we're gonna play some other stuff. It's gonna be great. PoE2 is the goat. I do like PoE2 a lot. I mean, I have like over 800 hours now, I think. Just a few months. And it's like with playing other stuff. Omni. Bye, Omni. There's not a dev QA. It's just the Maxwell boys and me. Later. Dude, there's like, I think at least 2 distilled immersions that I've never gotten. I wonder if I can only get them some simulacrums, or can I also like randomly drop from just delirium. It's 600 at the end of January. Damn. That's a lot of hours, Monkus. Dude, he's melting. At that point, you don't see a reason to replace one of your 2 favorite games with another game. I don't think you have to replace them, you know? You can just enjoy, you know, riding the hype wave with everyone else, basically, when there's a new ARPG release. It's fun. Yo, Savvy, thanks for the sub, dude. Nice to see you. You can do 3 to 1 mid-grade runes. Doesn't work with lesser ones? It does work with lesser ones as well. 9 lesser ones are 1 big one. Oh, oof. Life, res, damage, and fire. That's kind of a tough one, actually. Stuck. Goes this. Oh. Ah, shit, no in-game sound. Sorry about that. I forgot. Life, res. Okay, that's an easy one. Shitty layout though. Actually, I realized, is this turned? Either it's turned or it's like randomized, I just realized. Because I remember last time this little area here was actually on the bottom right. Proximal changeability should be removed. I think it should just be made more clear, and maybe they should make it so that you can still damage them, at least a little bit, at all times, and they don't become like completely immune. You know, and there's kind of like it scales with the distance. You know, the closer you are, the more damage you deal, but then, you know, let's say up to 20 meters distance, it scales down to 0 damage or something. 20 meters is like more than an entire screen, so. Okay, life damage, speed, res, not too bad. Vienna, boy. Proximal is the thing that keeps range builds semi in check. That's also true. I guess range builds generally have advantages in this game, so it's probably fine to punish them more with some stuff like that. Undeath metal. That's correct. You check the mechanics section about Kepeleke. I think in various other parts it's also explained. But TLDR is resource cost reduction gives you more damage. Okay, life damage, 2 proj, and 50 ES, and turbo. Okay, holy shit. We get very few bosses right now. They're probably all gonna pop up now. We only had 1 Omni, 2 Causes. And it's like wave, I don't know, 11. I do have to say, I don't mind Simulacrum that much as I did in PoE 1. I think in PoE 1, Simulacrum was like giga boring. But it seems better here. Because you move around a little bit, I guess. Even that little thing helps. And I think the waves are just shorter. And it's also much harder. I think all of that helps a lot. Wave 13. Live, crit, damage, rest. Okay. Good at that. Double. Got Omni. Omni is always the difficult part here. Coast is not so bad. Omni is a hard one. At least for a build like this. If you have a Giga Armor, I guess Omni is not so bad. There's a lot of AoE attacks and he one-shots my HP. He did like nerfed coasters a lot in PoE 2 compared to PoE 1. He's definitely seemed more threatening in PoE 1. Especially his like lightning and fire throws. It's kind of weird. Like sometimes he becomes so tanky and I don't understand why exactly. Like the other time he just died like poof. I mean okay, I have Innovate and Rage that's missing. But those two things are like together 50% DPS. It's kind of odd sometimes how like he just lives so long. And other times he just blows up. But I mean he did have life and res I guess. I don't have that much pen. Okay, life damage to Prosh. Maybe that was actually just it. I mean, the life mod alone is like almost double life, and then the res mod on top is probably like another 50% extra, so it's like a roughly triple. Plus, I'm losing like 50% damage, so it does make sense that it takes like around 4 or 5 times longer, I guess. Plus, I have to dodge more. It adds up a lot. Okay, I get 3 waves in a row with double. But look at this now. Compared to last wave. Okay, alive, damage, extra lightning, and ES. Oh boy. Getting a percent damage and an extra is always tough, man, because it gives you like straight up double the PBS or something. Double is a lot. I wonder if they removed some of the mods in the mob pool. I have not seen Armor Break. Did they remove it? In the last 2 to 3 Simulacrums? I don't think I've seen it. Some other shitty mods. No. Wait. Nickers today shows up that big on the filter. That's funny. That's actually not a Simulacrum drop. It's just the Nickers today. Oh, okay. Here, this is the Dragonkin drop. Perfect. 40% chance.
No telling what this is seen.
How much is this thing worth?
This were well made.
Wow, that was some Necrom again. That was actually not too bad. It was a bit spicy at some points. Let's see the perfidy that we have already. Two diff. It's kind of wild to me that even after clearing like a Simulacrum like this, with +2 difficulty or something, like I still have never seen one of these like big distilled immersions. Oh, actually I do have a Suffering. Somewhere it drops, I guess, but I've never seen the white one. Is that only from Simulacrum, or can it also drop on maps? I wonder. We can get that tower, we can get that tower. There's like no citadels, man. Actually unlucky. Ah shit, I forgot. I guess you want this now. 50% increase fracturing mirrors. That spawns more delirium monsters. I guess they spawn more Simulacrum Sprinters. There's also 25% more likely to spawn unique bosses. And pause the timer for 4 seconds. Delirium bosses top 100% Simulacrum Sprinters. So 25% more likely, 1.25. So those two together would be times 2.5 Sprinters from bosses. And the bosses usually drop like 4 to 5, so like per boss I would get like 10. And they show up a bit more often. And then I would have 2 more. But I think this is kind of the best here to get Sprinters. So I should probably just take the fracturing mirrors. And I hope that these monsters actually give me more stuff. Why Deepest Tower Spiritborn Crown is so expensive? Put in for 5 diff and got spammed. It's a pretty OP item. This is the one that makes nearby enemies count as low life, which allows you to pick up some very powerful nodes on the passive tree down here. Where is it? This one here. Finishing blows and stars aligned. And there's lots of additive damage here. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 60, 30. And there's also another cluster here that does kind of something similar. And those are the two things you go for. So when you play a melee build, you use the Deepest Tower. It's this one. 120%. It's completely nuts. I think together those two classes give you like 470 or 490% increased damage. And your damage is lucky. So effectively, for like, I don't know, 8 passive points or some shit, or I don't know, 10, you get all the increased damage you would ever need on your build. And you get lucky damage, which is pretty big, because even on like non-lightning spell builds, that usually means something like in the range of 10 to 15% more multi as well, just by itself. So yeah, this is like pretty cracked. And the helm has pretty decent stats on top of it. It has like some, I think some Chaos Res and a bit of ES, and you know, it's not terrible. So it actually has usable stats on top of an incredible effect. And there might be other stuff, like maybe some support gems that interact with like low life enemies or so. I'm not sure if that's a thing. But yeah, 5 div is definitely a steal, I think, for such an item. Especially for meta builds. You can get so much damage on that. I haven't found it yet, so it seems to be quite rare. I have a lot of remedy. Sold for 70. Yep. Pretty good. Last time. We just go. Yeah. Nice, Robert. What abilities do I have a companion? Invulnerable aura. I'm not looking to upgrade it. I mean, I could upgrade it, but I don't really wanna, you know, spam reset for many hours just to get like invulnerable aura and maybe, I don't know, haste that you can put on him, or evasive, or some res or something, right? So he tanks a bit more, but he seems to survive just fine for the most part. Shit, I didn't put a video on the map. Is mapping more fun now? Yes. You see all the rares now on the map all the time. The towers are much better, and you can like choose your maps more and farm the stuff you want to farm much more. Oh. Good start with a 63 mana region though. I'll try none of the new ascendancies. Yeah, Smith is definitely on the menu. Tactician, I'm not so sure. Lich. I haven't played a witch at all, so maybe I will make a lich. I wanted to make a witch, you know, doing League 1, but I didn't. So we only made 5 characters. I didn't get to play witch. So maybe. We'll see, like, you know, how the time will be. I guess especially in May, I'm gonna go back to like blasting a lot of PoE. For now, I just had a lot of fun here. I think I'm gonna push this character to 96 before the league starts. If I don't die too much. Already over half.
Let's see what shakes loose. That's cleared him up. Worthy foe. Look out!
I missed the big chest, whoops. Notebook.
This were well made.
I'll do a chain reaction. This is Lightning Spear, and I have the Vault support. And Vault support gives you a stacking buff up to 30 when you move. And for every 10 of that buff, your next cast will get +1 chain and some extra damage. And since I cast so infrequently, I get the +3 chains every single time. And I cast Barrage, so I cast 3 of them at once. They all chain 3 times. So I have like 24 bolts, chaining 3 times, so I hit like 96 targets. It's pretty good. Okay, it's corruption. I think I want to go for the corruption. I want to go just down. The tower has delirium on it. I think I'm gonna go to the tower and put a delirium tablet actually while we're at it. New filter sound effects are pretty satisfying, I agree. Mario Barrage attack 2 times. Because of Spectral Volley support. Spectral Volley makes it so that if you get like an extra arrow 3 seconds later. And with Barrage I get 3 of them. And the catch is that you have to not attack with that skill for 3 seconds while waiting. So here if I do just like spamming, they will not go off. But now if I wait 3 seconds, they will fly. So it just goes automatically. So basically I do like 1 barrage plus lightning speed every 3 seconds and otherwise just run. Oh, unique. The Grand Project. Ah. All maps and range can be accessed. Look at that. PA2 in a better state now? It is. But I mean it didn't like fundamentally change. It's just like better. So it depends on like how much you disliked it previously. Found 1 to 3 items per map. What kind of items are you looking for exactly when you say 1 to 3 items? Seems like very little. Yeah, I heard the minions are really undertuned at the start and they buffed them since. Like a lot. Only... hit both of them actually in this map. 17 splinters, man. This was not really a juicy map with no mechanics. Interesting. Heard Gazi around yesterday a lot. What exiles? Minion enjoyers. They do exist. As I determined yesterday, some people are just born this way. Like some who almost always play rogue style characters. What can you do, man? I try to have fun in video games. Why is it freeze time even? How did it not proc? Can't believe I got frozen before from anything else. Where do we go? How is my barrage automated? Spectre volley support. Can you fix the Twitch drops so that people who are here now can also get them? What do you mean with that? Are you not getting the Twitch drops?
Those hopes that now lies dormant.
Delirium, breach, and irradiate. So there's a nexus, and here's another corruption area. We should keep going down though if you want to do Arbiter. Bloodwood.
Still alive, Exile.
Nowhere safe.
Yo, Moon Shrine. You're mad at Jonathan. Well, let's see if it's gonna get better or worse later. Apparently he has a podcast with Co Carnage and friends later tonight. Apparently in 2 hours, someone said. I guess we can listen in. Don't expect much substance. Maybe. But he might, like, you know, reveal some stuff. Is it just Jonathan, or is a Mark there too?
I need more time.
I want your mouse and keyboard support. I mean, for console. Didn't you say that they're gonna bring that? I think there was something about that. Only 9. Dude, Bloodroot is such a long map. What? I said in the last thread. Okay, well done. I guess he's also gonna talk about the patch that's coming next week. My guess is right on Thursday. Webstore upgrade is not in the game yet. They actually haven't mentioned it again either. Untainted Paradise. Oh shit. But it's not a +1. I need to get a T60 map. I need to get a tower influence on that thing. For Irradiate. He's a tower, so maybe I can go all the way there. I'm gonna go there. Any tips for Viper Boss? I'll get good mostly. That's about it. Make sure you stay in movement when she does the poison bolts. Usually after the dart phase. And everything else is just like, you know, try to learn the patterns and dodge roll. Got like 5 Untainted Paradise, holy. Yeah, I wanna get to a 96, I think, at this point, so I'm gonna try to hit that with a tier 17 map or tier 18 map. It's gonna be big XP. Can there be shrines? Imagine I get an XP shrine as well, that would be insane. I'm sure the map can have shrines. Belt. I just realized I have not found a single orc spear in like at least the last 10 or 15 hours since I put it on the filter to chance it. What the hell is going on? It just doesn't drop. Nee. So tweet about loot filters being messed up. Didn't notice anything. Okay, let's see what this does. Nothing, okay. Blooming fields. Actually kinda nice. Can I show the other stream? The other stream is a part of the build. I have exactly the same other stream in the build planner. Look at the description. See crypto. Venus Lance, Venus Barrage. there is no lands. Actually, there's storm lands. Okay, that's the one you mean. Well, barrage always comes right before lightning spear. And Stormlands comes always after Explosive Spear, when you like fight elites or bosses, sometimes. Bloom Shrine for a breach, let's go. Ah shit, wait, I thought this was Delirium here, but it's Expedition, I got bamboozled. Could have had so many splitters.
Now we're talking. Bring it on. Clean kill.
Valkyrian?
Let's see what shakes loose. That's cleared him out. That's full.
Book?
Pack's full.
Ah, cool. I'm gonna play an LE. Yeah, it's not fully decided yet. But looks like Rogue is not an option for World First, unfortunately. So it looks like a Sentinel angle. Have to learn Sentinel from scratch basically this week. That's gonna be interesting.
Because hope that now lies dormant.
Oh boy. I think I have to sort out a few things. Stash Affinity are not in the game yet, right? Nope.
You did well.
There's a bunch of builds. Okay. Amulet. Oh boy. Let's do it. I'm not gonna mix them or something, but I was gonna try to like transmute Vigal a bunch. Need for rarity prefix. That's on all mana skills. It's a lot of mana on cast speed. $49 spirit.
Lying is not on our side.
So many. That's a lot of mana. Shit.
They'll be here, waiting. Let us hope Zesh now lies dormant.
How many emeralds do I have saved here? That's actually insane. I guess I never sorted them out. It's so fucking many. He's out of life. 148, dude. Crit rest.
Until next time.
And mana. Armor spell damage, fuck. Okay. What the fuck? What is the amulet? The mind or meta amulet, I guess. Also ring situation, not as bad. It's a flask. Damn, fucking iron ring.
Until
I think I'll put it in the recombinator. That's a lot of damage. Fuck. Certainly on all these trials, guys. Trust me. Okay, so this is a block chance. Our block chance is 68, I think. About to become 74. With 50% damage taken from blocked hits. And my Chaos Rest is like 64. Being quite full here. I guess I have to make a quad tap for jewels at some point as well. Seems like this is not enough. Okay. Dude, fucking exotic coinages. They just like pile up here. That's nuts. This is just runes. And catalysts. Yeah, that's actually it. So you got everything sorted. Random charms there, but okay. Alright. You can play the video game again. Now he's an anti-paradise. Just like hard blocking me. What do we do? We can go... No, there's not a tower actually. There's this tower, but it doesn't reach it. There's this tower which may or may not reach it. So maybe it's just not possible. Maybe just run it. Do I have a T16? No. Let's take every map that has experience and see what happens. Beautiful. Very cool. Okay, how about... Don't have more. Here's a 16 with more life. Pack size. Here's a 16 with more magic monsters. Here's a 16 with magic monsters and pack size, so that's kind of nice. Now we're getting all the 16s, dude. You guys remember last time? There's also one of XP, yeah. I think the pack size is better. There's another 16, what the fuck? The RNG evens out slowly. 14.
Speak.
Okay. So... monster packs and rare monsters. And 19 additional packs of beasts. I guess we do that. But it's not irradiated, unfortunately. I really want to get irradiate on it. But I'm not sure if I can. Is this enough? How far is this? I think this is out of range now. This tower won't go that far away. And there's no other tower, so we can't do anything. Let's see. Reset XP. This is a bit lag on PS5. LA data and lag data crazy. Lighting bad. If I had to guess, yes. Didn't know it's a problem though. Holy shit, really? How much XP do we actually need? We need 90 million. So I got 20, let's see. Even if I can get like 15 million in here or something, that'll be nice. Too bad I couldn't arc up the level even further if I get +1 from the irradiate. That would be a lot. I'm not sure how the XP penalty scales, but it's a lot. Even going at +1 level is a lot of XP. I guess something like 30 to 50% more. $160 million XP per hour. If we just farm Anta in Paradise, we could actually get the entire level up in like less than an hour, I think. From 0 to 100. No! No! What? Dude. No way. Seriously? Wait, did it roll me back? No, map failed. Oh my god, dude. That is actually sadness. Wait a minute. It did roll me back. Because I remember taking my XP and I had 30-20. And now it's 30-19. But the map is gone anyway. Oh my god, dude. And from inventory is gone too. Ugh. That was like my ticket to level 96, man. Could have gotten easy like 10 or 20%, I think. I even rolled fucking maps for this. That's insane. Okay. It's division. You're not allowed to level up, man. Not even in Untainted Paradise. It's a trap, guys. Yeah, it's actually crazy that they still haven't fixed the servers. I mean, it's like over a week in now, and we still have these random disconnects and stuff on the EU servers. Like, what is going on? Why is it so bad? We called Jonathan when he says this doesn't happen to him. Okay. That's my problem, okay. I understand, Jonathan. It's fine. Sorry. What the?
Need more time.
When they put Judas open and makes sense, even a low chance to get an upgrade. Yeah, we get so many of the lesser Jolas, right? Like Mixer, I don't know, like it should be consistent if you put it into the Reforger. But it should be maybe something else. Not allow you to like maybe change the small currency into bigger or so.
Almost a challenge.
Russians were stream sniping Sis, crashing every server he was playing on the other day. For real? What the fuck? But why? What has Sis ever done to Russia? Every time, boss fight or something at the end of the map in DC, yes. It is what it is. At least we suffer together, guys. Reddit pause, it was a config missing from PoE 1 network type. After changing the predictive on config, you haven't DC'd. Anyone else has standard? Dude, I hope the last Epoch servers are gonna be stable. Gonna be a lot of people logging in, I guess. Can't play well 2 days into Italy. Uh-oh.
I need more time.
The ring rise. That's pretty decent. But very likely to not to work out. Good luck. Most companies don't want to pay that much service for the first 1 to 2 days. I mean, it makes perfect sense, you know? Not even just like from a, you know, company, like a single company perspective, it makes sense, but also it's like from the whole economy, right? Like, why would you have so much leftover capacity just so, you know, everyone can like in at the same time when, you know, 1 day later, this is not gonna be a problem anymore. Like, there are solutions these days, I guess, of like, you know, clouds, servers and whatever. So I guess it's just kind of surprising that not more companies actually use these things. But it might be tricky. Damage and ground damage. They already use those. The companies do it so they don't have bad Steam reviews. Yeah, but I mean the advantage I guess is that, you know, if every big game launch has always server issues, then everyone equally gets bad Steam reviews. So it doesn't really matter, I guess. Like, you don't need to be better than the others, you just need to not suck more, you know? You get what I'm saying? Is the reason the chat is only for followers? Yes. It's not uncommon for big streamers like myself to get like, you know, random trolls and or bots and or even very malicious spam in my chat, and this helps a great deal to prevent that. Which assets gives a chance for accuracy? I don't think that accuracy has a physical tag. It may have a tech tag, maybe. I'm not sure if is there an attack essence? I think so. Yo, Sage. I need 15 minutes to claim, not 3 hours. Maybe you were already watching, like, it already started like sometime earlier today, I think. So maybe you get some progress. Okay. Can go over there. Also, +1 monster level. But it doesn't have boss on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's not much left with bosses. He's a +1 to level, but also no boss. He's a +1 to level with no boss. It is a struggle. Okay, the week 2 drops are board trophy, back attachment, and honor guard roar mount. Ah, there's like a skill index for the roar. Yo. I wonder if they allow you to like put the mounts into your hideout or something and actually run around on a mount in a hideout or something for the lulz. Could like mount racing. Could make a mini game. Roar is it's a bird in this game. Has Widow Hail equipped. Look at that. Wait a minute. Big drop, guys. Forked spear. Where the hell is the guy? Okay, he must be up there. How much is it on trade?
I need more time.
He's not here. What the fuck? Where is he? Well, 19.18. Okay. Mine is currently divine to 18.5, so it's a bit more crit. A bit more int. Slightly less fist damage. Strongbox. I don't know where's this Exile. Is that here? Oh, he is here. Okay. Out by 80 packs of monsters. Corrupted for crit. We don't want the crit. We want the socket. Like corrupting the crit higher is whatever. I already have 100% on my lightning spear anyway. I don't need the more crit. How much is any Tangle Tongue on Trade League right now? It's funny that I actually find a unique one before I find a normal one. I put normal on my filter like 2 days ago or 3 days ago to get a chance space. I've not found a single one, but I found a unique one. What the fuck? Kind of wild actually. 10x, the worst ones. Really? That's actually very cheap. I thought it would be way more. Okay.
I need more time.
Considering that everyone is playing hunters. Half of them actually are. He's a breach though. The question is, do we care about a breach on this map? I don't think so. Let's go. When you grab it for 23 crit, it's 100D. Nah, second socket is definitely better, I think. I mean, both is good, I guess. Okay. Catch. It rolled higher the mana cost conversion and the damage. The damage is actually very good. Actually, how's a crit like this? $85, $39, $20, $77. Yeah, this is way too much crit loss. What about Lightning Spear? 97, 71. And this is 100, 100. Yeah. Alright, unlucky.
On with the work.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Any weakness and legs are lightning. Okay, we can handle the lightning.
Through the app.
Mono Monk.
Movement prowess. Wait.
Hopefully I have to breach in the middle. I'm not gonna try to search for them, I guess. Here's the breach. Breach is going surprisingly well for what it is. Ouch. Holy. As weird as these guys here? Actually the same as in the Iron Count map. It's a big stun.
A worthy foe.
Fire Fist, Verity, Dex, Fire Cold. Not bad. Unfortunately, not the greatest synergy here with the catalysts. I mean, the rarity is fine. The biggest problem I see is that it has no life. Like, usually want like flat life and get rarity on other pieces, I would say. But I mean, okay. Yo, Ma, how's it going? But I do have any like info about how good is rarity this patch compared to last patch? Is there like any kind of like data, Reddit posts? I don't know.
I need more time.
100% and stop caring. That's kind of like what I expected. What I've been doing all league, actually. Of course, I have 96 rarity right now, and I've had kind of around 80 to 100 all league. It's gone. But do we also have like any kind of idea of like how good is 100% rarity compared to no rarity, for example? Factory. 100% is a giant difference. And it feels better than last league. Interesting. Yeah, I've gotten plenty of good drops and currency and stuff, but just keeping some rarity on my gear. So it seems like it's just like part of what you do now. Bar factory is insane. Holy shit. This map is just something else. It came from like giga annoying to like giga hard. It's not even a hard map. It's like chilled ground and stuff. Actually, it's kind of funny how little chilled ground does when you compare to, I don't know, temp chains. Temp chains is like perma minus 22%. And chilled ground is like sometimes minus 10. One is not like the other. They need to buff chilled ground. That's what I'm saying. Not fair. Chilled ground and temp chains. Yes. I had that too once. That was funny. It's especially fun on like something like Bloodwood or something, or Sands Pit. Where you just like try to run like one straight line. And there's like nothing else. Tough one. This map in hardcore. I mean, you can go in, but you just need to do like easy modes basically. Our factory is rough, man.
Story.
Until next time.
And we only got 4 simulacrum spinners for this. Oh my god. You refuse to run temp chains. Yeah, they actually like made temp chains worse. I think temp chains was only like 15% or 12% or something, and now it's like 22. They made it actually crazier. Such a difference compared to last patch. Temp chains maps. But the softcore silence just die once and then the curse is gone. For some reason it just disappears when you enter again. It was 8 to 22. Yeah, 22 is kind of crazy. Kinda.
Clean kill. Better upset. Back off.
Pink? That's a big one actually. Okay. Not sure what I should do with it though. I mean, I have many skills I can put it. I can put 6 ink on my pet, on my explosive spear, on my herald, on my spear field. Spear would probably be the next target actually. I can probably get some nice damage support on it or something, or ruthless even, for some big stunts.
No telling what this has seen.
XP shrine, huh? But that's the breach. Okay, let's do it. You missed it right here at the start. Oh. was 2 million XP. For a relatively mediocre breach with XP shrine. Can't decide what game to play, LE or PoE2. Well, right now it's gonna be LE Hype Train. Everyone's gonna blast out, I think.
His hope's ash now lies dormant.
We got 10 skittering colorless. What's that? Wait, what's that a ring? Oh shit, we got a death rush. Oh. That's the thing. Wait, it's a bit... Okay, it's not as good as in PoE1, unfortunately. Invasion, accuracy, leech, and onslaught. I mean, onslaught is still pretty nice. But it's actually only 10% move speed in this game. So it's not that crazy, I guess.
Straight through the app. This'll do nicely. A worthy foe.
Omni. In the breach. Double breach. Oh my god, dude. On this map. Triple breach. Let's go. It's getting a bit much now. Okay. Who knows which one of them closed already? But I have to like walk through the entire map at some point and pick up all the spinners. Oh shit. That was funny. I got to 6 delirium. I wonder how much it drops now. I ended it. Maybe I could have got more, but let's see. $16. Another breach. Shit, maybe I should have kept going with my delirium. Does anyone know if like the delirium keeps giving you Simulacrum sprinters, even if you don't hit the next like threshold? Like I wonder if like each monster has like a chance to add more Simulacrum sprinters, even if you don't hit like the next reward. The reward is only for like the oils, right?
double as is.
Then charm charges of 50% mana from flasks. For this build, the charm charges. We don't really care that much about the mana. I mean, we don't really care about the charms either, but it's a very minor thing. There's still breach spinners everywhere. Generally, it's not a good idea to open as many breaches at once, because you can't really clear them as properly as you would if it's just one. But it's fun. These guys also drop some uniques. I thought they're supposed to have like special unique drops and stuff. I suppose Oriana is not coming anymore either. He's just chilling in hideout now. Doesn't want to cleanse the corruption. Lame. How's our breach situation? Oh, we have a breach stone actually. What do you guys say? High chance I'll die. But I want to try to do the T4. Okay. $82. I have 5 sockets. Yes. Actually, I found a perfect jeweler's right now. So the question is, do I want to use it? I can put it on Spearfield, I think. Spearfield will probably be the next best thing. Boom. Okay. Rage, Pursuit, Concentrated, Heavy Swing. Let's see what I can put down. Rearm. After the rearmed a short duration after triggering. I wonder how short. So there's a rearm and then there's a ruthless. Maybe I'll try the rearm. I wonder how a Spearfield would work with Devastate and Armor Break, Armor Explosion. That'd be kind of funny. There's 30% more maximum physical damage. How's Heft? It's actually not too much. It's 250 only, it's like 10%. Let's try to rearm. Also doesn't cost much mana, it's only 110. Rogue Exiles, all the shit, they really make or break the game.
Never thought
What do you mean?
leaving home would one day lead me to
You have like crazy uniques that one-shot you? Okay, there's a +4 breach, guys. Let's see. Boss will one-tap me with basically everything. I'm gonna try Merc. No plans for Merc right now. My next character is supposed to be a Deadeye with crossbow. And then I wanna make a Smith at some point. That's gonna be a Mace character most likely. I really want to play a Witch Hunter at some point though. But maybe I'll wait until they fix the weapon swap stuff. But maybe at the time that I come back, they will probably fix that. Because they said it should be like shortly after 0.2 launch. But it's not mentioned yet. But maybe in May, they will have the weapon swap stuff in the game. And then playing a Witch Hunter might be really good. Because you're gonna get 42 weapon set points. Instead of 20. Sorry, 44. It's actually a ridiculous amount. You can do some crazy stuff to that, I think. So maybe I might do some crazy combo. Like, I don't know, mace crossbow, or bow crossbow. Or just like, you know, crossbow and then use the same weapon and have different setups. Like how he's getting pushed by this. Oh. Almost messed up at the last time. At the last hand, man. Okay. Nice. Wait! Another Enquiries city. Wait, didn't it just drop from the Simulacrum? And now it drops again from the from this boss? What is going on? Why do I keep getting fucking Enquiries cities over there? What the hell? That's hilarious. Is it Lyco or Lyco? Do you say Lyco? Maybe. What's that? Bitter Bloom. Wait, that's not a boss drop. What is a boss drop? Oh. The Pandemonious. Penetrate 75 cold rest, blind, shield enemies on hit. Why is this thing so bad? What is this? This is it?
I need a moment to prepare. Won't say no to a spot shot eye.
Isn't that shit too diff? Yeah, I found 2 of them today already. I mean, I found like 5 of those now in total or something. I have many of them.
You see, it tells a story.
40 block. Oh well. Was fun though. Oh, I forgot to change my gym actually. As well as, oops, I didn't do the attrition. Could have been a much easier fight. Should have delirium on most of these maps. Is it like +1? Nope. Here's a +1 on the forge. Is that a tower? This one is too far. This one is maybe hitting this. Nah. Any other boss map? Yeah. No +1. Okay, F. LS the meta. Yes, in PoE1 and PoE2. Yeah, Lightning Strike is not the same as this, but also Lightning, I guess. LS. That's funny. Yeah, Lightning Spear, pretty good.
Hold on.
Guys, is GG Nostalgia baiting us by making Lightning Spear so good? Is that what it is? Wait. I self-bamboozled. For some reason I thought there's the Durham here. Yeah, that's then. Thank you. So you have downed +4 Breach and Oroth so far, and Ritual actually. So you're missing Simulacrum, but for that I actually still need to do 2 Simulacrums. Because you have only 6 points. Ah, well actually, if I really wanted, I could just take out 1 point and put it here, right? Then we have the highest difficulty. I could do it. But there's also a good chance I will fail, and then not get the points. And then it's just Arbiter missing. We need 2 armor Arbiters. Also just have 6 points here. So you kill 1, and then 1 more. And then we have done all of them. I'm not getting any Citadels right now, it's kinda sad. Yeah, Amazon is the strongest Lightning Spear build. I don't know. But Amazon was pretty cracked, so... Hat hang on, thanks for Prime. D2 Amazon, but there are no moves. It's not the same. Yeah, that's mildly true actually. Also a T60 map there and see how much XP it does. XP gain, 12 packs. Forge though. Forge. Okay then. Still at 9. Yeah, all stages are insane boots.
That were almost a challenge. Stretch through the art.
Brute Forge. This map.
That was almost a challenge. This ends now.
If you don't have an idea of the Spectre Volley delay, you can't play it without. I mean, many people actually play without the Spectre Volley stuff. You know, there's other setups you can play with Lightning Spear. I don't mind the delay at all. In fact, I like it sometimes because I just carry it and I don't have to attack, and I know stuff will just die. It's kind of cool. For me, it's a fun setup.
And let's fight.
Let's hope Zesh now lies dormant.
Somehow we got 18 Breach Spinners in this map. Holy, that sounds pretty good, Dini. What the fuck? I didn't know you can actually kill a Lagon in first phase. I actually never did that. Got some random unit spear with 140 to 270 DPS, appears more than that Tangle. Yeah, I think like 500 plus DPS spears can have a chance to beat Tangle. It might also depend like on your crit, like if you don't have like a lot of crit scaling and stuff, then Tangle is not that great. So I need to also invest into the passive tree on the crit side and all that kind of stuff. Then max your crit a little bit. Like the percent crit roll on the Tangle is also massively impactful. Also, do you have like flat damage rolls on your rings and gloves for Tangle? Because, you know, they matter a lot more on a low level weapon than on a high level weapon and so on. Like, if you have no rings of damage, or 12 of damage, then of course your Tangle's gonna suck. Was this a rogue Exile there? I think I still have a big omen in my ritual that I need to extract. If I'm not mistaken. Been a while. Haven't done any visuals. I'm getting all the Exile loot again. It's kind of funny. $45 rarity ring. Oh, XP.
I've enough in my pack already.
Good, corrupted. Actually pretty decent.
That was almost a challenge. Bloody fossil.
First season. Sentinel, that's looking like. Let's see here, that's cost 9,300 still, holy shit. Coward's Legacy, huh? I think it's gonna pull some stuff out here.
Get back.
61 there. So Pearl Cam is a pretty good map. For +1 there. What is this Soviet wave? It's called a magic sword. The artist. Actually a pretty big one here for like synthwave stuff. A new quest. I have a bunch of them for in my playlist. Yo, Condis. Big raid, holy shit. Hello, thank you. Welcome, guys. How's it going, man? Are you prepping for last Epoch? We have a podcast later with the Maxwell guys about last Epoch in 2 hours. Epoch will save us from ARPG hell. It's gonna be really cool, man. I'm excited. Right now I'm still playing like my hunters a little bit here, and then later we switch to us Epoch stuff. Shrine, let's go. Trying to reach level 96, I'm 95, almost 96. In Soul Star found here. XP is actually going really well. Didn't I started like 55% or something? Made 20% progress in around 2 hours, actually. We also did a Simulacrum in between and a Breach Lord. Yeah, it's around 2 hours for 20% XP. It's actually pretty good. 10% for 10 hours for level up. I could probably do it even faster if I wanted. And we lost the Untainted Paradise. So it would be pretty close to level up, I think. Oh. I found a unique breach tablet in the breach. Which is interesting because they're random drops. Can drop anywhere, but they dropped here. I think they should drop here. For some reason they can drop everywhere. Oh. That is a bit... yikes. How did I get frozen so much? Did the crit damage bonus that is if from character info? Yeah, when you have 100% crit chance it goes to the blue numbers at the top. And it doesn't stay at the bottom. It's kind of interesting. I have updated Maxwell, and I have recorded a new video too. That will go live, I think, sometime later or tomorrow. I have a lot of stuff to release actually, I have a bunch of more PoE videos to make. And then all this last Epoch stuff, there's a lot of stuff coming here. Only 8 splinters, really.
Wait.
After the breach with 6 simulacrum progress. That's a joke. Wait, that's the loot. Okay. Somehow I was expecting something. What the hell?
A worthy foe.
Classic. No map? No currency? On the boss? Like, that's kind of weird. Also strange layout here. I wonder if it connects to the right side. Going all the way back.
From the earth.
Actually, it does not. Another juicy decay map. Let's do that. And then even a skill uses procs another skill if it's specialized, it's a specialized version. Yes. Usually it's like a specialized version. So when you proc something, then you can combine those skill trees. There may be exceptions, but generally that's how it works.
That was almost a challenge.
As weird as the Gloomshrine actually explodes the corpses. There's like nothing left behind here.
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit. Here. Ready? Listen.
Alright, Act 2 cool difficulty, Ascent to Power quest is not working. There's no ascendancy in Act 2 cruel. You do Act 2, Act 3, and then once you're in maps basically. You do it with the Trial of the Sakama with 3 floors.
Need more time.
Although they are reducing the level requirement for the Trial of Chaos in the next patch. Or is it already done in this patch? No, I think next week.
We're losing it.
Here it comes. A clean kill.
Pick up the pace.
Notice any rogue exiles in 20 maps. Well, that's not uncommon. They have a 1 in 12 chance to appear without any investment in the passive tree. So they're pretty rare. Another sulfuric caverns. Oh, we have one more T16. F-Dev Dom. What happened? You just did a Viridian Wildwood unique map, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's kinda cool, but it seems like without a purpose somehow, I don't know. You don't get anything there. You just run around in the dark for a little bit and then it ends. I don't know. Seems pretty... whatever. I mean, all the other unique maps actually have like something, you know, of a reward or so. But not this one. It just has nothing. I don't understand. Omens? I don't think I've ever got an Omen in there. I've done like 3 or 4 of them. -12. Oh no. Our play starts in 5 minutes on Coast channel. Okay, we can listen in. So how exactly do you get omens on the Wildwood map, by the way? Is it like something special you have to do or so? Or like do they just drop on the guys? Because I've not even received any of the shitty omens there. This T50 map was just like randomly lying around there. In the fog. That's funny. It wasn't even shown on my map because it was in the fog. Oh, Breach is right here. It's crazy, I'm all the way back to the start and the Simulacrum is still going? No, it actually ended somewhere. It just didn't give me the loot. Dude, it's so weird, this Delirium. It just doesn't give you the loot until like 30 seconds later when it ends. Since the latest patch, I did some weird shit. Look how long it's already done. Do we have a link, maybe? For Coast Channel? It's like somewhere in the PoE category, right? Wait. Says thank you for watching. So he's just about to shut down, I guess. What is he doing? Where do we go? Where do you see it? Can someone link it? JP. Okay.
We'll probably take a quick break just to suss out any audio issues. If there are any audio issues, because we haven't sound checked with him yet. But that's because it's like 6 a.m. for him right now or something. What time is it in New Zealand? It's 5:02, which means he's joining us at 6:30 a.m.
Wait. Is it in half an
What
hour?
a god. What a god.
What did he say? It's 5 what?
I guess it's technically his Monday too.
$90.
Anyways, sit tight. I think we just went live on Ko's channel, so we'll let this timer run out, and then we'll chit chat.
Yeah, this is JP. Okay, I'm not really sure if they're starting now or not. So we'll see what happens. Let's go and leave it open here on the side for now.
Hold on.
It's 9 minutes of normal podcast before they get Jonathan. Okay, so we'll be 30 minutes before we start. So I guess we're gonna like check that out later on the WOD or something. Because that's gonna be like some scuffed like half finished thing we're gonna watch. I also need some time to prepare anyway for our own Nasaba podcast later. builds on a mercenary. I know some people play tactician right now with some totem stuff. Apparently that's pretty decent. Then, I mean, there's various crossbow builds. I haven't like revisited my old mercenary from last league. They nerfed the grenades a little bit, but then they buffed it again a little bit, so I'm not sure where they are right now. I guess the main difference is that the detonation timer is now not affected by skill effect duration anymore. It's a bit of a bummer. So this makes this maybe a bit more clunky. And what else? I guess galvanizing shards, crossbow. Should be pretty good. Can be done on like Gemling or Witch Hunter, and then the Gemling in general is good for like stat stacking builds, but I'm not really sure what exists there right now after the nerfs. I guess you can still try to do something like a good old stat stacking Hoa build, but it's like super expensive and much nerfed right now.
This were well made.
You know, if you avoid the death toll damage at the second last turn, you complete the entire thing before the room number. You get 1200 damage after 8 rooms, but you only have 5 rooms left. Oh, I guess so.
Who tells a story?
I'm not sure if this like just procs at the end of the floor, but if it would do that, then it would say at the end of the floor, I guess. So if it says 8 rooms, there should be 8 rooms, and you should be fine. I don't, Complexity.
A home away from home.
This pole position.
Gronex, hello. Nice to see you. How many months? Appreciate that. What are you up to? Are you practicing? Sentinel? 17 months, man. Indeed. Stone Judgment late, changing sleep schedule, disparage, and writing. Oh boy. What build are I making right now for PvE 2? I don't get level 96 and I wanted to do like all of the pinnacles on +4 difficulty. But I'm not sure if I will be able to. Arbiter is just not showing up. Knee race is on first day. One of my favorite Greek dishes.
Need a moment.
Oh, so flaky, I guess. And to be honest, there's lots of good stuff here in this country. Like, food quality is generally very high.
Clean kill. I need a moment to prepare. Need a moment. Need a moment.
It has invulnerable aura. Is she? You really love crossbow, it seems. Okay. And crossbow is fun, to be fair. That's in the fond memories of my first character. Oh, wait. Fracturing Orb can drop randomly from these guys. What the fuck? I just got a Fracturing Orb. It's not just on the boss. Interesting. And it shows us like a little like Exile man. That's wild. Why is it so small in the filter?
Wait.
Mod check. Yeah. Checked.
Almost a challenge.
Why is it outline red inventory? This is an omen. When omen is active, it has this red outline. This one gives me minus 75% experience loss when I die. So I only lose 2.5 instead of 10%. $18 splinters. Oh. Okay then. We can probably do the +4 Simulacrum soon. Soon the treasures are broken. And people are saying it's only 15 minutes. So maybe this was how it is. Maybe you have to wait a little bit more to get it in-game. Yeah, only back to 200 Simulacrum splinters, man. I'm going ham here. That's very nice. Is Tangatong better than Rare Spear? Very high-end Rare Spears probably beat this. Although, if you're talking about very high-end, maybe Tangatong wins anyway? Because this would probably include that we have like generally high-end gear, which means like, you know, really big rings, really big glove, lots of flat damage on those, which buffs the Tangatong more than a normal weapon. So, hard to say, but I think like a 500 plus DPS spear at least is competitive with Tangatong. On the other hand, the Rare Spear just kind of like works out of the box more than the Tangatong does. So Tangatong need to like min-max their crit more, and need to, you know, actually get that flat damage on your gloves and your rings. Maybe together with an ingenuity like I have. Start evolving. Ah, I didn't realize that. I didn't actually add any block turns to the filter or something. But you're right, this might be an idea. Okay, it doesn't happen that often. This week though, it has been kind of bad with the RMT websites advertising my chat. Select the 5th guy or something that I ban. I think they're all different ones as well. So holy. And they're all the cheapest somehow. Crazy. Holy loot.
This'll do nicely.
Wait, do maps still have like the hidden bonus when they're unidentified? That's still a thing. And what is that bonus? I remember there was like some mention of it when 0.2 came around, but I'm not sure if they removed it or added it, or what it does. But I feel like I don't really want to run unidentified maps in this game.
Hold on. Watch your step.
Do we only get one attempt at corruption bosses? I mean, for cleansing the Nexus? I haven't tried. I'm not sure if it disappears after you fail the map.
Wait.
Dude, these simulacrum spinner drops are so random. This was only 9. Even though I felt like this was a juicy map. I got to 6. I left some Warlords and Rigor Sharks. What?
Lightning strike twice.
Oh shit. Now we wait, guys. What did you even do it? Yeah, Twitch shows for some reason are 15 minutes. Maybe they like set it up wrong. Kind of funny. I need some water actually. Am I bored already? No, I'm not. I'm just gonna have to rush to complete at level 96. Which is gonna be very tight before 10 PM. I mean, I'm planning to make like another at least handful or so of characters this week. Maybe not all the way to 96, but like 93 plus at least, I'd say. Would be nice. Sulfur caverns. How good is Tame Beast? Very good. And you benefit from it because it can have auras. Or debuffs. In my case it has invulnerable aura, which is kinda nice. And also you can put loyalty support, which makes it take 10% of your damage. So you're tankier. Sorry, drops. I do have the Niklas, and I do not want to switch to friendly charges. I'm very happy with my build right now. Lost time.
Need more time.
Nice boss. Why is that random this kind of shoes there?
the journey home like that.
Advanced Twitch. What's that? You have two of those inventory things at that time. Yeah, I mean, they do different things under different circumstances. These are not crafting omens. One of them is when I die I lose that XP, the other one is when I drop to low HP I heal. So they don't have the same condition, you know. You can't combine like multiple crafting things, but you can do this. I've been missing out. Hi Celebrite, by the way. How are you doing? Okay, decay. Juicy one. I don't have such good gear in SF. Well, last time I checked, I'm almost level 96. So that's how. I mean, this did I find? Probably like 20 or something. I'm not sure exactly because I used a bunch. Maybe a bit more than 20. Wait, you can't do slash kills? Wait a minute. 447,000 monsters. Okay.
Need a moment.
What's your kill count, guys, on your main? Slash kills. I hate how dogshit breaches are now. They're still really good, actually. I would argue probably the best mechanic still overall. For like juicing. There's so many monsters. Especially once you have like a few of the Atlas points, they're pretty good. You can easily get like 5 to 10 rares in one breach or something on a good map. Which is like, you know, basically doubling the count in some maps. $5,200 level 21. Yo. Yeah, 66k, 80k. 83k level 77. 80k level. Wait, how does this guy have 83k at 77 and the other guy has 80k at 86? 9 levels higher, less kills. Crazy. Okay. I guess it comes down to like what tier maps you're farming. Now we have almost 500k here.
Almost a challenge.
Do you have to end this Alchemy encounter so early? Because it just takes like a fucking minute to drop. Yeah, I've killed everything. Now you just wait for the delirium stuff. They need to fix that, man. Look, you're waiting and waiting. It's already over. Give my stuff. Oh, here's a Gloom and Acceleration Shrine. Oh my god. That's a bit late.
This will well
49k at 81.
a place to
Yeah, you can end it, but you have to wait a fucking half minute or 1 minute for it to drop. That's the problem. Like they added some weird delay to it. I think they bugged it out or something. What's going on with my stash? They were DCing here, I suppose. Hello? Okay. You got the effect on chill if you is a reversed chest. So that's kind of interesting. I'll get into the trenches. Most stone balls takes no damage, like the stone giant, he absolutely wrecked me. I mean, he wrecks you because he stands in his attacks. But yeah, I mean, you can't use Spear Field that well against him. And generally aiming at him is a bit hard.
Now we're talking. Lightning strike twice.
How do you guys like the Trenches map? Newly introduced
A relic worth keeping.
patch feature of Dawn of the Hunt. What's your impression? Death trap. I had like a really shitty expedition here once, so I died twice on the same expedition. That was nasty. Because I blew it up with like way too much shit. It's 73 block. Look here, I just pressed this end delirium counter, okay? Now counter time. Waiting for the loot.
Ultimate prowess.
I think the reason is because the loot always stops when the fog ends, but they made the fog go much slower. So it takes forever for the fog to actually catch up to me. And then the loot drops, I think. So that's probably what's happened. Yeah, look, there it is. It's like at least 20 seconds right now.
Hold on.
I'm trying to ritual. Oh. No, let me in. Okay, I'm at 89%. Maybe you can do a level up actually, if I keep running those tier 60 maps. Slick. Yeah, it could be that, you know, the longer you are in the delirium and the further you go, the longer it takes for the drops. That's what I noticed. I think there's something like that. So with my clear speed, for example, I go very far, I clear the entire map. With the delirium, I do a bunch of league mechanics, and everything seems to just delay the fog. And there you go, then it just takes forever.
That was almost a challenge.
By the way, is there anything special you can get from corrupted maps? Like the fracturing orb you get from blessed maps?
Wait.
Cleansed?
What just that?
And the freeze version of minus by using Hammer of Three Dragons. I've not seen it, but I mean, you can do that easily. You can also do... If I would do something like that, I would use the gloves though. The Painter's Servant gives you 33 of each. So you still get the shocks, and you get a freeze. Now you get less freeze, of course, but probably enough. And the glove is pretty good in general, it has a lot of damage. So I think that's really the way, and the helm is really bad. Like the stats on it are just like bad. So yeah, okay, you convert to freeze, but you lose the shock unless you like get the shocks from something else. I guess you can get a shock from something else, like I can do the shock lance and stuff. Or even like a bow weapon swap if you want. Painter's Servant Gloves gives you 33% of elemental damage converted to, you know, a third fire, cold, and lightning. So I get all three. Which also has some synergy with this here, for example. Maybe I should have run those all along, actually, now I think about it. There's one guy here at the start somehow. %50 reduction. Rest to all. Actually, it has some auras. It's not like the worst helm, but I feel like the stats are just like not good enough to really warrant using it. And I feel like I also don't really care about freezing enough. Unless you want to get Comet Frenzy and charges.
Slowly but surely.
There's hope, yes? There's hope's edge now lies dormant.
250 Simulacrum. Dude, the game is like really slow right now. Backwash with a boss. Okay. Monster damage. I'm not sure if I want to give her damage. Oh, there's delirium maps here as well as. Interesting. I go here. Okay, just don't get hit for it. Painter's Servant is the glove that I was talking about. There's also another glove that gives you conversion to lightning. No, I think it's fire to lightning though. I found it earlier actually. I wonder if one of the new corrupted essence can do some conversion as well. Damage is good, but damage is bad. Survivability is bad, yeah, that's kind of the thing on Huntress. Damage is good.
Hold on.
These crit maps are actually also kind of spicy, I gotta say. Crit me like hell here.
Away with you!
Yeah, I ended the delivery encounter before the boss fight, by the way. And now I got my drops. Very cool.
Settle the dust. Let's fight. Wait.
Not sure if I should actually do the breach here as well as not a waste. Map is done. But there's more splinters, another breach boss.
Wait. A worthy foe. This'll do nicely.
Anyone keeps attacking their companion? Wait, what? What do you mean you're attacking your companion?
On with the work.
It's kind of funny to see the tower here with the cleanse stuff. Dude, no Citadel anyway, that's crazy. I can't get him. Which rogue will be best in the next LE season? Seems like it's Umble Blades Falconer. But I'll definitely play Marksman with Heartseeker, since like the new thing and it looks really fun. This also looks kind of strong. Seems like Rogue is generally okay. Nothing spectacular, especially because of lack of defense for like very high end stuff. But other than that, I think Rogue's gonna be really cool. After that race, I'll definitely play Rogue.
Clean kill. Now we're
God, so close. Strength, lightning, chaos. 55 life I have. What about Void Knight? He's doomed to be my main. Well, it looks like Void Knight is the way to go if you have to get his Sentinel to go fast. Farm up all your shit, and then you later switch to Judgment, and then kill Abaroth, so that's kind of a strat it seems. I guess we're gonna discuss that later. In 1 hour we're gonna start a podcast with the guys. Then we'll see. On the pets too, I got some Armed Monkey from the mystery box. Oh, that reminds me, I actually have a mystery box as well. Haven't opened it yet. And pets are just cosmetic, they just like run around with you and stuff.
Clean kill.
What am I doing? Great breach. It was just no breach monsters. What? Spell. Can decide between PoE 2 and LE, which game is better right now? It depends what you're looking for. I mean, the gameplay and graphics and all that are definitely like unparalleled in PoE 2 right now. But LE, I mean, it has like incredible build diversity. Crafting is like by far the best out of all the games. So it has that kind of stuff. It's like also more approachable and easier. PoE is harder. And it's also like just simpler and less complicated, I guess. Where's the boss not show on the map?
I need more time. Wait!
But he never jumped into the spear field. That would be fun. PoE2 is much slower. I think in the terms of pace, LE and PoE are kind of comparable. Maybe PoE is a bit slower generally, but PoE can also get really fast.
Until next time.
LE generally has also like not the fastest pace, but I guess it does feel a bit faster. Also have movement skills there and stuff. How to upgrade and already catch a beast? You have to press on all gems when you cut a new one. And it shows there. Getting crossbow daylight at D15. Gives the Demon Hunter vibes. That sounds cool. I'm looking forward to playing one too. Oh shit. Combo time. Let's go. One warm-up. Turn alchemy, okay. I'll take that. 19 spirit, okay. 200k. I mean, I do have 5 million gold, but I'm not doing this now. 2 million gold is too valuable. I pulled a 2 million one once, and I got a tier 14 map out of it that I went for 12,000 gold. Just insane, I got almost 1% back. Oh no. Lag. Uh oh. Service. Hello. Hello. No. Now we get an Exile. I need to complete this map, but I don't want to lose this map. I have a Ritual here and I have an Omen waiting for me. Where the hell is the Exile? Oh, found him.
Lightning strikes twice.
Ooh, that's close. Oh no, 128 life. Shit, that's so close. Only 2 prefixes open. Can get some nice percent and stuff. It's a bit low on life.
Wait.
You can't complete PoE. I kinda can. I mean, 10 alchemies is kind of worthwhile. For if you click on a 200k and only get us 10 alchemies, that's okay. For the chest. I recommend to build Atlas Tree. Stay away from Essence and Wisps, because they suck. And yeah, I mean, I mostly just have item quantity, pack size, item rarity, and shrines. Shrines are pretty decent.
Wait. Heart and storm. Another trophy.
Oh. Can I get the Master Shoal here? There's our friend. He should be affordable now. The Omen. So that's Ritual. Should I wanna go hunt for it now? Quantity over rarity? Probably, yeah.
Does hope Zesh now lies dormant?
Ugh. Wait, it doesn't connect here. That's so scuffed. Okay, Augury, Grotto, Spiderwoods. And then we are basically there, I think. Yeah, I was running Essence and Wisps here on the Atlas tree. This entire thing. Until like level 94 or something. It was so bad. I have 0 corrupted essences. And I have like, I don't know, if I count it all together, maybe 15 greater essences. And like half of those are just from like the unique map that I found randomly. Like, it's terrible. Actually bad. And the risks just don't do fucking anything. If you even ever reach the target, you know. So, I don't know.
Worthy foe. I'll take that.
If you want to see a full Atlas, you can also see it in the build plan in the description. We actually leveled way faster than I thought we would. I think I made something like 15% XP per hour or something. Like, just running these tier 60 maps here all the time. Pretty good, actually. So 95 to 96, like 7-8 hours at this pace. Or maybe less. Yeah, I have only 4% left. 26 million per hour. Kinda big.
Until next time.
%85% evasion enough for this build? Sometimes you die and don't understand the reason. Yeah, 85% evasion is pretty high actually. I only have like 70, so I have like double the R basically from evasion. But the thing is that evasion builds are generally just kind of squishy because your life pool is low, you might get one-shot by some stuff. If you want to try to understand the reason, then best case you record your gameplay and then check it out. Or use like shadow play or something like that. Then you can usually check out what happened. You're learning German, and what was my experience as learning English? I had a pretty easy time learning English. And there is definitely some similarities between German and English. Many words are used in everyday speak as well, and so on. But also, Like, I started studying English in 1st grade. And I also played a lot of video games back then that were not localized. So I just like played video games without understanding anything in them in English. And that also helped quite a bit.
Need more time. I need more time. Aware with you.
Eichhörnchen. It's a nice word indeed.
Wait.
60 evasion for acrobatics, that's kinda nuts. You have the same evasion as me, and I don't have it. I have a bit more.
Need more time. Straight through the air.
Thank you, Josh. Podcast time in 35 minutes. Yep.
Check off the dust. Let's fight.
There we go. I did not make a guide on speedrunning campaign. Maybe I should. On the other hand, a lot of stuff changed now in Act 3, so I guess you'll have to check that out when I make my next character. Spider Woods. Might be the last map. We had 98%. We need 5 million. Some of them will drop frames soon after the short break. Okay. Yeah, we only have half an hour though. Do you know how long he's gonna stay? I mean, they have to drop frames going for like 90 minutes now, right? So how long is our podcast in general? Maybe he's just gonna stay for half an hour and we can actually like listen in, but not for long, I guess.
That were almost a challenge. I'll take that.
These guys were bugged out.
Need more time.
Crafted Nexus goes +1 tier every time. You can see it on the right on a quest. We have a quest for it. You can put in higher.
Hold on.
Let me see, I think I have it open here. I have it open here. So I'm gonna keep an eye on it.
Wait. That were almost a challenge. No rest for the wicked.
It's not a Black Insignia. This thing is actually not too rare. For what, how good it is. So I wonder, now that I ended the Delirium encounter, the fog is still here. Are these guys still buffed by the fog? Or not? So my timer, my counter doesn't go up anymore. The fog is here. It's hard to say. Need like a weaker build. You can test it, I guess, because you're gonna see the damage reduction.
A relic worth keeping.
Yeah, I understand that they got a progression in the rituals. I just want to know, are they buffed by an already ended delirium encounter before the fog is gone? Because I pressed the button and the fog was there, and I had to wait like half a minute for my loot to appear, because the fog is just so slow. But my delirium doesn't progress anymore, so... I feel like the XP in Ritual is also kind of bad. Look at this, yeah. We need 500k. Guess I plug another one. This has to be kind of done. Last map. Why does no one buy heavy builds, Stellar Emeralds or Sapphire Rings anymore? Maybe they understood the scheme. Want to do this. You follow Passagery on Maxwell or the video because they're different. You follow them on Maxwell until the video comes out later or tomorrow. And then, either way. Log in. Yeah, what is that? I need around 30 seconds until we level up and then I log out. That was Exile apparently. No. Yeah. But I mean, I'm gonna like prep and stuff and just like look at some more LE stuff, I guess. And see if you have like, maybe questions from chat. Or discussion points from chat. Did you like make a topic list or something, Lizard? That we want to go through? Huge shout out. Ah, here it is. Dude, I didn't even hear the sound. What? Where's my love sound? Oh, I can see in chat what level I am right now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you discussed a lot of stuff in the other podcasts already. And I mean, I do have some ideas about what to talk about. But, you know, if you want to kind of like expand on the previous topics as well. Oh shit. Chaos. Chaos angle. Kill all rare monsters. Wait. What? Here. Oh my god. I wonder if I can do something cool with Windscream. Curses have no activation delay. I mean, there's like some way to deal damage with curses with one of the supports. I wonder if that could be a build for this. Maybe. Alright, 96 boys. Now we need 250 mil.
Watch your step.
There's a support team at GG. There is. A very small one, I think. Okay, Chaos. F. That's a lot of rarity. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell? Division, guys. Okay. Well, that is not useful for me, but it's pretty insane. "20 minutes until podcast." Do
speed of the monsters per se. We just found the thing that made them feel ultra fast as you're fighting against them.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like it's really just a continuous sequence of like finding things like that. And when you obviously, you know, we have like a lot of monsters in our game, like huge numbers of them. I mean, the eventual count of monsters we will have once we exit early access will be over 700. But even now, I think we've got over around 400 or something like that. It's like a ridiculous number compared to what most games have. And so it's like, you go back to some of these monsters and it's like, I don't even remember what was going on with this monster when we developed it. You know, it's like this was a while ago. Like I don't know what's going on. You know, so the monster guys kind of have to have a look at these things and sort of refresh their memories and like, okay, what the heck is it? How's this thing even set up? Like, what's even going on with this thing?
Yeah.
You know, let's find out. So there's kind of a lot of that going on. So it just takes a while to kind of like assess these things and work out. So we did our first batch of those types of changes last week, but you know, we're still sort of looking into things, and like those are the kind of the more obvious ones. But honestly, with a game like ours, like the more you look, the more you find. Like there's sort of an infinite ability for like problems to hide in the ridiculous amounts of numbers and animations and sort of things like that. So you know, it's just a matter of finding everything, and you know, if we can find everything, then you know, I have no doubt that people will enjoy the game much more.
Is that
Speaking
just...
of
Go ahead, Zeke.
just speaking of all those monsters, I'd be interested to learn is there like I wonder if there's like a shorthand, you know, like for
I'm gonna
the
prep for our own podcast now, so I'm gonna be
like Bruce, Chad,
distracted.
Doug, like these are the monsters like that, like so you don't say like epic beast from the hell pit of blah 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 blah. So you just say like that's Dan. Or that's
They
Chuck,
do have
you
internal
know?
names. I don't know if Dan is one of them,
Oh,
but
Damn
they
it.
do have internal
Sorry,
names,
man.
and that'll just be whatever the artist happened to name the folder when they were creating the model in the first place. Like just whatever they happen to choose, that'll tend to be the name. And
Okay.
yeah, there's certainly some kind of random ones in there, but that's for the data miners to find, I suppose.
Are any of them hilarious?
Yeah, is there a Chad?
I'm sure they are, but I can't think of any of
Okay.
I think at some point, so in PoE 1 actually,
Dan, the harbinger of
some
hell.
of the boss of Act 3 is just called Pope. So like there are things like that because I think that's what they were looking at when they were designing it. But it's like I think in PoE 2 they actually started to get a little bit more rigorous with trying to make sure the names aren't super out there. So yeah, most of the names are kind of not too out there, but yeah, generally speaking, I mean, look, almost everything's going to have a different name than what it's called in the game, just because the naming part is like the last part, and usually, and even on like streams and so on, I'll often refer to things by their internal names, like even just areas and stuff like that, because that's what they're originally called.
Yeah. Anything in the game?
Oh, you learned them, yeah.
After you, Jonathan, is there?
No, not at all.
All right. Nothing like that. I
There's
want
no
to go.
noob Saybot in this.
Yeah, no noob Cybot at all. I want to go back to what you said in terms of like the monsters and finding what's wrong. And is that just purely a numbers game? Like, are you constantly playing the game, reading comments? Like, how do you attack that when you're, when the internet is screaming? How do you like cut the noise and figure out exactly what is actually at fault?
Well, the key thing really is that I'm never going to make a change unless I can reproduce the suck for myself. Like I'm not going to just believe someone when they say this is bad. I'm going to like say, okay, so you're telling me that's bad. Great. I'm going to play this. I'm going to try and get to a situation where I can understand why you're feeling this way. Because if I don't do that and we just make random from the hip changes, then it's not going to result in a game that I'm happy with. And that's kind of important because, in order to make the game good, it's really important that the people who are at the top level are playing that game every day. I have to be making a game that I'm enjoying. So effectively, like I need to be finding the things that are going to like make the game more fun for me and the players without making it less fun for me effectively. So
Right.
that's kind of the key for me, I suppose.
No.
When it comes to that specific monster change, I mean, I have to admit that was actually like Mark who discovered that one, not myself. But
We're just watching Jonathan with
that
Cole and
particular
JP
change is
and
kind of one of the things. And by the way, the
Ezekiel.
area that you're showing on screen right
Plus
now,
Epoch.
like that
We
is
don't
an
have an
example
interview, we
of
just
one
have
of
a
the monster
podcast
sets
with the
that did
guys.
have this problem.
Yeah.
15 minutes.
Like those monsters,
15 minutes.
were like incredibly vicious. Like it's just a matter of like, okay, let's play this area. Let's try and like a variety of builds. Let's see if we can find a build that feels overwhelming and bad and that kind of stuff. And you've got a lot of blind spots when you're playing as a game director because you know how to play, right? So you have to like often set
You know how to play.
challenges for yourself. Like now I'm going to play without this. Now I'm going to play with this thing. Like one of the key things that's really important as well is I'd like to do run-throughs where I pick the thing that I would least want to pick. So whenever the game presents me an option, I pick the thing I most don't want to pick and then see how it goes.
Sure.
And that can result in obviously you do have to have like options that you can make where you can make mistakes, but you still have to understand what the lowest bound is as far as like, if I picked everything bad, if I'm doing all the worst ideas here, what kind of experience do I have? And so that's something that that you also
Called
sort
those
of
streamer
have to
runs, by the way.
But it is definitely. I mean, okay, but it's interesting though because I think that is one of the things with the Huntress. I think that's been really interesting is that, and this is maybe going to sound a bit bad, but it's like most of the time when I'm watching a streamer playing the Huntress, they're playing it not as I would play.
Judge me, Jonathan.
You
Tell
can
me-
say
Tell me
okay.
that I suck, Jonathan.
You can
I
say
wanna hear
wrong.
it.
You can say that. You can be like, most of the time I watch viewers play the Hunters, they're playing it wrong.
Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, look, at the end of the day, though, it's like, okay, if people aren't like playing in a way that I expect, it's because we haven't communicated the way we want people to play it, or people have tried it and they've not enjoyed it and that kind of stuff, right? So that's, at the end of the day, it's always on us still. But it's it's just one of those things that well, you learn a lot from playing. And I think it's interesting as well because when I went into this launch with the Huntress in particular, I was kind of like, look, regardless of any other changes we made, regardless of any content, I was like, I know the Huntress is fun. Like I've been playing it, I really, really love it. Like it is my favorite class that we have made.
Oh.
So then that kind of then took me very by surprise when there were a lot of concerns about the Huntress at the start. It really comes down to those sort of playstyle things, right? Where like with the parries and the and disengage, like the whole like sort of in-out gameplay style, like I was really, really enjoying that. And a lot of our staff are as well, right? Like we've got a lot of people who are like, yeah, man, this is really awesome. Like it's got a sort of feeling of action that we haven't had, like from the other classes to the same extent. There was that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, it was really interesting that we had quite a lot of pushback about that. So then it kind of, once again, it came down to, like we need to try the play styles that we're not trying. Like we need to, I need to try doing things that I wouldn't otherwise try, and then find out why, if those things are the problem.
Sure.
So out of curiosity, and this is going to sound like a basic question, but I'd kind of love your thinking on this. When you get to a situation where you are having to personally choose between something that is more fun or more balanced, how do you approach that?
So on the development team, I would say I'm usually the one who is pushing for more fun over more balanced. There are also countervailing opinions on the team as well, for like people who have to who have to make sure that the balance is good. And it is important.
They're probably like, no, stop having fun. Balance.
That's not the way that I would look at it, but it's kind of like, so I mean, I definitely push in that direction, but it's kind of like, at the same time, there is this concern where I always want the game to be readable and understandable and kind of be able to sort of see what's going on. And so sometimes like there's a level of stuff that I tend to be a little bit more like, I'm a little bit uneasy about this, but I tend to be the one pushing for like, everything should work. If you expect it to work, it should work. And, like you should be able to do all these combinations and things like that. The issue that you get is that if there are things that are just way more powerful than other things, then it's going to push everyone to play that, and that's going to mean that you sort of lose build diversity, and then there's a fun that you're losing from that that's a little bit harder to immediately identify, but it is important. Like there's a kind of long-term fun that you get from the fact that you play this game, and there's so many different things you can try, and it's not immediately obvious as you're playing your single build on a single playthrough, where you just want your thing to be powerful, but it's like, we just have to like get to some level of balance and stuff along those lines. But yeah, generally speaking, I'm kind of like, let people be able to do crazy stuff. Like that is important to me, so long as it's kind of like, like so long as you get that feeling of progression all through the game from beginning to end effectively.
Cool. Sure. Very cool. Yeah. Have you ever thought about streaming your own gameplay? Would you ever like open up the
login?
Almost.
Could you ever show us how to play a huntress?
Yeah, like just to see. Like I see that question so much from the community. Like, well, how do you play it then? And I think it would do well.
This thought crossed my mind actually in the last week, I must admit.
Yeah.
And I kind of realized, I think what I'll do next time when we play, like between the week where we announce, like do our live stream and announce the class, and the time when we actually, like have the release, I think I actually might do some development streams.
I have watched Jonathan play
my gameplay. It's interesting because
awesome.
Yeah. I mean,
in a very small circle.
I guess there's no real reason I shouldn't do that. Like, I mean, it's probably.
I mean, you're going to get criticized, of course, but like, you're going to do that regardless of if you stream or not.
Well, I was going to say you're already halfway there. I mean, your outreach to the community and doing these interviews with all the people that you have. I mean, you're essentially doing that already. Yeah. So just doing it while playing is the next step. But yeah, that'd be instrumental. Like I got to say, it would have been very interesting to see the Huntress release after having seen somebody who knows the ins and outs of it utilize it effectively. Because I can tell you the first hour, I was just like, okay, wait, am I supposed to do this? Or can I just do my one button combo? Or am I supposed to like, so like it's so different and fun, but it was alien. It was not my, it was not like, I'm not used to this. So I didn't know if I was doing it right. So it could be really cool.
The thing is, I mean, I'm like, that feeling of this is alien is actually something that I want when we release a new class, because if we're not doing that, then we're not actually making new classes, really, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
Like it's kind of supposed to be that each class has a different feel entirely. I mean, like that isn't necessarily always going to be 100% the case to this degree, but yeah, certainly as far as action RPGs are concerned, I don't really know if there's something quite like this in another sort of like, in what you would in the action RPG system. When I refer to action RPGs here, I'm talking about top-down Diablo style games, right? That's what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
Like there's not a lot else, like this type of combat around. So then that is what we want to do. And I guess the thing that's interesting as well is that I sort of also suspect that if the Huntress had been in just the set of characters that we had launched at the start of early access, it would have also been quite a different feeling then as well, because then it would have just been like, okay, here's one of the options for the people who like this kind of like parry and really fast motion type of play style. Like they're sort of bounding around and doing, like dexterous melee. And that would have been, because I mean, they're like the people who love that. But then obviously there are people who are like, I find parrying awkward. I don't like, this or that or the other thing. Then for those people, like obviously other classes may be better. So if it had been launched in that same pack, I think we might have got quite a different reaction from that class in particular. Of course, there's like many other things that people are
pretty sure it's been
well,
different received.
Working on.
Sure.
But, like that, in terms of that particular like class reaction, I think that would have changed things quite a lot.
Yeah. You mentioned pairing, and as someone who has about 60-ish hours on the Huntress, currently tier 15 maps, I haven't parried since I was like level 10. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for you to hear that a player just completely disregarded maybe the core element of a core element of the class for you?
I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, I suppose, but it is something that I think that it was a blind spot for me, because when I was playing, like all the way through, I was using parry all the time, because that sort of parry disengage into using a spear combo is something that I was using right from the beginning till the end.
Right.
So that, like, I mean, the idea of that was, like you sort of unlocked all the things that you can do with the with the twisters and stuff like that. And so I think that because we added that extra skill like right after launch, that means that no longer is that combo. Like, I don't know if you're using that either, that Cull the Weak skill, but you might just be using frenzy charges from other source, because that's the other thing as well, is the frenzy charges then become sort of easier using other sources as you go through the game. So I'm curious if are you using frenzy charges at all is the first question.
No. I never said I'm a good build. Okay. Full disclosure, in PoE 1, I probably have like 2,400, 2,500 hours. Right. Never done my own build. I've always followed a guide. In PoE 2, I've never followed a guide just because of how the game's released with its updates. There's not really guides to follow. So I kind of just like picked things that I enjoyed. And so this time around, I'm using like Spearfield with bleed and knockback. Rake and is it Herald?
So you're going
all
Blood? Bleed. Okay,
yeah, more bleed, more explosions and things like that.
But look, in that case, like the bleed sort of style of the Huntress doesn't really rely on the sort of parry stuff. But if you're doing the elemental stuff or the whirlwinds, then you definitely want to be getting frenzy charges and doing that whole thing. And like effectively. We didn't have a way of getting frenzy charges for the first kind of like 50% of the campaign effectively in an easy manner. So that was kind of, and effectively that meant that if you wanted to do, unless you were going bleed, then if you wanted to use all of the elemental spares, you effectively had to do the parry stuff in order to get frenzy charges. Right. And so but what we effectively did to ameliorate that, if people didn't want to parry, there was adding this Cull the Weak skill that allows you to get frenzy charges anyway. And that means that you've got access to that whole side of the build, and it is powerful, right? Like those enhanced spear throws are,
like Cull the Weak with lightning spear was crazy.
Yeah. But I mean, even the other ones as well, especially because what they do is they for the other ones they all unlock ground effects like fire and lightning and stuff like that, which then you can infuse with your into your whirling slash, which you then use with the twisters. And so like that kind of stuff is like my primary, like the build that I played all the way to end game. Because I don't actually have time to play literally every build to end game. That'd be completely impossible.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
Development time. But the build that I was playing all the way to end game was using the whirling slash twisters, and then with barrage as well. Like which means that you can get like a huge number of twisters. That like using ground effects. So that was effectively the build I was playing, and that involved using the parry to kind of get it started. But then I also was using Fangs of Frost to freeze monsters, and I kind of had two variations of the combo. Like you could either parry into Fangs of Frost if you wanted to have like if you wanted a faster combo for like more like just clearing, or you could use like parry disengage for more for longer fights against rares or against like bosses or something like that. So that was kind of like what I was doing for like
I'm just trying to set up a scene right now, guys.
But I mean, like obviously there's like, we try other things. We, have a lot of different experiments. But there's actually this phenomenon that's like kind of annoying, which is that unless you actually play a class from the beginning, there's something about it that just doesn't quite work in testing. Like it's you never get the same feeling unless you actually play through on the character. Like if you just make a character and at endgame, and then like you're like, okay, I'm going to put all these skills on it, and you sort of feel you might think that you have the right idea about what the item should be, but somehow it just never quite feels the same as when you've leveled up yourself. And so I actually don't tend to do that very often when I'm playing. And I honestly, I don't even know if I can fully explain why that is. But there is something important about that process that kind of gets you to a state of a character. And like,
Yeah.
Well, it's because the character is not just a thing; it's the experience you have playing it to where it is. Like it's when you have a PoE character, it's like, because we've talked about that frequently. Because like one of the reasons of using builds or having a character played for you, which I know is kind of a hot topic with shared accounts and stuff. Thanks, Elon. But it's very much. I feel the exact same way. It's like a lot of RPG. You got to have the whole experience to understand every ability, every class. Now I know understanding it's not part of you, but still for it to be yours and your journey and everything, you kind of have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean there absolutely is an understanding of abilities, because once again, if I like, even for me, right, if we create an ability and then I just try it at a high level without actually doing a playthrough that earned it, like so this is actually one of those things, by the way, that actually was okay. So the reason why the Huntress, I mean, this is true of any class we didn't add, but the reason why the Huntress wasn't ready is we had a bunch of abilities that were effectively designed without doing the playthroughs, right? Like we would make an ability, like this is before, right? We'd make an ability, we would put it in the game, we'd try it on a character that we had pre-constructed and be like, oh yeah, this ability, like does this, and right? But like until we realized at some point that like when you actually were playing and then you got the like when you were actually playing and then had the ability to select it for yourself,
Okay, we have to switch now, guys. It's time.
Like how that skill felt like so, it's like it's important that you actually test the part where you're actually trying to weave it into a build that you've got.
You're gonna finish this later, I guess, with Jonathan. I'm just setting up the call now with the guys. Let's go. Alright. I also need to switch my category and so on. We're doing last Epoch podcast now, everyone. Go. Hello, everyone here? Ah, okay. Hello guys. I'm just setting up the scene and stuff, so give me a second. But feel free to, chat and it's fine. How you guys doing? It is very hype actually. Yeah, I'm excited. I saw you. Well, it definitely looks like it. At least, like a huge step. And I know you had this other podcast the other day where you were just like kind of talking about like the classes and the Maxwell guides. Oof. Oof. Yes. Okay, let me see. I don't. Okay, I'm gonna do a pop-out. Actually, I don't have my cam on here. Wait, how do I do this? So, I mean, is anyone else of you guys streaming as well of the thing? I mean, no, I'm just asking. So I'm just turning on my cam here and stuff. Overcooked. And it can't wait. Wait, let me check that real in a second. Okay. No, it should work, so give me a second. Okay, good to know though. For some reason it's not working, I see. I have a plan. 1 second. Yeah, it's I set up my PC the other day, completely new, and it's like a bunch of stuff is like a bit scuffed, but I know how to fix it, so don't worry. Okay, okay. Okay, let's see if that works now. Can you speak? Okay, it does not in fact work, so another second.
I think it
All
gives
of
it
us,
charm.
so.
I think it gives it charm personally.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest, the
Ah.
viewers' rooms look like my rooms. Right? So it's relatable.
Okay, the sound should be working now. Can chat confirm?
Testing,
I can't wait to lie a lot. I can't wait to lie a lot.
Okay,
today.
it works.
Oh, we're
Alright.
live? Oh.
Oh,
Lie.
Wait, what did you say?
I'm joking. I was trolling.
Okay, let
I
me
said I
fix-
can't wait to lie.
Lizard is
lie.
still in the microwave, you know, still cooking.
yeah.
I
He
apologize.
can't escape it, you know.
Getting
It's what it is.
crispy and dry on the sides.
Oh my god, 5 people in the podcast, man. This is like super scuffed with the layout. I have to like cut everything again to a new format here. Okay, we have Bina. Alright.
What a beautiful soul. Holy.
Okay, we do this. Alright, we have one done. Next. Who this? This is Tarek, okay. So while we are waiting, so which of the classes are you guys gonna play?
I think we're most of us going Paladin and Judgment. So
Except for me. I'm gonna be playing Crows. I'll be playing Crows, Primalist, be the black sheep of the of the team, and not play Sentinel. I was on the verge of going wanting to play Warpath, full screen AoE looks interesting, but yeah, I'm gonna go Crows for the big damage.
yeah, I mean
This is
he's a bit of a
something-
minion main, so
This is something interesting to talk because there's a lot of builds that you may be very excited to play, but maybe they're not the best for the first days or whatever.
Yeah,
And
I
until you
am
drop,
actually
like-
excited to play Heartseeker. I was thinking about doing that actually
Ooh.
originally, and I think a lot of people are hyped for that actually because the previews look really amazing and stuff. But then I couldn't really go for it now, I guess, for the race, so it's a bit unfortunate.
yeah, for hardcore I wouldn't really recommend a marksman, but
I mean-
maybe somebody's courage.
Depends on how confident you are, Woody.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Yeah, I mean,
we'll talk about this, but it's just new mobs, like
it's
you
just
know
new
how it
mobs and
is,
like
right?
some boss that
Game.
apparently is like way too hard. So
I
Who
mean,
said that?
game is not getting any easier, that's for sure.
yeah, I mean, the main problem I have is that I want to do the Abaroth fight, right? And I guess in that case, like I just checked out the tree a little bit on Sentinel because I never played a Sentinel before, and
you got shot.
I have to like get good now, and I was just looking at this passive tree and the abilities, and it has 500 resistances like all over the place from different sources. It also has 26% damage reduction there, and 20 damage reduction there, and also it has 7,000 armor because why not, and 100% block chance. So it's like I was just sitting there like, what is this class? Like,
It is what it is,
yeah,
It
it's
is what it
ridiculous,
is.
man. Dude, where the hell is Lizard? I can't
I
find
literally
Lizard.
labeled the
Hello.
paladin leveling, the best leveling build by
He's
the
in the
way,
middle.
like on my
Where
channel.
am I?
Straight
Tarek, is your microphone again from the gulag or what?
Yeah,
Test?
kind of sounds like it. Yeah,
Oh my god, no. Please no.
Okay, I
I
found
mean we
Lizard.
can hear you, but it's
Yeah, but I think it's gulag microphone. So
yeah.
All right. I think I have everything pretty much set up now. So sound is good. We can do a little check and then we go. Okay, Lizard is here.
I am here.
Okay, I'm just kind of large, I guess. For some reason, I'm very large, but I guess it's gonna lean back. It's gonna be fine. All right, let's do this.
Actually, I'm gonna set up the recording too.
I need to turn off my stream chat and stuff because it's gonna be a bit annoying otherwise. Let's do this and this and this. Okay.
Yeah,
where's
making
this
sure we can hear everyone on the VOD for sure.
Yeah, it should be on the board, everything. So it should be fine. I'm gonna double check. So let me see that. Discord. Yeah, it's gonna be on the board, so don't worry. For some reason, I can't remove my chat and stuff. I'm not sure why. Oh wait, I clicked pressing button. Yeah, okay. So ding, ding, ding. Okay, this is all good now. Okay. So, how are we gonna do this exactly? So we have like a topic list. Lisa brought a few topics, and I brought a few topics. So just like wanna see how we're gonna do this.
There is a topic list. So.
Okay, I think I figured it out for the mic, but you need to up my volume.
Okay. Okay, now up your volume a bit. Okay, let's do a quick sound check. So let's start like Bina, Lizard, Tarek, and Volker in that order.
Yeah, excited about the patch. It's gonna be amazing. Sound check 1 2 1 2.
Okay.
Yeah, test 1 2 1 2. Hello. Can you hear me? Please. Let me speak. Is it fine now?
No.
No, still fucked.
I think it just depends. I think it's your mic. You have a SM58,
Yes,
right? So you have to talk very close to this to.
It sounds fine to
so
me,
weird.
but I don't know.
It's so weird. And it's only doing that with the Discord, by the way.
Lizard, can you copy paste the list in my Twitch DM real quick? That would be nice.
Which DM?
Yeah, because I don't have my Discord open now and I don't want to touch it. You know,
oh shit!
potentially break everything. So.
Oh, Monka. Yeah.
Okay, Tarek is fine. All sounds good. Okay, what about Volker?
DM.
Testing. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Okay, I think Bina is a bit loud, so we're gonna do that.
Boom! DM sent.
Yo.
Insane.
Insanity.
Insane. Yes, I don't see it. Wait, did you send it on Twitch?
On Twitch.
On Twitch, yeah. I have my Twitch open as my main screen basically right now, and I don't want to touch
you
my
want
Discord.
me to test it on your DMs, yeah?
Yeah, my Twitch DM, yes.
What the fuck? How do you even do this, bro? Like, I'm not a
first time sending a Twitch DM. You know?
Top right, insane. There's a button for DM, so you just type my name.
This is literally the first time I sent a DM myself.
Really?
Yeah. Is that a green flag or a red flag? Right.
I don't know. I sent and received
this is
plenty
not
of...
a list, bro. This is not a list anymore.
Okay, good enough. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Thank you.
Fuck you.
All right. Okay. Anyway, I think we are ready and good to go. So let's start officially here, guys. So, welcome everyone. We're doing a Last Epoch podcast about Season 2. Here with us we have 4 Maxwell experts who have been also updating all of the guides for Season 2. You can find them all on Maxwell already. And I think a few more are coming, as far as I know. So they're still cooking and writing and stuff. But everything has been pretty much updated. The patch notes are out. 100 pages is a huge thing. And now we want to talk about, everything that is going on, basically. So we have like a little topic list. So we're going to talk about endgame, the new faction, some of the builds, the meta, and so on. How's the game progressing in general? And we're gonna have some smaller topics underneath these as well. So maybe let's have a little introduction here real quick. So I am the host, I'm wudijo. I usually play a lot of IRPGs, mostly D4 and PoE right now, but also Last Epoch I've done that a bunch. And I do work on Maxwell as well, but on the D4 side. And the other 4 here are our actual Last Epoch experts. So maybe have a little introduction here. Let's start with Bina, then Lizard, Tarek, and Volker, and then we jump in.
All right, so I'm Bina. I play ARPGs as well, and I like damage, movement speed, and apparently this patch I'm like the minion main, but that is, that was out of my control. Minions are good, okay?
I am Lizard. I only play bad builds, and I am the team lead of the Maxwell branch. And yeah, that's enough. Basically, only bad builds, only junk builds.
What an intro, man. So I'm Tarek. I usually do a lot of speedrunning in the game. And I'm the one responsible for all the leveling guides on Maxwell for leveling. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Volga, and I'm a bit of a Sentinel enjoyer, so this patch is pretty great for me. And I like tanky builds, and yeah, pretty great patch for me, basically.
All right. Yeah, thank you guys. We also, if you can like link your channels and stuff as well. We can also link them in the YouTube bot for this later as well. So I just want to make sure that you guys are also found, but you can also find them all on the like actual Maxwell articles. If you look at them, you see the authors. So you have all the links there if you look for everyone. And we actually have more people on the Maxwell team as well. So there's still some more that are not here today with us. These are not the only guys working on it. But yeah, let's jump in. So let's talk about maybe one of the biggest updates to the game ever in terms of endgame progression. I think the Woven faction and the Echoes is probably like a good start here. This is like probably something that a lot of people are hyped for outside of just like, you know, the build variety. We can talk about that as well. And yeah, what do you guys think about like how the Woven faction really interacts with the endgame? There's a lot of like customization now that people might have been looking forward to. And at least for me, personally, like blasting through the game like several times to level 100 and stuff, I felt like there was a lot of monotony that hopefully is now, you know, broken up a little bit with that new system. So maybe have some impressions. Jump in.
Yeah, Lizard, you can start, Lizard.
I can start.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting topic, right? Because ARPGs are monotonous, right? And there is that line where, sure, the monoliths needed help, and I think they're getting a ton of help. We're gonna discuss those through today. But you also have this thing where like it's a PvE game, kind of. You have the ladder and stuff, obviously, that to give you yourself goals. But we found that a lot of people, maybe because what you're saying, because they find it too monotonous, or maybe they don't have clear goals. We feel like a lot of people quit before the game even started. Obviously, we're a bit biased towards the game. We obviously love it. But I think the new content is gonna help people who maybe were like felt like, why would I play? What is my goal? I don't care about Abaroth. I don't care about pushing corruption or arena. So why play, right? I think now something as simple as how the Weaven faction works and how you need to like complete all the echoes to get all the points. You know, kind of like how the Atlas on PO1 works. That alone, I think it's gonna make a lot of people keep playing. You know, just kind of Pokemon vibe, you know, gotta catch them all kind of. I think people just like, there's something wired in our brains as humans to enjoy that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely way more progression in the game now. So you're not just like, oh, I'm doing echoes, I'm doing nothing else. So now there's the, you know, all the crafting systems, all the stuff with the idols, with like, there's so many kind of like meta progression type of things you can do now. And then of course, as the ultimate goal, you have the new Uber Abaroth boss. So especially for like people like myself, that's like really nice to have some kind of like actual goal, like some reason to gear up my characters. And yeah, I think it's gonna be much better now. So you're not just like running around like doing random stuff. You're actually kind of have like a goal. So I think it's gonna be nice.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this falls into the point where playing an ARPG it's not really about being OP. It's about like setting yourself goals and having a certain path of progression. And so having all of these options available on the Weaver tree to really progress in the way that you really want to, and having the possibility to customize it, you know, that keeps you engaged with the game. And you know, you're still gonna be killing monster. That's essentially what you're doing like all the time. You're killing monster, whether it's in Echoes or in Woven Echoes, but you're working towards certain goals, and that's the important part, right? So they're adding the like Uber Abaroth fight, which is going to be the ultimate end goal for the Mega Blasters. But there's also a lots of other different goals where anyone can find, you know, some sort of path of progression to work towards with all of these new systems, because we're getting something like, what did I say, like 36 new Woven Echoes, which are kind of like each their own little mechanic. So yeah, it adds a lot of options there.
Yeah, there's something that I really like about the new system is the fact that you have a bit more control over your timeline in the endgame system, whereas before you would just like rush certain echo timeline, certain echo island, sorry. But now you have like with the new system the opportunity to actually have an impact on your timeline with the surrounding echoes and stuff. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, you can customize like echoes that are not just the woven echoes themselves, but also others around it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's
Yes.
going to be like some interactions with the surrounding echoes. You have some that I believe you can place one where you reset the echoes around. You can do them again. There's another one that grabs the rewards from the surrounding echoes, that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, there's
there's
probably
gonna
going to
be,
be some like strats with those things. Like you want to have like a massive pile of Exaltes or something, and then you redo them again with the woven echo and stuff like that. So
It's very interesting, the Weaver stuff, because basically we really wanted to make sure as a branch, as a Maxroll team, we really wanted to make sure that the quality for this patch was good, because we knew it was going to be a big patch, and because the game evolved so much with the addition of factions and stuff. I think like we felt a bit as a branch that in previous releases maybe we were a bit like slow to adapt, maybe, right? And we had a lot of like old builds that didn't really fit in the game anymore, and we kind of like kept them there because people used to like them, but no one's really playing them anymore because they're weak. So we kind of like did a mental reset, and we went only builds basically. That was our absolute focus this time. And I mean, we archived 20 builds, so you know what it is, right? If that happened to
And
you.
how many new ones did you make?
Around 20.
I guess
We
that
have
works out.
40. So the reason I'm explaining this is because obviously that took a lot of time. So we were doing a lot of like, staying in the dummy, hitting the dummy, and not so much doing echoes. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've done many echoes in CT. So basically, the Weaver tree, to be honest, it's probably the thing we're the least knowledgeable about. I think it's also the kind of thing where, as a group of 5 people, it's way harder to figure out. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's there. You need so much points of data to determine what's the correct strat. Whether it's like a build, you just hit the dummy, you see the numbers, and you know if it's good or if it's bad, right? It's much easier. There's way less variance when it comes to that. So I think we're gonna see a lot of people who are smart in that kind of stuff, kind of like push towards a certain strategy that people will adapt, and it's gonna be so interesting, honestly, because obviously we have ideas of what we think it might be good, but I don't know. It's too much, too many numbers.
You have to play it. Yeah, you have to play the game actually for a long time, and then we didn't want to really spoil the entire season for us and get burnt out before even the season starts as well, right? And so, like we want to play the game, like that's that's the main reason we're here.
Can you guys share how long was the CT active, or like how long did you play it or something? Is that allowed?
Months, many months.
Yeah, for a long time. Yeah.
Okay,
We've been playing actively since January 27 every day as a team.
Okay, so guys, there has been a lot of work that went into those Maxwell guides, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have over like 800 videos of a certain boss recorded, just me.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't slept too much. We can say that. So it's yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Actually, one point I want to get back to though about the Weaver tree is that's actually very interesting. With how, like, I didn't know like all of the different woven echoes now that exist, but there's 36 different types, and some of them have like a special like crafting award, and others have like this.
40 now, no?
Or maybe 40 now. I don't know. Okay, so it's a lot of different woven echoes at least, and it sounds like there will be some kind of emergence of like actual farming strategies, right? You kind of like hinted at this, like, okay, what is the best path? But
yes.
On the other hand, I think it's also really cool because you have a lot of customization, especially when you're playing solo or like COF at least. Where you have to find your own gear, like you can close the gaps much more easily because you have this flexibility, I guess, right? You can hunt for a certain thing. You also have this option to imprint these items into the tree to then, sometimes find similar items. Like there's some system like that.
Yeah.
And I guess that's one really cool part about it is that, you kind of play the game and you try to progress your gear. And then at some point you kind of like hit like a brick wall where the RNG is just so much. And it seems like this VR tool will really help, and like this woven echoes will help to like break that up a little bit and allow you to still keep progressing because you find like all kinds of loot and then this one item is missing and you just can't get it, and no matter what you do, like this is always how it works. So it's gonna be very interesting to see.
The chase never ends, right?
Yeah, and now you can actually, like, for the LP stuff and everything, like, there's so many things for the itemization in the game now. Especially the guaranteed LP slam is just massive impact on the itemization. So that's why pretty much all of the macro guides on Endgame Planner, it's just full of uniques, full of LP items, because you can guarantee that one affix. So now you can actually have your progression where you're like, okay, I get the one LP item, and then I can actually get the 2 LP item that will be better than my 1 LP, because you can guarantee that one affix. So it's massive.
On this topic, actually, I guess you have similar experience sometimes when you play PTR or whatever in D4, and Reddit somehow knows how to do it better than you, even though they haven't even logged in, right? It's very interesting because we've been reading a lot of nonsense, right? And it's funny, whatever, it's the internet. But when you pick up an item now, when you think about, okay, what item am I going to use for my build? It's not just about, let's just say you're between 2 options. It's not just about what's better on paper. You also got to think about, okay, my build is already using dungeon keys to farm this item. I'm already using prophecies to farm that item. So what am I going to use my imprints on, for example? So now that you have all these little sources of basically resources, you want to make sure that you have a build that kind of like maximizes where gear is coming from. You want to have basically one boss, one unique that you farm from a boss, ideally, right? Because then you just focus on that one timeline, and that's the boss that you're killing over and over. Then ideally you want to have something that you farm from a specific Woven Echo, because that's the one that you're going to be imprinting and you're going to guarantee the drops. Then you want to have to use all your keys on something from a dungeon. So, you can keep in mind with portals, let's just say you want to get something like Immolator's belt now. The belt from the Chromorus guy. Before getting that item, I wouldn't put it on a guide, just because thinking about doing that dungeon 100 times, I uninstall, bro. I uninstall, right? I don't want the item. It's okay, right? But now, dude, I save 100 keys. Whenever I have them on my portals, I go into the door, 100 bosses in a row. It's an item that drops 50-50 chance, and it has LP level 40. You're getting that item, bro. You are gonna get it.
And you can even get it now with the Weaver tree. So there's like stuff like you can get boss drops like randomly and stuff like that. So you don't even necessarily need to farm the actual boss for some of these items. So it really helps.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting point that Lizard is describing there. I didn't really think about it that way, but it makes perfect sense actually. So if you can, even if it's like not necessarily like the best installed item or something, right? But it's like good for your build, then you can actually like really progress super fast by actually like spreading your farming struts in different angles basically.
One that has raising a lot of eyebrows I've seen people typing in Discord, and again, like I said, they're noobs. It's fine, right? But for example, people are surprised that we put on Judgment, for example, which is I think it's gonna be dominate hardcore pretty much. That build is crazy, right? On that build, even though it's not a spellcaster and it doesn't use cast pit or anything like that, we use Twisted Heart, right? And people go like, oh, why are you using Twisted Heart? It would be much better if you use this, and this, and this. And then they link you an item, an exalted item with best in slot seal, best in slot base, perfectly rolled, tier 6 things, tier 6 that, tier 7 that. And you're like, bro, by the time you get that item, I have 3 LP Twisted Heart. You know what I'm saying? So it's the layers of RNG are crazy. Keep in mind that before, right, you drop an LP item, it has to have good implicits, right? And then you have to hit the slam and get the tier 7 that you want to slam with. I don't know if you ever had a situation where you have a bow, for example, you want to slam, but you have a bunch of tier 6s of crit or whatever, but you don't have a tier 7. It's like, fuck, I'm going to wait because I want the tier 7. Dude, you know how easy now it is to get a tier 7? You filter for every exalted bow with a tier 7, right? 4 affixes, 3 affixes, doesn't matter, right? You drop it, you craft tier 1 thing, you spam the fucking rune that things, and then it eventually, because it's 20, it's 1/4 of, it's 25% chance to hit, right? You just get your slam. So again, like something in the last patch, it was very meta, the Frostclaw build, right? And people were posting on Reddit, I'm playing Frostclaw, but it's so hard to get a Twisted Heart with Frostclaw, blah, blah, blah. Bro, that today, in the current patch, is day 1 gear, right? So people need to... Bro, we played the game collectively for I don't know how many hours. I don't even want to know. We did an estimation, and I think it's between 2,000 and 5,000 hours collectively for this city. Please listen, okay? Yeah.
The minimum power of builds is reach like the minimum power has gone up quite significantly, and the speed at which you reach it is incredible as well. And especially for COF, for example, you know how COF will interact with lots of these Weaver nodes as well. And you know, the game was designed in the first place with SSF in mind. It was designed offline. It was designed with no multiplayer, nothing like that. And that is something that they changed their minds on, and they decided to do multiplayer because, you know, like people were asking for it, and then all these other ARPGs are doing it as well. But you know, COF, like Lizard said, 1LP Twisted Heart. It's basically absolutely free. Maybe the first Twisted Heart you'll find might be 1LP, you know? That could very well happen, especially in COF. And then all of these new system with the guaranteed slam and everything, it just makes it so that these choices make so much sense. They are so easily accessible, and then having the other mechanic which enables you to re-roll those items as well basically means that every single unique that you drop is worth at least 2 uniques if it's a 1LP. So a 0LP Twisted Heart, you put in an egg, and then you use it to re-roll your 1LP Twisted Heart. So basically, this means that every single unique item in the game are guaranteed to get perfect implicits at some point. Like, easily perfect implicits.
Especially the implicits that matter, right? Again, you drop Twisted Hearts, you have one that drops with 2LP, right? 2LP, and you say, holy fuck, 2LP, right? What you can do now is all the shitty ones, you throw up on the egg, right? And the moment you have one that rolls with tier 1 health, tier 1 lightning resistance, that's the one you sacrifice to re-roll your 2LP. So you guarantee, and you re-roll it until you get the 20% implicit or whatever you're interested in. And that alone, people need to understand like the layers of DR that has been reduced for some of these items. Whether it's like the layers of RNG for Exalteds haven't changed at all, right? Exalteds are as hard to get as before, right?
Well, there's some stuff on the Weaver tree, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. You will find more quantity, but
also don't forget about the new runes, of course, for Exalted. So,
but you know, if the implicit is bad,
yeah,
you know,
it's a very, very good point. I wanted to go back one more time about the Weaver tree, actually, and we talked about okay, there's like, you know, these different woven echoes you can do to get certain stuff, and you know, like the strategy of like trying to source items on different places. But what about Merchants Guild? Do you guys think that this would actually have like a huge impact in terms of the economy? Like people actually specialize in like giga farming, you know, like a little niche. Like we've seen this in PoE a lot, for example, right? Where there's like 1,000 different little things that people go for and like craft these kind of items to try to sell them. Or, you know, some people farm heist, some people farm delve, whatever. And even then there's like, you know, different strategies to go after different things and stuff like that, right? So is that something we're gonna see in Last Epoch now as well, where people actually like don't even play kind of like the main game that much, let's say, but they actually just, you know, they found like this certain Weaver strategy, you know, all day or something?
I do think that is going to happen. Like there are ways now to specialize into farming certain things, and then depending on the popular builds of the patch, you know, we might see a lot of you know, Warpath enjoyers. Like Sentinel has a big patch, but like to talk about the farming things, like there will definitely be people who just, and there already was in the past, because for example, for items that would drop in dungeons, I remember during was it the 1.0 or 1.1, where explosive ballista was very popular. A lot of people wanted to play with the amulet that guaranteed getting your ballista a crit. So they just spam that dungeon where the amulet dropped, and then they just sold these items on MG to get rich and to be able to buy other items, right? So that was already a thing, but now with the Weaver tree, that's going to be even more specializable. And I do think that you're right, Woody, and there will be you know, certain metas to just, you know, this you can make, and people will crunch the numbers, I'm sure, and be like, I can make however much gold, you know, or however many of this item per hour, to be able to sell on the market. And then, you know, if it's good and popular, it's going to sell for a lot of gold. And yeah, I'm 100% positive we're going to see some crazy strategies there. And also with the other woven echoes that affect the other woven echoes around them as well, we're going to see a lot of strategies there. Yeah.
Yeah, Merchants Guild in general is gonna be very interesting. First of all, are we gonna have an uncompromised merchant patch? That's interesting, right? We'll see. Yikes. Right?
Yeah, we did have some issues there with duping and gold exploits.
The thing is the thing is like people don't. I guess sometimes are a bit short-sighted with certain things. It's like people say, "Oh, what do you mean? MG is great. I sold an item for 1 billion gold, and I didn't cheat." Where do you think that billion gold came from? You know? But I didn't cheat. Yeah, but the gold that you got from the item was cheated, right? So again, I think the amount of gold that was in circulation the last economies, because people could just literally print billions of gold like this. We will see. I'm very interested to see what prices are actually going to be. Are we going to see everyone gold capped? Bro, gold cap? You know, I did a bit of math in my head. If like 200,000 people play and 80% of them are playing merchants, you know how much gold an average person generates? Not trades, generates. Because, you know, I played a shit ton, right? And I made maybe like 50 million or something, like actual drop.
Yeah, it's probably like a few million maybe for most people.
Billion.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So if the average player is generating a couple million, 10 million maybe, or 5 million, and again, most people don't even get to level 70 something. Where is all these billions of gold coming from? You know, like, I don't know. We'll see. And to give you a bit of an example, I guess we don't want to giga spoil anything, but an example of what you can do with woven echoes, for example. There is a woven echo that affects how much ember you drop in nearby. By nearby we mean collidant, like a 1 radius. Yeah, it makes it so normal enemies drop ember, right? So basically you can do certain strats where you could put that thing in the center and then do, you know, spread around this 1 echo that is going to be like your generator of ember. You could spread out an echo that has good synergy with it because it has a lot of density, because it has a lot of rares, because it has a nice layout, whatever it is, or a lot of nemesises or whatever it is, right? And you could create some loops there where you're always on a profit and stuff. And I'm sure people are way smarter than us in these things. Like we talk a bit with Snap and the PoE people, and I know they have some things planned. So I guess they're probably gonna figure those things out faster than everyone, especially because they're incentivized to do so in MG. Like I think all of us were gonna play COF, right?
Yeah, I'm fully converted.
Also playing?
Yeah, I'm fully converted.
Holy!
I have only played MG since the start of 1.0, and I did enjoy MG quite a bit. First season, people posting 4 LPs for 0 gold. I was like, okay, thanks, I'll take it, I guess. Second season, people learned a bit, but you know, if you play as something that is popular in MG, you know, prices are very, very, very expensive. Yeah, I think things will change this patch, especially with how the economy will be in complete shambles because of all the new mechanics. It puts a lot more value on uniques with no LP or very low LP. Uniques with bad implicits, like the entire economy is in shambles. It's gonna have to readjust. But I've played I've been playing for like 2 weeks now, maybe live in preparation for the patch. Some COF, and let me tell you, COF is absolutely busted. It's absolutely busted. I'm fully converted, fully converted.
Yeah, he can finally see the light with the COF. I mean, I've always been a solo player, so for me it's like, you know, there's no question. And of course, even the race, of course, is on solo. So pretty easy choice for me. I couldn't think of playing IMG.
Yeah, personally, I have not tried Merchants Guild, but I have talked to people like from my stream, and I've also seen like people like MP or something, and also Bina in the past, you know, and I just saw like how easily they got like insane gear, you know, stuff that I had never seen myself, even though I had like, you know, multiple hundreds every patch of COF and stuff, and it was kind of crazy how much the high, upper end quality of gear was in Merchant's Guild compared to someone who really blasts in COF. And I wonder, how is that gap gonna close now a little bit with like these updates, and is COF just gonna catch up basically?
That's a tricky topic too, because the ceiling of items, because of how items are generated, sure, there's gonna be the 1 in a million 3LP Twisted Hearts and these things that, sure, MG, that's how math works, you will get it. But I would say that for most items, honestly, MG is a time accelerator, and not so much, like, again, if you play long enough, again, if you go and check my live marksman in COF, my multi-shot that I played last patch, which is called Lizard Tails, yeah, the items I have, you can't even buy them in MG. They don't exist. Like, because again, you depend on how much people are playing and how much people are blasting high tier corruption to get access to these things to begin with. So I don't know. I feel like I believe more in my farming strategies and how I play the game than relying on like the mass to sell items that I might need. You know what I'm saying? Like, I actually think the ceiling, if you know what you're doing, it's I think it's you're gonna get similar stuff personally. It's just a Merchant's Guild is gonna be 10 times faster, and obviously 10 times less gameplay and less fulfillment of gearing properly. You know, again, that's another very interesting topic. Red rings, right? People think red rings are impossible to get, right? People see, in fact, you have a lot of content creators in last Epoch that they don't include red rings in their min-maxed planners, right? Because, players are not going to see them. If a red ring, on average, in COF, if you spend all your favor on that prophecy, is 200k favor. 200k favor. You played COF, you know that anyone can farm 200k favor. It's a few hours of farming, but there's builds that can farm that in less than an hour, right? If you know what you're doing. They are not hard to get. You're just new at the game and you don't know how to get them, right? So I think at the moment we have a lot of this, you know, we have a lot of like, people think things are hard or things are weak because they just don't really, they're just new, you know, it's normal. Like, it happens to me too when I play other games. It's fine.
Maybe you should make like a explanation about how to get that red ring. You know, what do you have to do? He said you need to know what you're doing.
Again, on my COF thing, it's so simple actually. You reach COF, you put the max rank, which again, if you play, you will get it, right? If you're not getting COF max rank, are you really playing? You know, and then you just spend all your favor on prophecies. And you use the right lenses, which are the double cost. Lenses are changing. We will see what the strat is now. I let someone else figure that out for me. Do the math, you know, what's most efficient. And then you just basically buy red ring prophecies and you do them and pop, drops, you know. Like you can farm without exaggerating LP red rings per day, you know, if you know what you're doing. At 300 corruption, I play hardcore, you know, like you don't need to, because prophecies don't care about corruption, by the way. The only thing that corruption does is that you make more favor, right? But it like drops. It's not, you don't really, you're going super high. It doesn't really speed up you that much. So yeah, it's as simple as that, honestly. But again, people are not doing COF, people are not doing prophecies, and then, you can't drop a red ring.
Yeah, the game is still generally balanced around this 300 corruption, like soft ceiling, right? Did that change in any way? Like, I know that this was like a thing, I think in patch 1.1, right? When they kind of like set this like 300 corruption soft ceiling, and then 1000 there was like another kind of cap or something where the scaling changed, and it was not really worth to go higher than that. And I also think like most people kind of like went for that 300 goal, and then, you know, it was kind of whatever after that. So that was like my impression.
Yeah, I mean, there's basically a soft cap after 1k corruption, and we test all of our builds at 1k corruption. If you can't do that, then it's not a build, basically. So 300 corruption, that's like day one stuff. So basically, it's a bit of a meme, I think, the 300 corruption thing. At this point, builds are so strong, so 1k is like easy stuff, you know?
Yeah, I guess we can probably generally expect a little bit of like not necessarily power creep, but like, you know, the floor, you said it earlier, right? The floor has been raised a little bit because gearing is faster, gearing is more consistent, and especially like, you know, better balance now as well. I guess generally stuff is going to go up, and we also have like, you know, new idols that give us like straight up more power than idols did before, for example. And, you know, we're going to have better gear quality overall, and, you know, we get the guaranteed right slams on our legendaries. So yeah, I guess we can expect to be more powerful and to go higher than before anyway, right?
It's interesting. We talk a lot internally about this topic because obviously we don't think we're the smartest people, so we scout a lot, right? We follow every creator that's out there. We see what they're doing, and a lot of the times they have good ideas that they just don't push further enough or whatever. So we go, hey, this is a good idea. Everything else sucks, but that idea, yoink, right? And then we make it good, right? And this happens a lot, for example, with the Chinese community, the Bilibili guys. Like, they will come up with a build and it's like doing 50 million damage, but they have 800 health. It's like, okay, what if I do 30 million damage, but I have 4k health? I don't know. They don't like health in China. I don't know why, but hey, it's a banned maybe or something. Well, jokes aside, this is a very interesting topic because I think the game is very young. Ourselves, without the testing we've done in CT, we would be completely clueless, right? Completely clueless. We were kind of clueless all along. We realized actually through all the testing, and we were still considered experts. So what I'm trying to say is like, the game is so young, people are so bad that everyone's dog water, basically.
Yeah. So what he's trying to say, guys, is good luck, everyone. Even if you read our guides, good luck. Use at your own risk.
No, it's just like there was nothing to benchmark builds against anyway, right? Because most people weren't playing to get to Abaroth, so that didn't matter. And 300 corruption is so shit that... And people in the chat are going to say, oh my god, this guy's an elitist, I'm doing 300 corruption and blah, blah, blah. Again, I don't say... maybe you're doing something wrong, okay? But again, our builds, anything that had less than 3 million DPS, we archived straight up. We tested less than 3 million DPS, we archive. With 200k DPS, you one-shot things at trash mobs at 1k corruption. And you say, Lizard, then why are you going for 3 million DPS?
Yeah, I mean, there's also the bosses and all that stuff, right? You want to make sure that people have a good time. I guess it makes sense.
You know,
Yeah.
maybe damage is gonna be a bit more important this patch. Don't get baited by bad builds, basically. It's
Yeah.
or do.
Liz, there's also the thing in the game for the longest time is the bugs with like infinite scaling of damage, where you would deal like 900 million DPS with one node that was bugged. I hope it's not the case anymore, but a lot of them has been fixed for this patch, so there's going to be a lot more balance overall.
Polka, you want to talk a bit about this? Because I know you're passionate about it, but DPS balance versus tank balance?
Yeah. I mean, so DPS is quite balanced now. There's still crazy builds that do absolutely just insane damage. Hopefully those will be nerfed next season, but there's always something. But like DPS overall is quite balanced now. Most builds are around like 10 million DPS, some are 20. But tankiness is just completely out of control. So block is definitely the most OP thing, like as a single thing you have, it's a block. And that's why on something like a hardcore tier list, all the S and A tier, they have capped block of course, so max block. And Sentinel enjoys that of course a lot. So Sentinel is the class with the best access to block effect and block chance. And then just getting to the sustain stuff. So Leech in the game now, that with the damage we deal, so we deal a lot of damage, way more than before whenever the Leech values were made. So they were made in like, however long ago. It's a long time. So the values are too high, we deal a lot of damage, and your HP goes from 0 to 100 instantly, especially on something like Void Knight. So you can really abuse this. You can even get overleech with if you have any kind of effect that like drains your HP. You never reach full HP, so you keep your leech stacks. So what it means is, I mean, it's basically the same type of thing as in something like PoE 1. where you cannot really die to most things. You can only get one shot at that point. So that has to be fixed for sure in the next season. Or yeah. So, but the damage kind of similar on builds, and tankiness out of control basically.
And it's also why we see that, especially like the V-Rock Sentinel being like really high up on the hardcore tier list, for example, right? It's like the first 10 builds on the tier list are just all Sentinel, like in various forms. And it just kind of makes sense, right? Because they're just like, they care about that, like stacking the block and stacking armor and whatever, and you can just get more than all the other classes. And if the DPS is already not a problem, then, well, the survivability is, right? In some cases, at least on the higher end. Now, I guess like for like the, like let's say more casual players, it probably doesn't matter too much. I mean, okay, some builds will be easier to survive with than others. I guess that makes sense, right? If you're playing like a big guy with a shield, versus like the ranger, like on the rogue, for example. But yeah, like how is that maybe on like the lower levels? Let's say somewhere in the range of like people like let's say going to 300 corruption or 500 corruption. Like how do you think it's gonna be there? Is that also gonna be a huge problem? Are people gonna be really like having a bad time, for example?
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you go into, let's say, well, any corruption, but especially like 500 with a tanky build, I mean, something like Judgment, you cannot die. Like, it's actually impossible to die because you have so much, just from the health region alone. And then you add the healing and everything. So, but then you could play a marksman. Those can get decently tanky, but it's nowhere near, it's like 100 times or something, 1,000 times the difference. So it's not like you can't play those squishy builds. But why would you if you can play a fast build that's also tanky, right? So that's yeah.
And there's also the progression, like during your early levels, if you play a marksman compared to a sentinel playing, like for example, Judgment, the difference is like night and day because you have so many free stats on certain classes, and on other classes you have to rely on gear alone to be tanky, which is not the case for sentinel now and even before, right? Which is why it's tanky like even early levels up until the end game, whereas marksman you need a lot of gear actually.
Yeah, that's definitely
also my
true.
impression as well.
Yeah. Some classes just get a lot of things for free, and some don't. So yeah.
There's also death punishment, which I don't know exactly what the end balance of this is gonna be, but there's let's just say you do a specific Woven Echo that has like a mini boss or something. And that mini-boss drops a unique item that you want for your build. But every so often, this boss is a bit dangerous and you die in softcore, right? And you just go again, right? Because you can actually redo it. I'm pretty sure there is some sort of... I don't know exactly if it's like guaranteed it can't drop it anymore or if it's a reduced chance. They kind of like... I don't know. I'll have to double check. I don't know if the patch notes state this kind of stuff also. So I guess we'll see it on the 17th exactly. But basically, if you die... items are less likely to drop from bosses. So let's just say you attempt something, you die, you go again, and you're attempting it to get the item. He might not drop it anymore until you try again. So dying bad. The corpse rushing, again, random YouTube channel with 36 subscribers posting 4K corruption warlocks and stuff. No sense if you die every 2 echoes. Stop.
Okay.
Get some help.
Get a life, I guess. Yeah. So.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. It's actually a very good point there. So you have to keep in mind you want to build into defense to make sure that you actually don't lose out on your rewards. So is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dying
dying is quite punishing in the game, so you want to ideally, of course, avoid that. Yeah.
Although they did add this mechanic, which if you die next to loot, the loot follows you. So
that was added just for Bina. It's called the Bina suck. It's like a black hole that
Okay,
it's for the ZHP Ballista build.
Make sure you one-shot the boss while the boss one-shots you, basically. So
exactly. Make sure your ballistas linger around long enough for them to kill the boss.
But for this patch, even Bina is building tanky though. Like even Bina is building tanky for this patch. He even has block on a primalist, right? On a beastmaster. So
I am converted. I think I don't know. I am reformed. I mean,
I'm gonna
I
cry.
do like.
I'm so emotional. I'm so proud.
No, but it's so tempting to just build damage and movement speed and just go fast, and there's not much punishment from dying. That it's just it doesn't really matter that much. But it does feel good to be tanky and have damage. So whenever I can, I've been prioritizing a little bit more tankiness these days.
Okay. All right. That was like good insights here on build balance. I want to move on to another topic. We did talk a little bit about crafting and like the woven stuff and progression earlier, but I also want to talk about the new runes specifically. So we had like just a little, little side sentence here earlier, but we have 3 new runes that come to the game that allow you to like craft your gear a little bit differently. I don't remember all the names now. There's Rune of Havoc. Then what are the other 2 called?
Rune of Redemption is the one that you...
Rune of Redemption, and then there's the Weaver one.
The Rune of Weaving, yeah.
Rune of Weaving. Okay, so I'm gonna explain it really quick. So Rune of Havoc allows you to randomize the tiers of all affixes, of like basically like changes them from one to the other randomly. So when you find an item that has a tier 7 mod and a tier 2 mod, then you use it and then they will swap, for example. So the other one will become tier 7, the other one will become tier 2. And then we have the Rune of Redemption, which is you can use it on any exalted item to change the exalted stats only into other random exalted stats. So if you find the wrong exalted stuff, then you can change that into something else. And hopefully it's something good. And then you have the Rune of Weaving, which is just like a fast forward for Weaver's Will to not actually have to use the item yourself. So maybe we can talk about those a little bit in that order. Rune of Havoc is probably the most interesting one here, I think, where it really opens up a lot of interesting crafting strategies, I think. Where, if you find an item where previously you had like an exalted stat, and it was like kind of the wrong exalted stat, and the item was kind of useless because, okay, what do? You can like Rune of Removal it, but then the item is just a rare item. and it doesn't help you at all, right? So now you can actually try to, for example, make that a like lower tier like roll, and then maybe like you chaos it into something else with a glyph of chaos, or you seal it away and then you craft something, right? So there's like lots of interesting stuff here, but maybe you can talk a bit more about your experiences with that, and also like maybe how often are you even doing this? Like, is this like a common drop, for example? Is this like something really rare, really endgame? Like, how's that?
Well, it's a pretty common drop, right? Depending on who you ask, I guess, but like it's about the same rarity as a Rune of Ascendance. So, Rune of Ascendance, you don't have like you can't keep using them forever, but you do find them every so often, right? So this specifically the Rune of Havoc has one very, very interesting use. We talked about it a little bit earlier as well, where you will just slam, for example, tier 1 Ballista on your item, and then just change the tier 7 Void Res to tier 7 Ballista, and then you can guarantee your slam in the Eternity Cache in the Temporal Sanctum. So that is one of the main ways where it's like it's a crazy buff to the minimum power of builds, and that's why uniques are also way more powerful this patch. But the Rune of Havoc also, it's very good for exalted themselves, because you'll want to find very often you want to find a very, very good base, because the base and the implicit of the item is so important. But it never has it's very rare that it has a really good exalted roll on it and the stat that you want. So take, for example, a body armor again. Let's take Void Res again. So it has tier 7 Void Res, and it has it has an open prefix. So you can just slam whatever prefix you want, you change it there, and then you get the tier 1 Void Res, you seal the Void Res, and then you can craft your increased health, for example. So it really enables you to manipulate items on good bases way more, and in a way more efficient way than before.
Yeah, it's actually
also
something
increases. Sorry.
Go
the
ahead.
skill ceiling a lot, right? It's just the skill ceiling. A good player is going to be able to do, see things that an average player maybe thinks, oh, this item is bricked next, and a good player is going to be able to, I'm going to do boom, 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 and
Yeah, it's definitely a good point. Like, it's like, okay, there's like, like more of like a, puzzle you have to solve now, right? When you make your items, and you just pick these items, and maybe you throw a bunch in your stash, and then when you have like collected 10 exalted chest pieces of exactly the chest base that you want, then you're gonna like try your luck with a bunch of runes or something all in a row, and you see what you get or something. So that's actually really cool. And I actually remember exactly that problem. That, for example, like I wanted to get exactly this one body armor type, for example, falconry armor as a falconer. And all the other armors, I just didn't want to even see, right? So like at some point in the late game when I was pretty decked out. So I needed that thing. And then I also needed to hit like the exalted stat, which was like one of the class specific ones, like dive bomb ranks or something, right? And it was just like, this combination alone was so rare. And then I need to make sure that the other 3 stats are not already like trash too, right? So it's like the RNG was kind of wild. And this is also what I said earlier, where it's like, I feel like previously you were playing the game, you were gearing up with COF, like at least myself, I played COF. And then up until like level 95 or so, it was a really good time, you keep upgrading your gear, you get stronger, you get good stuff. And then like, I don't know, somewhere like 40, 50, 60 hours in or so, you just hit this brick wall, right? Where you just don't progress at all anymore. And that's it, right? And I remember that happened to me on every single character. Like I have, I don't know, 6, 7 or something level 100s or something, and every single time it happened exactly the same way. Like 50 hours in, I was like around mid 90s. I just find my last upgrade, and then it just stops completely. And like maybe another 100 hours later, if I progress a character, I'll find like one update or something. And I think this is something that the Rune of Havoc can really break up a lot here, I think, because it makes this a lot more achievable to actually progress your gear.
This is a good sideway to Rune of Redemption, actually, because then when some crazy RNG thing happened, like for example multiple exalted items, how many times you drop 3 tier 6s, and it has ignite, cold damage, and melee crit chance, right? Holy, I'm like the build. Okay, it doesn't exist. Next, So now items like this, especially on slots where it's very easy to get competitive affixes. For example, boots, right? Boots on prefix, they have movement speed, a few attributes, and minion dodge. That's it. On suffixes, resistances, HP, cooldown, that's it. You don't have bloat, you have good stats, right? So if you get a boot with triple tier 6, with 52 legendary potential, and you cannot craft on it, right? Because it has 4 affixes already, you can literally just go Rune of Redemption, cling, 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 cling. Use all the legendary potential to reroll those tier 6s or multiple tier 7s or whatever the fuck it is, right? And obviously your chances, it's gonna be Gamba. But the thing is, like, the hard thing to happen, at least in the base game of 1.1, that was hard to begin with. That was an event, right? A triple exalted, a double exalted was a holy, right? So now the fact that you can grab that lucky chance and re-roll it, basically, like depending on how lucky you get with glyphs of hope and all that, who knows, 10 times, 15 times, 20 times, like because again, these items tend to come with a lot of crafting, forging potential, right? So again, the chances of you re-rolling something decent on certain slots, rings, for example, come to mind, right? With some damage time, some crit chance, some attribute, chances for you re-rolling something really strong is gonna be way easier. I could see someone having there's gonna be some clips. I think maybe it's not our clips, but someone's gonna hit something crazy with this.
It is true, actually. In all this time that I remember, I'm not sure if I ever used an item that had 2 exalted stats, actually, because it always is like some terrible combo or some terrible base or whatever, and it's always awful. And it's going to be very interesting to see when that actually happens. So especially when I play COF, I think that's going to be very cool. And the question is also, like, with those 2 runes now that we discussed, the Rune of Havoc, where you can flip the affix tiers, and the Rune of Redemption, where you can change exalted stats into others randomly. Like, how does it actually, like, affect, for example, loot filters? Did you actually, like, adjust for that? Like, when you make, like, your own filters, like, did you have to actually have, like, a special rule just to, like, show all the tier 7 mods on this base, that, or something like that? And
yes.
And you just pick them all up, and then you just throw them in a stash, or what?
Yeah, loot filters are screwed, basically. Loot filters are basically screwed. You'll want to see so many more items, at least early on. You'll want to see, like, of course you want to see all tier 7s. And also the Runes of Havoc, they increase the speed at which by the time you get to Empowered, you might be full, perfect exalteds of every single stat that you want on your build, tier 6, because you only get tier 7s in the level 90 monos. But basically you want to see so many of these items because you can just re-roll them to whatever you want, right? And then you can guarantee the slam. I am actually working right now on the new version of the loot filter that we're gonna have included with the planners on Maxroll, just a base filter. But yeah, basically you want to see all tier 7s at all time. You want to see all tier 6s early on as well. So you will have to mess a little bit more with your loot filter as you progress, as you get better gear, maybe filter by base as well eventually. But you still want to see the other ones, like the tier 7s, you'll always want to see because you will actually use them to slam onto your uniques with LP, right? So it just adds a much deeper complexity to the loot filter that you want to, because there's so many more items that you want to see now.
And you can also swap attributes now. So you say, oh, I'm playing a Dex build. I don't care about anything that is not Dex. Nope. Because you can reroll tier 7 strength, tier 7 attunement, tier 7 whatever it is, to Dex to then slam your Ballista legendaries or whatever.
This is so good on Mage and Acolyte, for example, because on Mage, if you play a Shadow Strike build, you want to build Dexterity, but Dexterity is way rarer than, for example, Intelligence. So you're going to be able to access that particular stat much more easily. Mm-hmm. And on Acolyte, that's the same. You want to have some Dex, for example, to automate the Warlock build, where it procs more spells automatically rather than using it yourself. But you need some Dex, and the passive tree doesn't have any Dex. The gear is pretty hard to find Dex, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point there.
And this, I was thinking about the triple tier 6 situation too, because those items, for example, they will. I'm telling you, bro, it's gonna be crazy.
Plus, sealed exalted, with this new, because there's a new node on the woven tree as well, which lets you.
Do you want to talk about that, David Vina? It's what I was gonna talk about, but
go ahead.
No, chat is gonna flame. No, you do it.
No, there's a node where okay, so we've talked a bit about the Weaver tree, right? So there's many different avenues where you can spec to find loot, and there's one which is champions, and then champions you can imprint an item, and then basically you just add as many champions as possible, and there's a slot where you imprint your item, and it will. I don't remember the wording exactly, but you have a chance that you drop a pile of items that always have a sealed affix of the item that you've imprinted, and it can roll up to the tier that it is, right? So if you find a crazy good, double, triple, exalted, whatever, and then you just re-roll with the Rune of Redemption, for example, to get some good exalted rolls on this, then you can find piles of items that have up to tier 7 imprint, like a tier 7 sealed, I don't know, hybrid health belts or something like this, right? And so this will just add, I am very curious to see after maybe after the few first weeks, maybe the first month, how crazy the exalted items that we're gonna find are gonna be. It's going to be really something special.
And to the feeling that you were talking about, Woody, about okay, RNG layers that are realistically achievable are done, so I'm gonna quit. We are gonna have this breathing situation, right? We're gonna be breathing items pretty much, where you combine one item in one slot, one other in the. It's kind of Pokemon kind of vibe, where you keep evolving the item, it keeps dropping a slightly better. You keep imprinting it, and eventually some abominations could come out of that. And again, I haven't tested that much with the imprinting itself because I've been busy, right? But from what I've been hearing and other CT testers and stuff, apparently it's pretty strong. We will see, because normally EHG has measures to stop RNG, kind of how LP works and stuff, and they always have diminishing returns and things. So I assume they have these kind of things in mind. We just haven't looked into the actual numbers. I'm sure there's going to be crazy calculators in there and imprint generators and imprint, maximum potential item and things like that. But yeah, it's definitely going to be at least you're going to be looking forward to seeing a drop. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And imprinting is very interesting because you can literally drop the same item base, but for example, a different exalted affix. So you could like literally just print a certain base to try and find the right exalted for it, and then you have the runes on top of it. So you see there are a lot of systems that come into place and that kind of interact between each other. So it's gonna be very fun.
Yeah,
this
I
helps,
that,
for example. Sorry.
I was going to say that I guess like especially when you combine these different systems that we get now with like the imprinting, with the new runes, it suddenly opens up so many possibilities and it reduces the RNG required, and the good thing about it is it's not just like making gearing like faster and easier to some degree, but also it's making it more interesting, I think, right? You have the options now to actually go after the stuff that you want, and I think this was kind of like, we had COF with the prophecies before, for example, and it was not really cutting it, right? Because you were basically just getting spammed with like, dozens and dozens and hundreds of like random stuff, right? Even if you went for the prophecies, like, let's say I really want to get that exalted, T7 falconry armor. The only thing I could do was do prophecies for exalted body armors, and that was it, right? So, and then I get like, the other 10 bases as well that I don't care about. But now you actually have this kind of avenue to keep going and try to like incrementally upgrade your stuff, which is very cool, I think.
My prediction is going back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the podcast, where like you kind of want to diversify your resources. For example, using prophecies for exalteds, it was kind of like burning favor, hoping for, right? Where there's items, you're gonna get it if you spend, like it's basically deterministic that you will eventually get it, right? Well, there's like exalted, you could spend millions and millions in favor and never ever getting it. But with imprinting, again, where are people gonna get their uniques from? Where are people gonna get their exalteds from? What are people gonna do if they need sets? What are people gonna do if they need dungeon uniques, right? All of these things, you definitely want to have to not just plan the build you want to play, but you also want to, how like in PoE, people say, oh, I'm going to get my belt from Cortex, and I'm going to get my this from Harvest, and I'm going to get my this from Betrayal, right? And you kind of like have a bit of a checklist and a bit of a path. This is for sure going to happen, and the better you're at the game, the more rewarding it's going to be. Because obviously if you're a noob, these things are going to kind of like glance you. But I think it's going to make people want to invest time into LA and be, oh, wait, there's a lot here to learn to hopefully stop them from quitting, right? Hopefully.
Yeah, I guess it's very important for people to kind of like see, that they are progressing, right? Because the fun part about RPGs is that you find the loot, that you get stronger, and you kind of like have this, option to keep going, right? But, we are grinders here, we blast the game a lot. And a lot of people don't even do it anywhere near as much as we do, right? And maybe they quit at level 80 or they quit at level 90. They don't even go to 100. And, there's like, this insane gap of, they don't even reach like this whole potential of Circle of Fortune, for example. Or they don't have enough gold to buy anything really crazy on the merchant skills and so on, right? So I guess now we're going to see actual people progressing more just because they actually they have a path forward, where previously they were kind of like maybe lost, like, okay, like I just need to grind now and hope for the best kind of deal, right? If they didn't really know and like what to do and like how to actually like grind it out. But I guess now you have like all these different options, and now you can see, I have these runes here, maybe I should try to use them on a few pieces, or now I have these woven echoes here, this can give me this thing, right? So I really wonder how this is gonna like impact the longevity overall of like a season, for example, for like many players.
I do think it will help quite a bit because you know how usually players were doing the regular monolith, get to empowered monolith, and it's just the same thing all over again. But now you get to monolith, you get this system with the blessings and everything, and then you also get the woven system, which you get points. People are usually completionists, right? They want to get all the points they possibly can, and so you have to complete all the woven echoes to get all the points to fill in your tree. So I think that's gonna help a lot of like players have some sort of goal to look towards doing, and especially completionists. Like, oh, I want to unlock the 36 points. Oh, let me go do these woven echoes. You know,
and these woven echoes also introduce the way to, because they're basically side content. You don't have to do them in normal monolith. You can, but once you unlock the faction, which you can do very fast. But what if those woven echoes are slightly harder or much harder than the regular gameplay? Then you're gonna have a situation where, sure, people are mapping and they're cruising and it's easy game and it's casual friendly and you keep the friction low, right? But if the player goes into the side content because they want to get the completionism and they feel the pain a bit more, right? Then they're gonna be like, oh, maybe there is. I'm gonna keep. You know what? I'm gonna keep playing. I'm gonna get my thing, and then I'm gonna go do some woven echoes because I feel like I'm gonna get a big breakpoint of power once I get level 80 and I can wear this unique that I have on my stash, right? That kind of stuff. And another thing for casuals that is gonna be huge is the fact that on second characters, the entire monolith is unlocked if you have done it already. So again, overall, casuals are eating. You know, like I think that the EHE wants to please people like us, but they also want to make sure that people that are casual are incentivized to aspire to be like us, right? And to invest more into the game and to be like, hey, you know what? This is worth my time. I want to learn this game. This is not just like what I do when PoE patch is about to end, you know?
Not to forget all the like specific uniques you can only get from the woven echoes, all the crafting you can only get from the woven echoes. So it's really, there is incentive to actually go for those. And some of those woven echoes actually you can only do them at like a certain corruption. So there's stuff for kind of like every level of gameplay.
Oh, that's interesting. So there's actually not just Uber Abaroth that has like a certain corruption level, but like multiple of those that unlock over time. Okay, so I guess it's also a pretty good way to kind of like, onboard people to the system, right? It's like, okay, now you unlock this echo and okay, you can go and like upgrade your idols, and now you unlock this thing and now you can do your legendary rerolls or something like that, right? So
it's really smart what they've done because, for example, I played all of us here played a bit of PoE too, and I think it's kind of like, how like with beacons they try to achieve this kind of gameplay or this idea of like, oh, you're gonna save some resources so then you can do this juice like run of this section, but it ends up being tedious because there's so much pre-planning and there's so much. It's a bit lower now, but you know what I'm saying. It creates a bit of like a FOMO situation and stuff. The great thing about the woven echoes is that you can just do it, right? You can just access a cemetery, which they're as common as, let's just say, arena echoes or something. You're not going to struggle to find one, and the moment you feel like it, you just boom, 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 and you just do it, right? And you can craft. I don't know if you guys seen in the trailer how it works, but basically, when you put an echo, new slots spawn on top of it. So instead of you having to min-max the the web, so you can like place your echoes properly, you don't have to do any of that. The moment you want to blast and you want to do this content and you need, I need the crafting from this one echo, you go and do it, right? So the fact, I think that it's so little friction with all of the strat and without all the tediousness that I think it's just for casuals and stuff. I think it's going to be enjoyable. So yeah, I think that again, EHG, they have a lot of things that maybe lack other studios, but they are pretty creative. I guess that's why we play the game and we believed all these years, right? Regardless of the clank and all that shit. So yeah, they cooked, they cooked.
It sounds very interesting, yeah. And like I guess like especially like this kind of like, sometimes you're just in the mood for something else, right? You blast your monoliths and you do the echoes, and it's like, okay, you do like your grinding session for an hour, and then it's like, oh man, is there something else? Okay, I couldn't run the dungeon, wow. And that's kind of how it works right now, right? And then you just keep blasting monoliths anyway. But now it looks like, you actually put the thing that you want, and it has like, some kind of like special layout, a special boss or something. There's like something exciting to look forward to, in addition to the reward you get at the end. So it sounds very fun, actually.
Yeah, and so things like, not only can you find those woven echoes, you can also buy them, so you can randomly find them, target farm them. If you want to blast, like if you want to blast Uber Abaroth 15 times in a row, you just blast Uber Abaroth you just put all of these echoes in a row, and you just do it for however much time you want. It adds quite a bit of targeted content that you want to run, basically.
Mm-hmm. Okay, one other topic I want to get to, unless someone has some other topic on this, or like some other words. Okay, yeah. So one topic I want to talk about is the new enemies. So we have champions now, and we have possessed enemies, in addition to like some new bosses and whatnot that is coming with the cemeteries. So can we talk a little bit more about those? So the champions seem like they are some kind of like unique named upgraded rare monsters that just appear sometimes, but I have also no idea what possessed enemies are. So maybe you guys can give us some insights here.
Let me talk about champions for leveling, because I have two yappers. I have two professional yappers with me today, Mr. Lizard, and people are complaining we are not talking enough. Okay,
that character stage is yours.
Rip clips, is all I'm gonna say. We're gonna see rip clips in hardcore, man.
Yeah,
I mean, game is not getting easier, guys. Okay.
But yeah, champions are going to be interesting for the campaign because they are, like you said, basically upgraded rares, but they drop specific affixes that are sealed on the items. So you cannot take those items and create a legendary after that and get the sealed affix on the legendary. But what's interesting is that basically the champions, they have like very specific mod, and those champions are going to drop their respective affix. So if you want a specific affix from the champion affix pool, you can farm specific like champions, and some of them are really, really good for leveling. For example, there is one that gives you +1 charge to Void Cleave, which is really good on Sentinel to get like extra stacks on your forged weapons, for example. So it's like a buff, and the more stacks you have of Void Cleave, the more buffs you can apply to your forged weapons. So you kind of have like different options for leveling compared to before, because they try to introduce, for example, personal items in the campaign where they had like very niche stats, but they were like at a specific tier. You couldn't like drop them other than like once in a specific chest in the campaign, and they were very, very niche compared to like those new mods for champions. So I think at least for leveling, champions are interesting. I wouldn't personally recommend doing them during the campaign, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, so you encounter these champions in like only specific zones? Like you say, you can farm them. So can you actually go and like reset a zone and then like do it over and over, or like how is that gonna work?
It's just like rares. They spawn like randomly.
Okay, so there's not actually target farming exactly. Like okay, you find their champion sometimes, and
yeah, the target farming is more about the name. Like you see the champion's name, and so you know that he's gonna drop this specific affix.
Okay, and otherwise you run for your life.
yeah, exactly. Like you don't see your champion, you'll just run.
No, there is some woven echoes and a lot of stuff in the woven tree that
true
includes it.
Yeah,
but it's more endgame.
Yeah, you can definitely farm and specialize in farming champions and getting most of your rewards from champions. You can definitely do that in the woven tree.
Okay, do they actually have like an HP bar, like a mini boss, or are they just like a big guy?
They're big monsters. They're like entire screen. Maybe not the entire screen, but like they, you can easily recognize them very easily.
Okay.
07. 07 is what I'm gonna say. A lot of they're gonna. Yeah. I've died a bit to them.
I cannot wait to see all the rip clips to previous hardcore players that are gonna go into a tomb or something and just get slapped by the giant monster, and it's like, okay, this actually hurts. I guess
Okay, sounds very fun. And how often do we encounter these guys, like in like echoes?
All the time.
So we get slapped all the time, basically, is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, eventually you get used to getting slapped, But until then, if you are prepared, you'll be fine. If you're playing some, game is getting harder. If you play a build that is not performing that well in one area or another, especially in tankiness, you know, you will die. Like, yeah, you will die.
You may need bullshit protection on your builds this patch. It's a hidden stat on the macro planner. Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Interesting. So I guess
But, like-
compared to, like, let's say the bosses themselves, like, you know, like you know the bosses after you've done the timelines a bunch of times, or like the harbingers and so on, right? Like the bosses are kind of scripted fights, and not that I really know them. But I guess the champions are like much more randomized. So I know that every champion has like one special ability or something like that. That's what they said. So every champion comes with like its own identity to some degree as well, right? So they're kind of like mini bosses. But are they kind of like on the level of like an actual boss fight? Are they even harder than a boss fight? Like, how is that?
No, you could think of them like an essence monster, maybe from PoE or something like that, like a juiced up rare or something like that.
Arch Nemesis.
Arch Nemesis.
I said the word.
It's coming to last epoch now.
I said the
No,
word,
but-
guys.
You know, this is the thing, right? You have those champion monsters, and then you get the champion possessed monsters, and you know, they get an additional multiplier of health, multiplier of damage, and they can have different affixes as well, different mods applying to them. You can fight multiple at the same time. You know, it's yeah, it's just a big chunky rare that hurts.
Okay, that sounds
One thing
interesting.
to mention is that the modifiers themselves, a lot of the times, are like attached to the monsters, but they're not linked to their rigging. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of the attacks that they might obtain through possess mods or champion mods or whatever, let's just say you have a monster that normally like just slams you, but at the same time he's slamming you, he also casts a poison aura and meteors that fall from the sky with no animation. They kind of just have an aura. So
Yeah.
I think, especially early on, because the game so far has been so... I'm super against this, by the way, EG, if you're watching, you know I hate it. But yeah, it's definitely going to be one of these things where like you can't be the classic, okay, it's coming. I've never seen this mod before. I should get that way. It's definitely going to be a bit... You're going to need some knowledge, and I highly recommend like going, new mod, I hadn't seen this one, let's see what he does, kind of situation, you know?
Or you can just pick any tanky build from max roll and you don't even need to care about anything. So, yeah, you could also do that, you know.
TLDR, just play Sentinel.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. It sounds very interesting, actually, like the champion monsters, so I'm quite excited to see them. And like if there's like actually like 20 different ones, I guess it's like not like too much of a pool to like kind of like understand what they do immediately and then kind of get used to them over time. I could imagine that at the start maybe people get bonked, you know, because they just don't know what they do, and then eventually it's gonna get better. And maybe like how's the balancing in the campaign? So Tarek already hinted that it's like really bad and like really hard or what,
Yeah.
and he's kind of like
I mean,
run away.
they balanced it a lot in the campaign, and depending on the mod also they changed some stuff. But let me just say, if you have a boss that doesn't have like a specific boss area in the campaign and you have a champion right before the boss, I'm resetting that area no matter what, guys. Like, I'm not doing the boss plus the champion.
Okay.
It's weird because with these things, sometimes what happens is like they're kind of balanced around when you first enter the monolith, like level, because that's when you're supposed to kind of, that's when they're supposed to be balanced, right? And a lot of the times, what happens is like at between level 1 and level 7 or whatever, you're super weak as a character, right? You only have one ability, you only have a few points, you don't have passives, but their base stats are basically scaled down on a ramp where your character doesn't scale like a ramp. Your character scales like big gaps. So what happens is like a lot of these mechanics that get introduced, they're overtuned on the first like 20ish, 30ish levels.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're properly balanced, kind of like when there should be. And then eventually, once your character is strong enough, you can't even see where they are in terms of, in reference to your power. So learning what can be done at what stage and being familiar with your build and knowing what, I should, again, it's like doing Nemesis level 1. Why? So he can drop an item that you're going to empower and you're going to see 10 minutes from now. Bro, like, I'm not a big fan of stopping to do stuff that you don't need. for I don't know. It's different strategies, different players.
Yeah, I guess another thing that comes into play here is also that a lot of people, like especially the more experienced players, they probably do like these campaign skip strategies where they go into monoliths early, like, maybe after, like, in Act 5, for example, is a good time to do that, when you unlock the Temporal Sanctum, and then you wait for the Temporal Sanctum key later to then do the skip, and you go into monoliths at, like, I don't know, level 40 or something, right, instead of finishing the whole campaign. So I guess that is actually going to be like a pretty massive kind of spike in difficulty when you go into monoliths as well, because the champions are going to be there. And can it be objectives as well? Is there actually like an objective, for example? I have to defeat a champion or something like that?
Yeah, I think so.
So, this might actually be like a pretty big roadblock here for some people.
Yeah, and remind you, you cannot respec the objective anymore. When you like go out of your echo and you go back in, before it would like reset the objective and you could have like a different one. Now it's not the case anymore. So if you have that early and you do the skip of the campaign, like you do another echo. Yeah.
There's another thing also. It's not only about champions, right? Because you'll go into these cemeteries and these tombs, and there are champions in there, but there's also the actual like mini boss of the tomb, and like this one is even harder than champions. Like it's just the how is it called, the woven firstborn and stuff like that. Like going early in monos, it's getting significantly harder. So if you are confident, sure, I mean it's faster, but keep in mind, especially if you're going in hardcore, especially if you're racing, you might want to be a little bit more prepared before going into early monos.
I think with cemeteries is going to be like what happens in PoE with the new league mechanic. Like you wouldn't really do it that much in regular monos. If you care about progressing fast, I mean, if you overlevel, of course, you're gonna have way more gear. You can do them, of course. But I'm talking about if you do the skip, if you go into the end game a bit faster. I would wait until, let's say, you unlock Empower to really interact with that system. At least that's what I'm gonna do personally. But yeah, it's probably like a bit harder than the regular content that you're gonna encounter in monos.
This would also affect, for example, league start strategies. Woody, as an XP racer in pretty much every game you play. For example, very early in the woven tree, there is a lot of XP related nodes. There is even ways to remove certain rewards from echoes, like where you can get glyphs and you can get runes. You can even remove them so they become XP, right? So again, theoretically, if you wanna risk it for the biscuit kind of thing, maybe there is a way to plan where like, hey, I know these woven echoes in particular are easier than others. So if I manage to do 7 of them, I'm just throwing random numbers there, before Empowered, it means during all my Empowered, I'm gonna have this bonus that is gonna make me significantly faster, blah blah blah.
I mean, this is something for season 3, I guess, because right now I don't know anything.
I mean, we have a planner on Max Roll of the Weaver, and again, maybe you can check. Maybe there's something is very appealing, because if something is like 40 points away, that's not something that you're gonna be thinking day 1 or day 2, right? But if there's something like, whoa, 15% bonus stability for 5 points, and I have it forever from now on, I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it can invest into like lots of different things to like either progress the viewer tree itself faster because you get more open echo drops, or the stability thing that you mentioned. So I guess it comes down to like kind of min-maxing this a little bit and just like picking up all the stuff early on, and then maybe later, once you have the entire tree unlocked and you don't really care anymore, then you're probably gonna go more towards like the loot side of things, right? Where you like try to min-max the acquisition of items. So it's gonna be interesting as well to like kind of respec your tree at various points, I guess. But I want to stay on the topic of the enemies. So we talked about the champions a lot now. Can we talk about the possessed enemies as well? Like, what are they exactly?
Well, they're just it's just basically when an enemy gets possessed, he gets a more damage multiplier, more health multiplier, and he drops the currency of the Weaver. Basically, just a stronger, just a multiplier on it. it can basically possess anything, and whatever it chooses will be harder.
Okay, is there some kind of visual? Like, does it only appear in like the cemeteries, or is that in any echo, or like how is that?
There's different ways. Some can spawn as possessed already, and you would see it, and it would have like a possessed word that looks necrotic under their name. And those are basically double juiced because they're champions and they're possessed, right? So it's like, again, we're getting into double juicing mods, applying different mods, combining craziness. But then there's also what they're called, like, there's like woven cocoons, I think they're called, which basically are like chests that are just there as static enemies. They're destructibles. They don't do anything to you, but if you destroy them, different outcomes can happen. You could drop a cocooned item. You could a monster could spawn of them, like a mummy kind of situation, where right, it comes and it attacks you. Or you could release a spirit that you could see the animation. It kind of looks like a wandering spirit on crack and just goes right, and it like goes into a nearby enemy, and it appears kind of like on top of them, like if they had a dread shade, and they get juiced, right? And I'm pretty sure the juice can stack too. So.
Okay, so it sounds like that tormented spirits basically from a PoE or something like that.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. So is there also a way to, for example, prevent them possessing enemies when you see them or something?
Don't kill the X, I guess, with your super AoE build. That for sure you will control. Yeah. Yeah, not really. It's just, and you can obviously, if there's some X at the edge of the screen, you just like fought somewhere else, right? But they're part of the game. They will happen, and the tombs and the cemeteries, they're filled with them, like filled.
Okay, so I guess it's actually a big reason why the tombs and the cemeteries are actually much harder than the other content, right?
Yes. Well, yes. All of the possessed mobs and the many champions you'll encounter there, and specifically the boss as well. Yeah. It's
like some
wait,
WoW echoes
can the boss be possessed as well? Can the ghost go there?
I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not sure.
Okay, so it sounds like it doesn't necessarily happen at least.
There is a lot of weird things about this. I'm gonna read a specific point about this. Let me open, because we have a planner now on Maxroll, but I think it's this. For example, on the weapon tree, you can make it so enemies are always possessed for more loot. You can make it so all rare enemies are permanently enraged, right? And they just drop more runes and glyphs.
That sounds like a very good strat for hardcore.
There is also, you can also possess nemesis. So they're possessed nemesises, right? So they're gonna be doing their nemesis thing plus whatever possess mod they have, and if they're possessed, then obviously more loot and all that. So there's definitely gonna be one of those things where, like, if you want to keep the game vanilla in terms of difficulty, you can do so, but not speccing into these nodes. But if you feel like you're an absolute giga chat, you're blasting, and you feel like your build can take more, you can grab all of those and just go crazy.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting because there's like an alternative to pushing corruption, right? So you can just spec into the stuff, and like there is effectively an infinite difficulty, scaling with the corruption. But there's also this now where you can like stick this on top of it, and it's like a very short-term fix as well, right? And a pretty effective one. It seems like very lucrative as well as some of those nodes.
I think they're really trying to prevent people for ego pushing corruption for no reason, because it creates a narrative for casuals where, like, a casual guy is at 300 corruption, they see a YouTuber doing 4,000, they're like, what the fuck, might as well quit because I'm never catching up, right? Because for example, imagine at 4,000 corruption, if you take all these nodes, you can't do it anymore because it's too hard, right? But those nodes are doubling your loot, right? I think they're trying to incentivize you to keep corruption a bit lower, right, for the sake of time and the sanity of the player base, while putting these kind of rewards where you're not going to need corruption to make the content harder, and scaling corruption difficulty through this instead of corruption is going to be more rewarding too, and changing gameplay. So I think, to be honest, they should just cap corruption, but they like this. They know players are kind of like hamster wheel mentality, right? So yeah. They're preying or on intelligence. They're bullies.
Yeah, people asking in chat if the Judgment Paladin is gonna be fast enough. Yes, it will be fast enough, just not gonna be on the level of like S or A tier. But there also will be gameplay, by the way, for every build from me at least on the 17th. I think also for the other guys here, they will have gameplay on the 17th. So yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can talk a little bit about like the builds themselves now as well. Like we've gone through a lot of topics now with the woven stuff and the enemies and so on. But what about the builds themselves? So I know you had the other podcast already talking a little bit through the Maxwell guides that he made. And I don't know, maybe like you can talk about like what are the kind of big newcomers, what is like the exciting stuff, especially now with the Sentinel rework. What can people expect compared to what they have seen before?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the Judgment Paladin is one of those really good ones. It's going to be really popular, especially for hardcore. Easy, like S. If we had an S plus tier for hardcore, it would be S plus. Basically, super tanky, deals spell damage but plays like a melee build. So that's how it plays, and you can't really find anything tankier. For DPS, you can go for Void Knight, definitely. So Erasing Strike would be like a premier DPS build. You could also play hardcore with that, but especially like softcore, blasting, Erasing Strike. It's already a classic build, so from like previous patches, but now it's even better. It's just way more damage. And Warpath, we basically think Warpath is gonna be might be the most popular build. It's just spin to win. You hold down one button, and you have like massive AOE because it actually just ramps up the AOE the more you channel it, and it's pretty crazy. Massive damage also, of course, because why not? Of course we have massive damage on everything. So yeah.
It's definitely a Sentinel patch. This patch is definitely a Sentinel patch. The Sentinel rework, they really, I guess, either they nailed it or they went overboard. But I think they pretty much nailed it. Maybe a Racing Strike didn't need the 100% more damage added to it on top of the buff to the damage effectiveness. But for Sentinel enjoyers, it's going to be amazing, whether it is for, spin to win, or giga damage or Racing Strike, or giga tankiness with Judgment. There's options for everyone, basically.
Yeah, and people asking about bossing with Warpath, how much worse than Erasing. It's actually quite close, so of course it is like ramping damage. So you need to keep that in mind. So Erasing Strike is like all up front. You get all the damage instantly, and then Warpath is more ramping. But there is ways around that. So if you want to if you have like a short boss fight on Warpath, for example, you can actually fully spec Warrior's Fury. So that means the ramp is gonna be much shorter, and you actually get like all of your damage much earlier. But of course, you can't sustain the mana cost like that for long. But so they are very similar in terms of damage, basically, those two builds.
Mm-hmm. And where does like Forge Guard come in here, since that is also part of Sentinel and one of the other masteries?
Yeah, definitely. Forge Guard is kind of like left behind. It didn't really get anything new except the two-hand shield now, so you can use two-hander and a shield. Also has a downside, so less damage, less attack speed, no haste. So it's kind of a bad one for like speed, like super speed stuff. But there's good ones like Shield Bash gained like 4 times the damage or something like that with two-handed mace setup. So Event Horizon. Some good ones coming also, like Multi-Strike, we're making that as well. But it's definitely overall a bit like lower tier on the damage and speed, but it's very tanky though.
So also
maybe we can talk about. Like there's one very popular one that people are looking towards too, and it's Javelin. Javelin Forge Guard with a shield and a spear. People are excited about it, but you've done quite a bit of testing. Maybe you can talk about like why we don't have the Forge Guard.
So like I said before, the shield two-hander node, of course, lowers the DPS, no haste. So I actually went Paladin with the Javelin. So it's a two-hand spear build, but no block. So that's actually really uncommon for me to go no block, because I'm a bit of a block enjoyer, of course. But for this build, it does make a lot of sense. You can gain way more damage. So the Forge Guard would be about half the DPS, depending on the gear, of course, might be even lower, and no haste. Of course, for hardcore, you can go Forge Guard, but like personally, I just enjoy the Paladin way more. It's so fast, such good damage. So
okay,
yeah,
so
I was gonna say, just to close the Forge Guard topic, is like basically Void Knight is DPS, right?
Mm-hmm.
Paladin is reliability and tankiness and just quality of life. And Forge Guard, what is Forge Guard? Is what I would ask the depths, right? Because again, I think it lacks that one thing that makes it better than others without having a crazy downside.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, it does
you-
have its own mastery skills, though. Like there are like 4 or 5
that are
mastery.
unplayable, pretty much. Yeah.
So there's actually
Yeah,
none of the
Smelter
force
Spread,
skills.
yeah, those skills are not good. Yeah, we don't.
I guess it's the
use
minion
them.
guy. You're right. I guess the minion guy.
Yeah, minions, true. Yeah.
Let me play a sentinel because that's what I want to do with my warrior minions. You know, like, I don't know. It just feels like missed opportunity in my opinion. Like, but yeah. So
Don't worry, guys. In
hopefully
2 years, you're gonna get another Sentinel patch, and then Force Shadow is
Mhm.
gonna be good. I do have to say, I am very excited for the 2-handed plus shield node, and I'm actually thinking about maybe my third character or so. I will make a Forge Guard, because I actually, before this patch, I've never really played Sentinel at all, so I'm just kind of trying to practice for the race and stuff. And I will probably make a Heartseeker second, because that was actually what I was really looking forward to for the patch. And yeah, I mean, this 2-handed and shield, it sounds really cool. I love that kind of stuff. So even if it's not like the best or so, I hope that we can cook something there. And let's see how that will go.
Yeah, I mean the shield patch Forge Guard. We can probably agree on the team that it's the most Chica Chat build we have, because it's 2-handed massive mace, and then you have a shield that's like horns and whatever going on with that. So it's like you can't really get more Giga Chat than that. So, and it's really good DPS also. Actually, by the way, it permastuns normal Aberrot. So yeah, pretty good. But it's not fast, so that's the downside.
Volker, I want to mention a bit now that you mentioned normal Aberoth. You know, a lot of people ask, can the builds do normal Aberoth? Maybe.
Yeah, so like all the builds we have, basically normal Aberrot is like a target dummy. So yeah, that's how it is pretty much.
He doesn't.
Yeah. Of course, with the end game planner.
Yeah,
So
so for the people that are worried that, you know, okay, this is only a Sentinel patch, and, you know, like only that class is really good, and everything else is in like an A or B or C tier. So even the C tier builds will have no trouble against Aberoth, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Everything is super viable that we have. So we have no like bad builds anymore. We archived all the bad ones pretty much.
Okay, only good builds, guys. There are C tier builds, but they're still good, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I mean, you know, like, I guess this distinction becomes more apparent when it comes to like the juicing and like the really high corruption and then Uber Aberov, you know, that is supposed to be like very hard. So of course people should probably go for like the best builds if you have these kind of ambitions. But I guess most people don't necessarily even want to go there. And in that case, you just play what you like, right? You just pick one of the builds. It doesn't have to be like the top tier build. And I mean, personally, I've also done that in the past. You know, I've been cooking weird stuff, and you can always be successful with that, even the previous patches, not even having played the new patch or something like that. So yeah, I think it's gonna be very fun for a lot of people to explore Last Epoch again, or for the first time even. You know, with like all kinds of builds that are in max roll here.
Yeah, we've done a pretty big pass on the tier list as well. Where like S and A tier, you know, sometimes the difference between S and A is kind of hard to kind of like delimitate. Okay, this one is A, this one is S. Like the S and A are like excellent build. B is like a very, very solid build. C is like where you would start saying like, okay, I mean, probably wouldn't recommend this like the first build to someone, or like probably like you only play like C builds or less when you really like the skill, basically. We still have to have some there, but we definitely had a way better way of testing more accurately how builds performed, basically. And this is very hard to do because you know, sometimes you see someone basically posting a 1 minute clip of killing Aberrot in like 10 seconds, but like, okay, the gear is like absolutely aspirational gear, or crazy merchant's gear, or you know, like something that is just out of this world with crazy luck. And then there's someone else doing the same fight, Aberrot fight, in like 30 seconds, but with like day one gear, you know, like with just 1 LP on everything and like nothing crazy. And then people say, oh, this build is so much better. But actually, if the other build had the same level of gear, it would just, you know, blast it even faster. And so, yeah, we spent quite a bit of time just really comparing the same setups and how they perform against each other. And yeah, that is how we were able to really have a good idea of like, okay, this is really clearly better than the other build, comparing with the same exact setups, right? The same level of investment, basically.
And
we did kind of like the opposite for tankiness, actually. Instead of judging their tankiness from the end game gear, we actually did it with their starting gear. Because again, we also don't want to feel like, again, you can make a marksman very, very tanky, while, you have like full dodge and 5k life and ravenous voids and red rings. But you can't really base that survivability when placing it on a tier list, because sure, and then it's tanky, but it's only tanky then, right? So we also kind of like applied different criteria depending on what made sense, and to prevent people getting baited unintentionally, because the build will get to the tankiness, but we don't want to have especially knowing what our audience is, and that a lot of people are going to be less experienced than us. We wanted to make sure that it's realistic and informative. That's what the tier list is for, right?
That's actually very good.
Yeah, another point also, it's important to state that you could build, pretty much the same build with the same skills and same everything, just extremely more defensive and way less damage, or way more damage and like no defense, right? So we strive to have like a good balance of both. And so yeah, like sometimes we hear, oh, but this build does way more damage. Look at my Aberrant kill, which is like 10 seconds. But it's like, that is not what a balanced setup with like item swapping and stuff like that, right? So we do strive to get more of a balanced approach where you will succeed in general in all areas of the end game, whereas you're not just focusing on the one specific bossing setup to showcase a 5-second Aberrant kill, right?
Yeah.
I also sorry, Volka.
Yeah, it's like I think the only actual like class cannon build we have is Ballista, right, Bina? And and even Shatterstrike actually is tanky. So I think Lizard spent quite a bit of time optimizing the Shatterstrike. So
yeah, it's just like about making sure that the builds are reliable and they're good, and especially for what the patch it's gonna challenge you with, right? Because again, I always use this metaphor, but it's very hard to design a good car for a track that you haven't seen, right? If you don't know if you need curves or you need top speed, or depending on what the track is, you're gonna build your character differently and different tires and all that. So again, obviously being in CT, this is everyone who's there knows what the track is, but and they're making decisions accordingly. So if we're going for these tank setups, maybe it's because they're needed, So hey, maybe
it does sound pretty reasonable, especially what he talked about with the champion and the possessed monsters and so on. So it seems like there's definitely like a bit of like a jump up in difficulty here. And like another thing that is interesting in this patch is that we're gonna get the mastery respecs. So since you're on the topic of like builds and like progression, and like we have like all these different viable options, I guess it will also allow people to actually experiment a lot more. Just playing one character, right? You can make a loot filter where you can maybe show stuff for different builds. You color them in different colors, and you put them in your stash, and then later on you're gonna just respec your entire character and try something else, right? So I think that's really cool. And maybe how does that work from your perspective? Like, is that really gonna shift like majorly how people actually play the game, especially like in optimized ways? Are people actually gonna like start this mastery and then go switch to that mastery and then go switch back or something like that? And maybe Tara can even speak to that here since he's doing the leveling guides. Yeah. I guess that's gonna be like a pretty big topic here.
I feel like the community is pretty a new game, even though it has been in like early access for a long time, but not a lot of people were playing the game back then. So I guess like the min-max mentality is not really there for last Epoch. A lot of people are still looking at just a fantasy, something that plays well. But if they care about not having a rough progression, they can now like just play whatever is the best and then respec later on. Just know, guys, that the gold cost that they announced in the patch notes, it's around a third of the gold that you acquire up until that level. So let's say you want to respec at level 70. The gold cost is 100k. and you get around like 300k, 400k gold by that point in the game. So yeah, you will be fine respecing if you want to do that. But yeah, some masteries they are very, very rough to level up with. There are not a lot of them, but yeah, I think it's also for me obviously better. I can focus on a lot less builds on max roll, so we have like higher quality builds. Yeah, I don't know about endgame if it's going to change anything.
Yeah,
the mentality
you
of the
actually
player
used to
base.
have one leveling guide per mastery in the past, right?
Yeah.
And now it's just like, okay, one per class, so you actually shrunk it by a factor of 3. But on the other hand, I guess you like put a lot more time and effort into testing and min-maxing them. And
I even like to tell you, I even went beyond leveling, and I only picked builds that can actually farm all of their gear for any builds in Empowered. So any of the leveling builds that you're going to see on max roll for 1.2, and you can already see them, by the way, they can all be played in Empowered in 200, 300 corruption, and just going to do fine just to farm your gear, and then you transition to some other builds.
I think another avenue that we need to talk about is that it's also going to prevent the feels bad moments where, say, a player wants to explore the game. He starts a certain mastery, gets to the start of the end game, start of monos, get maybe to Empowered, and feels, that he made the wrong choice, and he doesn't want to re-level or redo the campaign, and it's a first-time player. He can just, okay, I'll just, I went on my own. Maybe I need a build guide because I made some wrong choices. I made some wrong turns, and then he can just respec and not have the feels bad of like, man, I have to start from level 1 again. Let me just uninstall this game or something, right? But so that's one part. But for the min maxers, I think it's actually going to change how blasters actually play, because I will never level with anything else than like the best of the smoothest leveling for specific classes now. Like never will I level with a beast master, or never will I level with some subpar masteries in comparison to the other choices.
This is such an interesting topic that I'm super passionate about, and I could yap for hours more than I'm doing. But basically, do you need a build guide, right? That topic. I don't think you need a build guide on any game. I played PoE blind, and I made a Frostblade Slayer. That made no sense. I still went to red maps. I died every map, but I had fun. It was good, right? So again, you don't need a build guide. The reason why people create this thing of, you need a build guide, is because people are comparing themselves to what the average gamer is doing, and the more the game lives, the better the game gets. So it's like, you don't need a build guide if you're okay being in the campaign for 7 hours. You know what I'm trying to get here? It's like, because the game is so young and people don't feel, like the pressure maybe of an economy-based game like PoE or whatever. Like they feel like there's not going to be that big of a gap that other games have, but the gap is there. It's just people are choosing to ignore it because the game is younger. But the same people that follow guides in other games are telling you that in this game they don't need to follow, when the gap that they would cover in terms of progress would be similar. That's what I'm trying to say. And again, maybe that was also because there wasn't really a way to fail in LE before, because nothing challenged you. But I'm telling you, you're not killing certain content. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's gonna be challenges that are gonna put a lot of people in their place, and that they're gonna. I think this patch is gonna be way better to showcase the difference in knowledge between people, and I guess that's all I would say.
A good example of that is going into monos early. Like you could do that on a lot of builds, but you would need to farm like a lot of gear, right? Or you could follow a max roll guide and don't farm a lot of gear and still go into monos like at chapter 5 when you get into the desert area of the campaign. So this is like a pretty simple way to also see that in effect, because a lot of people don't care about going into monos this early because of what you said with the economy and how new the game is and stuff. I also want to talk just briefly about the skips because they changed some stuff with the dungeons. Someone in chat was talking about that multiple times. So basically now the dungeons that you do to skip the part of the campaign, we would do that, for example, when you go early into Monos and then you drop a key for the Temporal Sanctum dungeon and then you go back and do the dungeon and skip from chapter 5 to chapter 9. So you skip a big part of the campaign and you unlock your faction by doing this. Now they're going to give passive points and idle slots. So basically what it means for leveling, and if you want to min-max the speed at which you do the campaign, it just means that you don't do certain side quests before reaching chapter 5. This is all it means. So basically saving like a few minutes. I'm going to probably make a video on that on my channel at some point, just to explain it to people. But it's not very big. Like people were asking me about that a lot, so I had to answer.
Yeah, it's a good point. You get like how much? 3 passive points and 1 idle slot or something, or 2 passive points and 1 idle slot per dungeon.
Yeah, it's is it 2 passive points? I don't remember.
I thought
it's 1 idle slot for sure.
It's 2 or 3, I thought, but yeah.
It might be 2. If it's 2, that means that you can skip a lot of side quests. I still need to figure out which side quest. But I know 1 at least that you skip. It's the one.
It's 2
no,
and
it's
1
not the
idle.
dragon.
Chat says okay, so it's 2
Okay,
and
okay.
1 idle.
It's the one where you go into the Lost Refuge in the Rune era. So you know when you start the game, you are in the Void part of the campaign, and right before switching to the next timeline, you go into Imperial era with the ship, the necrotic looking areas. There is a side quest that lasts multiple minutes where you have to go through a very big area, and at the end you just talk to interact with a book, and it gives you 2 passive points. So you can now ignore that quest because it lasts like multiple minutes just to walk to the book. I guess maybe like you said, Liz, the dragon. There's a dragon where you have to kill, but we'll see. I still need to figure that out.
So it's gonna be fun for the people that want to skip to monoliths early. They're gonna be even lower level, even weaker than before.
Yeah. They have like less passive points, lower level.
And
they
walk,
have to ignore
walk in
champions.
there, and they're gonna think, oh yeah, I'm gonna get my passive points in the idle from the dungeon later. No problem. It's gonna be great. I mean, if you are that powerful, if you actually have such a good leveling build, or at least if you're twinking, you know, eventually you want to do those dungeons anyway, right? So you can really skip like a lot of the side quests, and especially when they're twinked out or something. That I think that's gonna be a very smooth experience. But otherwise, I guess on the first character might be rough.
Oh, also very big. We didn't talk about that, but they actually nerfed the loot lizard. So patch 1.1, we got the loot lizard like on crack. Those monster that gives you like basically there are loot goblins in the game, but it's not like Diablo 3 where you have loot goblins. I don't know every I don't know how many minutes. Here you have loot goblins every single area, and you can have like multiple of them. And they were literally giving you 99% of your crafting mats during the leveling process. So they nerfed them. So for anyone wondering and testing on 1.1, saying, oh, I'm fine, I have so much loot, I can craft whatever I want. We'll see at 1.2. I think it's still going to be really, really good, but just keep in mind. That
Do we have any idea how much they're nerfed?
No, I can.
Okay.
I mean, I can't really tell that. Also,
Okay.
like it's in
Yeah, because I did some practice on it as well, and I
but you definitely feel it.
Yeah. I think that they were actually introduced in the event, right? They were not in the original 1.1. Yeah, so they were in the Uprising event or something like that, and then now they're there and they're like incredible loot. Like I also did like a practice run like some weeks ago, and I saw them for the first time. It was just I just was shaking my head like, what is going on here? Like at some point I decided to just skip these things. Like consequently, like I skipped every single one of them because I was like, this cannot stay in the game. Like there's no way.
Yeah. And also, like, for example, the Rune of Ascendance, we were talking about runes, the new Rune of Havoc being as rare as Rune of Ascendance. Right now in 1.1, you can literally get, I don't know, like 3, 4, 5 Rune of Ascendance just from goblins. I mean, just from lizards. So keep that in mind as well. It's gonna get reduced.
Yeah,
but we still have Nemesis. Yeah.
That brings another very good point. You kill the loot lizard. It drops so many shards. You click on them, it fills your inventory. You click transfer. You re-click on it. You re-click transfer. That all of that. It. First of all, you won't find as many lizards. That's for sure. But then again, your inventory won't ever get filled by shards ever again, because now they get automatically transferred to the crafting panel. Same with keys, same with woven echo, same with everything. Your inventory is gonna be clean. That is, for me, that's the most the most important quality of life update they could ever do.
Yeah.
And it feels absolutely like 14 out of 10. Okay, it's like amazing. It's amazing.
Dude, I even forgot when I was practicing on 1.1. Now I'm forgetting to press the transfer button. I forgot it exists in the game. It's
that's why I haven't been streaming in 9 months. Like I can't go back. You know, I'm waiting. Like
can't play the real game anymore.
Yeah, no way.
Oh god, yeah, it's gonna be quite an adjustment. I guess another big update is also WASD. So what do you guys think about that? Have you been playing around with that?
Yeah, it's very, very OP. So it just makes the game much easier. That's pretty much the summary of that. I mean, it's way easier to kite with that. It's just better. It depends on the builds, of course. So like marksman, something like a Nova Hammered, anything with like a range play style, where you want to be kiting, it's just massive upgrade. And actually, it's gonna feel good. You will like playing with
It's cheating, basically.
Wait, that's interesting actually, because I didn't really expect to hear that, to be honest. I actually had my mind on something else, but I'm curious to hear more of what you just said. Can you explain a bit more?
About the cheating? You go.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like all the bosses in the game, all the enemies in the game, they were made with like mouse movement in mind. So with WASD, especially for me, because I'm actually more used to WASD for games. It's just like much more natural, and I can actually like control my character like way better. I can dodge any attack from any boss. I like it's just way better, basically. And for kiting stuff, I mean, think about it. Like, you're playing a marksman, you're spamming your Heartseeker or something, and you can just like hold down the key to go back instead of doing this thing with your mouse, and your wrist is hurting, and you're like, I can't, like it's so much better, basically.
There's way more than this too, because basically, in order to help the control gamers, they basically added like auto locking and things like that. So basically, what happens is that you're playing something like Heartseeker with 6 enemies to fucking begin with. You get a widescreen monitor, and then you're fighting normal Avaroth, whatever. He's not even on your screen. You're WSDing, and you don't even know where the enemy is, and you can see your arrows going like a clock, looking for it, like it's a seeking missile from Metal Slug. Bro, I'm telling you, if you play WSD and you kill any of the pinnacle content, it doesn't count. It might count for you. It doesn't count for anyone else. Okay, it is facts. They should do a different ladder, honestly. Jokes aside, it's really strong, really OP.
It's very interesting actually, because like the first game that I tried WSD in was actually Diablo Immortal, like in terms of ARPG and isometric games. They had it there, and I used it a lot. And then Diablo 4 came out and also introduced WSD at some point. But there, I don't use it. Up to this day, I don't use WSD in Diablo 4. I only use it when I manipulate items in my inventory, or I open my skill tree, and then I keep walking while I do all that, and I can look around with my mouse. But for gameplay, I felt like it was not really impactful. Then came PoE 2, where you actually have like WSD OP because, move and attack at the same time. But Last Epoch doesn't have that. It's more like D4, I guess, where you either attack or you walk, but you don't do both, because of starter stepping. And it's kind of interesting to hear that you think it's so strong to play WASD. I think this will really come
crazy.
The thing.
I want to rant so hard. It's also because I don't know if you ever had this, Woody, where you're playing a marksman and you try to kite. But because the netcode or whatever the fuck it is in the game, it's even though you have the ability to kite faster, your game doesn't. Your character is just it's like a delay kind of thing where you try to kite and your character just kind of like gets lost and starts shooting arrows the other way. With
Yeah, it can
WSD,
happen.
because the inputs are forced, that never happens. So if you're building a lot of attack speed where that would matter, it's crazy. I know Trickster, who is a guy who plays a lot of marksman, gave a lot of feedback, and we actually made them add changes to this, because WSD, with the same build, with the same attack speed, was doing more damage. Just holding two bottoms.
What the hell?
Because the input, the way it works, it was not canceling itself or whatever. I think this is fixed now, but yeah, I'm too old to get used to it, so I'll just complain about it forever, and it'll be my thing. But yeah, it's strong. If you're good at it, for sure switch.
Yeah, because it lets you completely min-max your kiting. So it automatically stutter steps for you the perfect amount with the perfect timing. Even on melee abilities that basically you hit very, very fast with your melee abilities, now you can stutter step in between each one of these melee use, and then lets you, on very hard fights, you can exactly pinpoint where you want your character and still be attacking at the maximum rate possible. So it just min maxes the skill for you. Like you don't. It's basically you gain player skill if you play WASD basically.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's
aimbot,
a
bro.
small step, guys, but it's a small step towards getting good, I guess. So that's...
Yeah, I want to temper expectation a bit. I want to do devil's advocate here, because I'm not going to do WASD a lot personally. I'm going to use it in very specific situation, different builds, etc. But also keep in mind the game is not designed with WASD in mind in terms of area design. So a lot of the time you'll be using WASD and you will hit a wall, basically. So like in some areas, I would say it's good, but in some others, if it's like a pass that goes right, left, like it's not as optimal.
Yeah, I mean when we say it's OP, we definitely think about something like a scenario where it actually matters, like where you actually need to kite abilities and stuff like that. So if you just do maps, I mean, maybe click to move can actually feel better. Depends on the player, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting, actually. So how is that with the dodge roll when you do a WSD? Does it go towards a cursor, or does it go in the direction you are WSDing?
There's different settings for it. So you can either have it go to the cursor or follow the movement of the WASD. So yeah.
Okay, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and there's also an option for on what is it, on very short distances you can set it to something, and on longer distances on something else. So if you just want to use let's say your dodge roll on the direction that you are WASDing, but you want your long traversal skill to go on your mouse, you can do that as well.
Yeah, that's actually very cool. Yeah, I mean, WASD, like a traversal skill, like when I think about like a teleport or a shift or something, like it seems kind of weird that this would go in the same direction as well, because then it's just kind of like really random, I feel. But that's a good option. And how is that with like crafting while running? Can you do that? Can you open the forge and keep walking?
Yeah,
and stuff?
you can. You can do whatever you want with the UI.
Yeah, okay, so that is actually like a really OP thing here, I guess. Like if it actually always keeps going in the background, you open your skill tree, you click your thing, you open your passive tree, you keep walking, like in the campaign and stuff. Like this is exactly the stuff that I just referred to as earlier with Diablo 4, what I do a lot there. And otherwise I don't use WASD. I will see if I will actually just get used to it. Maybe I will. Maybe it's just that good and I was gonna like do WASD with all the PoE2 practice and stuff.
And I think you can even set it up to get the best of both worlds, where you can, because the mouse still works while you're at WSD. So I'm pretty sure there are some people who are basically setting a gamepad, so they do the movement with one of their hands into the, like a controller, and they're clicking with a mouse. Yeah. Again, my brain is I'm monkey, right? Like I can't do the I can't, right? So, but some people will. So yeah.
How it works is the latest input is registered. So if you press D and you click, your character is going to go where you clicked. But if you clicked and then you press D, your character is going to go on the right. That's how it works.
There's one big downside though, is that you cannot rebind your left click to, like, your left click will still move you, right?
No, you can rebind that, but you...
Can you?
Oh, you can't put an ability, no?
The interact key and the move key are bind together. You cannot separate interact and move. That's the problem. So you can put the left click on something else. You can put it on right click to move on right click and interact on right click. But you cannot separate interact and move.
Yeah, very very interesting changes at least with WSD. It's kind of interesting to see like how RPGs has just kind of like evolved into this whole like WASD. You know, like every game has it now, kind of. You know, all of a sudden, you know, in the last 2 years basically or so. Like it just got introduced everywhere, and it's just kind of like missing from like some old games like PoE 1 and D3 or so that people like I guess still play. But now it's also here, and now it's in PoE 2 and so on, right? It's kind of interesting.
I mean, I feel like there's like there was this big rise in MMOs at some like for the longest time, and now MMOs kind of plateaued a little bit. I feel, and then it kind of going down, and then people are moving to ARPGs, and ARPGs are rising with PoE 2, Diablo 4, Last Epoch, and then all of these players they're used to WASD in World of Warcraft or something, and they're just like putting pressure on the devs, like, hey, we want we want WASD, and you know, it kind of worked. I feel like that's one of the point that might have put pressure on the devs for ARPGs to add WASD for sure.
Very, very interesting. So, like, do you also think that maybe this will kind of lead to more people actually sticking with Last Epoch because of that? Because WSD is now a thing?
I think definitely. Like if you read like Reddit and stuff before they announced WASD, it's like, please, can I have WASD? I played PoE 2, and you know, like definitely, I think it's gonna make quite a big difference.
Mm-hmm. Were there like any other like big quality of life updates? Like we talked about the shard stuff.
The stash affinities are getting even more worked on.
And yeah, stash affinities. That's actually something interesting.
New filtering for LP and things like that. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty crazy.
LP, Weaver's Will, because they're adding a lot of Weaver's Will items, right? And some of them are really, really powerful. So now, yeah, lots of options. But the main thing is really the shards and the keys and the dungeons and respawning in dungeons with consuming a key, so you don't have to rerun the entire dungeon anymore. The portal charms to directly go to the boss fight.
Yeah, lots of good stuff coming for sure. Yeah. I think it's definitely closed a lot of the like, you know, open gaps basically that were still there with like, you know, this was just a terrible design, or you know, didn't really work out or something like that. Now, with that being said, is there like something left that you guys see as like a glaring issue that needs to be addressed, like outside of build balance or something like that, like as a quality of life feature, or just like a missing feature in general in the game?
It's hard to say, because I feel like Last Epoch is probably one of those RPGs where there's the least amount of friction possible, and all of the quality of life is there. I guess sounds for loot filter. Now, I would be 100% for sounds on loot filters, but I know they have been against it for the longest time, because what they said is they don't want people to add, I know, a sound to something that is a very, very common drop, and so that would just completely screw, basically, like, you know, you kill one loot lizard and you add a sound for every rare that drops, and it just explode your ears or something.
I mean, do they play Path of Exile or something? Like when I do an expedition there and I blast into a pack of expedition, it's just boom, 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 boom. This is how it goes. I mean.
But that's fun, you know, like that's another level of dopamine that you can get, and you're like, it lets you, you know, play the game for a longer time, because you're excited to hear the sound.
Yeah, exactly. It does feel good, actually. So
the devs have said that they basically are against adding this free, like you can upload whatever sound you want, because they're scared that, you know, people are gonna, you know, add, you know, crazy sounds, and it's gonna be like, oh, you know, like, and they are scared that people log into a famous streamer, they're thinking about buying the game, and you know, every time an item drops, it says Hanus, right? And they have said that basically maybe what they do is they provide like a list in the future where you have a few that you can select, and they're a bit more catered. And talking about loot filters, my thing is like, please, let us save a template from season to season, so I can just rebuy the things. I feel like every time I think about my filter, I min-max it over a month. And by the time I min-max it, the new season comes. Well, not in early, but you know what I'm saying. I stop playing next season. I completely forgot what I did. And it's back to being a hoarder and everything into the same tab. Yeah, please. I'll do it once, rebuy the tabs, please.
The stash minis don't stay, right?
No.
Oh, so you have to actually set them up as you go in the season, basically.
It's
Uh-oh. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a bit of a gap here, yes. So that's probably, like, hopefully something that we'll address in maybe the next season or something. That would be...
For the filter, I want something else as well. It's the roles of the items, because right now you cannot... you can filter for, like, tiers, but on Unix, you don't care about tiers, right? I guess right now the fact that you can re-roll the Unix is makes the fact that finding like a well-rolled unique less important, but will still be nice to filter the Unix by roles, and also filter specific Unix. Like you cannot do that in the loot filter. And Bina was talking about sounds. I would add on top of it, on the minimap in PoE you have those icons that you can set up. I wish you also had that on the minimap, where you could like configure like icons for certain rules and stuff. That would just add to the thing.
And I'm sure that's not very hard to do on their end. Like that cannot be, right? They already have like an amazing loot filter. Just add an extra option for an icon on the minimap and a sound. Like, I mean, come on. Can it be that hard to do?
I think it's just a ideology thing. Like they want us to be able to filter, but they still want us to have to not out guarantee up, like all you see is upgrades, right? They still want that process of like, do I pick it up? Do I not pick it up? Create these micro decisions of like, do I go back for this item and I put myself into a dangerous situation, or do I keep going? Yeah, and I think Ellie has a right balance of this, where I don't know.
You say that, but next patch, every single exalted item you're gonna pick it up. Like there's no brain tinkering. Like you see exalted, you pick it up. That's gonna be next patch.
That's already fixed by the runes that they're adding and stuff like that, and like you will still want to see a wide variety of items. So like it's completely safe to implement. Trust me, EHG. Okay, trust me.
The vision is not perfect, They're working.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there? There's like another topic I want to go back to, which is like the hardcore race. It's like obviously like a big hype event that we're gonna see here. How
crazy is that?
Yeah, it's really cool. So for those that don't know, Ciceron has organized a event together with Shopify as a sponsor. For a total of $10,000 prize pool for the first 5 people to kill hardcore solo Uber Aberov, which is pretty amazing. So CT testers are excluded from this, so tough luck, guys, I guess. But I guess it's open to like basically everyone else who has not seen the patch yet with their own eyes, basically. And I think that's a really cool event. And EHG is also like throwing in a few little things, like I think some of the in-game cosmetics and stuff, and some prizes. So that's really fun, and it's gonna be really cool. And also there's gonna be like shoutouts now, right, for in-game like first kill and stuff like that. And I think also like first to reach a level and first to do some things, I guess, is like part of the game. I love that shit in Power of Exile, I gotta say. When that happens,
I'm dying also.
I think like the top 50 that die in hardcore, like get shouted out as well. So I think that's gonna be really cool. What do you guys think about that? And like
it's great, because this way I will let you guys know how far away I am when I die day one every day. Every time, like every patch. So at least we get a bit of ego boost and then move on.
We're gonna see like Lizard has died at rank 1.
Yeah, it's tradition at this point.
What do we say here actually in last Epoch? Like in PoE you say back to the beach, but what do we say here?
Lizard, you suck, haha.
No, I mean like like the typical like I don't know, it's like this typical line you say when someone dies in hardcore, right? It's like back to the beach, because you always wake up there on the beach with your little one character. Do we have something like that here? No, right?
I don't think we have, no.
I mean, there is a name for the first area, but what is it? I can't remember. It's like
the
road
old
or something.
road.
Yeah,
the old,
yeah.
back to
Back
Crossroads.
to the old road.
Yeah, it doesn't really sound so catchy,
No.
I guess.
You know what you could do? Back to Divine Era. That's it.
Back to character screen, we say, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
This race announcement is just crazy. $10,000 prize pool. I don't know.
Yeah, and you don't even have to like stream, right? You can just play the game and you can still win by being the first. So crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna
There
be
is
very
no
interesting to see.
reason not to start hardcore, There is no reason. Just start it. YOLO, Create community, be part of it. It's hype,
Yeah, because one big thing is that if you die in hardcore in a league, you are not transferred to the standard league. You're going directly into just softcore, but you're still in the season. So there's no. I mean, you do lose your ranks of whether you're Merchants Guild or COF, and you lose your stash, I guess. But
well, I mean, I think the faction carries over. It's just like the glyphs and the runes and stuff that you're missing out on.
And the inventory doesn't. But
yeah, the stash. I mean, you can just make another character and take the stuff from the stash that you need, I guess, and that's it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really cool stuff, and I like to see that ESG is also like supporting this kind of stuff. Do we have like any clarification like what's gonna happen with Uber on like legacy and offline and stuff like that? Is that still the same rules where it has to first be killed on a season? No,
it's gonna be available day one on offline and on legacy.
Okay.
Now that means two things. People are gonna be able to see him and practice him. Maybe EG thinks that won't matter. Monk S.
Spoiler,
I was trying to create hype, okay? Fuck.
I think we would have all preferred that it was not available offline and in legacies to keep the integrity of the to keep the integrity of the race without having to, because those that will really my guess is that a lot of players that will take it seriously will go into legacy or offline and just go practice it like 100 times, and then okay, I'm ready, let's go online and let's do it.
Unless you're a gigachat.
Yeah, but, it's kind of sad, I gotta say, as someone who actually intends to go for the race, I don't actually want to do that. So it's I actually have to I have to play my character for like a few days, get it decked out, get to like 100 or close to it or something, right? And then okay, now I feel like I have the stuff that I need, but I haven't seen a fight. And then I log into my legacy character and then have to grind the Woven faction until I get this Echo and then put it there and then try it. Like, I don't know how long it even is going to take to even get an Uber.
Well, not even that. There is ways that are completely allowed to just minute one patch drops. You're doing it, right? So again, I warned EAG about this on a personal level. They said they can't do it. I don't know what they fucked up or how they structure the code where they can just like lock the content, or I guess there's I don't know. Like they said basically they can't do it.
Okay, so chat says just go offline and hack your character, dude. I have no idea where even start, how this works. So I don't know. It's scuffed though.
Have some hackermans around, if you need.
Yeah, offline is a wild west, so. Yeah, you should expect stuff on YouTube, when the patch hits.
That is a price. That is a price to pay when you want the game to be offline. It was developed to be only offline, so yeah, it is how it is.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. I think they could have done something like if offline is actually true offline and has like no connection to what's going on at the online thing, they could have just hard coded, I don't know, like a 1 week delay or something, right? And then it unlocks automatically or something like that, right?
I personally don't understand how it's literally a drop like Uber Abaderoth, right? It's I don't know. I'm not a programmer, but can you just like delete from pool of drop, like true, not true, boop?
No, they can't. They can. It's just that I think what they were saying, the reason why was they were saying that you can already practice Abaroth regular, so they're not like they didn't feel like it was necessary to like.
Who said that? Because he definitely hasn't fought it.
No, but that is what it said. They said that you can already practice Aberoth, so they will not be doing it for this Uber version of Aberoth. Because you can already access the fight, so it wouldn't be.
Okay, I mean, if the fight is largely the same, but it's just like harder and like higher numbers, and like he does damage a lot more and all that. I guess it's not so important, but I don't know. Like it sounds like there will probably be more mechanics, and probably like one shots you have to dodge and whatnot. And if there's actually new stuff going on, or even like a new phase going on, or something like that we have not seen in a normal fight, then I think it's definitely going to be sad to see that it's going to be spoiled, like like minute one basically from people on offline. But even worse is that, especially when it comes to like such a race, and there's like this this money aspect as well from the prize pool. It can go to anyone, so people will try all kinds of weird shit in order to get that money, right?
I have a question about this, Woody. As someone who you're obviously gonna race, and you're actually an actual contender, right? Because there's another weird thing too, where in the 17th, because we're under NDA is lifted on everything except Uber Aberoth, but on the 17th, that's lifted, which means that, for example, if I want to upload kills so people can see them, that can be done, and it also feels kind of, I don't know, it kind of feels wrong, right? I don't know, but at the same time, it's like I struggle a lot as someone who I know exactly what to do to win the race, basically, exactly, right? And some people ask, I don't say shit, right? What I'm saying is like, what do you think would be better for people like us who are not involved in it, but can make a lot of the information that only can be obtained through these non-ethical, non-entertaining practices on stream? Would it be better to just like share knowledge, or just keep it quiet and let's see what people do? Like, because I actually been thinking a lot about that too.
Well, when I think back about the Diablo 4 launch, where I got the world first level 100 hardcore solo, I did not get the overall world first level 100 because I lost to one group, where group play was obviously much more potent and much faster. And that was like I think the 5th player or something. There was like one foreman team, and then was me basically. And that foreman team was like Sis, Karn, and two other PoE blasters basically, who I exactly told in advance what to do. So I did exactly that you are struggling with right now. And, they actually won. And then I was the first to do it solo. And I don't see such a problem with like the information sharing, as long as it's like in the allowed parameters, basically. So if EHG says, okay, everything is under NDA until the 17th, and then until 17th you can do anything you want, I don't see the problem with like uploading the Aberoth fight. If you don't do it, there will be like 10 other people that upload it anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? It's like, would it be, as a public figure, would it be better to share it, or even if it's an unlisted? Because I don't really want to get the feeling that people think I'm doing it for views or something like that. Even if it's like an unlisted playlist that people can just DM me for or something, non-monetized. And I don't know, because I want the race to be entertaining, because I want this game to succeed, and I want Sis to do it again, and I want this to be hype as fuck. And it's not gonna be hype as fuck if everyone, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, okay, the people that will actually kill Aberoth will not go in blind. No matter what, there will be people that will in group softcore before them anyway. And we're gonna have like the MPs and snaps of this world that will like at least show us the fight, even like in like legit online season environment, no offline bullshit or something like that. So that will happen anyway before we even get there. So realistically, like also like last time when I did like the world first Uber Aberoth attempt, for example, like I watched the fight first from someone because I didn't know anything about the fight, right? And I guess it will be similar now, because you can't just walk in on hardcore and expect to do a boss that is supposed to be the biggest challenge in ever, basically, to do it on the first try. It should not be possible on the first try without knowing anything, because if that is possible, then it's not that challenge that it's supposed to be, right? It needs to be impossible on the first try if you don't know the fight. So it's fine that there is information available for the racers, and that there is like strategies available, and that they can see the fight. I think this is all fair in games, and this is just how it works. And it still comes down to you going in there and actually executing the fight, and not dying on the way there. So there's still like a whole journey of like You have to grind, 50 hours, 60, 80 hours, whatever, to even get ready, and then you have to go in and execute a fight, potentially on your first try, but at least you know what's going on. So yeah, I think that's more important, like it's fine to share the info, and people still have to do it.
I guess I'm gonna ask this. Someone said that in the comments, and I guess that's a good. I've talked with this about the race. I've been consulting a bit, like just asking me, hey, how long you think it's gonna take, kind of situation, right? Not more than that. He doesn't know anything else. But yeah, maybe I should just like.
But it's nice to have the takes of many other people and content creators as well on this, because you don't really want to do something. You want to be careful with these things, I guess. Like these things are kind of like sensible subjects, and it's like.
Yeah, I think in the end it comes down to. Yeah, I think in the end it comes down to like EHD just changing their policy here a little bit. Like, I think like the way that they're handling this is just like not the best. If they had disallowed, or like if they had put in some kind of like way to not cheat it in offline mode, and not have it in legacy and whatever, right? And that's like some kind of delay until someone does it in season, at least in softcore, but I think even better in hardcore. That would actually like really put like some cool perspective on this race. And it's still gonna be a cool race, but it's like a bit diminished because of the policy. So maybe in the future, when they make like another similar level Uber fight or something like that, maybe they will reconsider this. And I guess there's plenty of opportunity to try to convince them. But for now, this is what it is. And the race is still a race.
As a rule, they should always do that. It shouldn't even be a conversation. Like again, like if you want to play offline only, if you're someone who's a casual and whatever, like it won't affect you anyway, right? Create some hype. Again, these things don't take that long anyway, right? And again, then just release it.
Yeah, I think if they want to like bring the content to both legacy and offline as well as seasonal on every patch, instead of doing it with like PoE, which will introduce the league mechanic to the league and then bring it to the standard environment afterward, instead of doing it all at the same time, they should standardize. Okay, maybe they don't want to take the entire season to do so, but maybe every season, at least the first week or something like this, it's off limits to offline and legacy, and then after the first week, okay, these environments have access to the new content. Maybe that would be like some sort of an in between for EHD to stand on. Maybe.
And it's weird because they have this. I think they're doing this for the sake of inclusiveness and treating all kinds of player equally. But the thing is, like the people who actually care and create hype about your game and honestly will get a lot of eyes on your game, they're not gonna be playing offline because they want to do it legit, right? So it's like. It's content that it's only those players are gonna do anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm super. Honestly, this is my least favorite part of the patch. And I'm banned from it, right? As a viewer, as a lover, I want this. Like. Fuck.
Yeah, it's like the big downside of playing CT, I guess, right? So,
yeah. I tell you,
even if there was no prize pool, right? Even if there was like no prize pool, it's just like it's like, okay, this guy played CT for like 1,000 hours. Okay, he won. It's like,
yeah, people are expecting you to perform well because you're in CT. It's even more pressure.
The
funny,
pressure.
Actually, because on the first Aberoth, I actually didn't test it because they had Aberoth on a separate testing group that we weren't part of actually. So I was blind, for example, and I didn't watch anything because as a gamer, you kind of also live for these adrenaline moments, knowing that I will likely die. You still do it, and that feeling of your hands are shaking and you go, holy fuck, I almost got it. I'm gonna roll again, bro. This is what we're gamers. This is what it's about. So I think that when the developers force players into dropping what gaming is about conceptually, you're just making your game worse, and you're making people not care. And the way to play the game should be the dopamine way to play. Like they should enforce this. It should be important, in my opinion. But yeah, well, it's what it is. Who cares about money, bro? Like I will never forget that feeling. $5,000. Hopefully, I won't care too much. Hopefully, I'm being serious here. Like,
yeah,
the memories are forever, bro.
I mean, $5,000 is a pretty neat price pool, to be fair. But yeah, obviously, like I just live for the racing and the hardcore stuff and so on. So even without that price pool, I would be there and I would be going for the same target anyway, right? It's like, okay, there's a new Uber boss. I need to do this on hardcore, So this is just how it is. And yeah, I mean, if that also means I get like one of the top placements, that would be cool. But I guess we'll see how it will go.
Good luck.
Hopefully it's going to be entertaining to everyone watching, and also good luck to everyone who's also trying the hardest. I guess there's going to be lots of people that we don't know anything about, that just live in the shadows, no streamers or something, that are actually like taking this very seriously. So I'm excited to see that.
Well, we can't talk about anything about Uber Aberroth until the release of the patch, actually. But I think we all think that it's going to be extremely entertaining, very, very entertaining.
I remember that meme that they posted on Twitter from their last Epoch account, from the original Aberroth release, and the girl with the burning house in the background. It was this meme template, and then it said like the Aberroth and the hardcore ladder is burning.
Yeah.
That was good.
Woody, how we're obviously not gonna say anything. How much harder you expect, and do you want both Uber Aberroth to be over the normal Aberroth?
Well, how much harder is tough to quantify, I gotta say.
Just HP wise, DPS wise.
I don't even know how much HP normal Aberroth has right now, so let's start with that.
20 million at the moment.
20 million, okay. I mean, I can relate it to my characters that I have played in the past, which I tried on the Falconer and I did it on the Avalanche Shaman, and both of them were like kind of like 50-hour-ish SSF characters, basically. Nothing really crazy, and they were like kind of long fights. They were like multiple minutes, like 3 to 5 minutes or something, which I think is a really good length for such a fight. And yeah, okay, we have like lots more DPS now. We're talking about builds like everything on Maxwell is supposed to be minimum 3 million DPS. Even the trash builds, basically. So when I think about that, we will kill Aberroth in like 5 seconds or something, minimum.
Keep in mind, the DPS is on without the DR, so it's on the raw DPS. Because then depending on the area level, so 3 million DPS, you're actually doing 300k, around 300k damage per second to a real enemy at level 100 areas, because there's 85% damage reduction.
I was wondering why the numbers are so large, but okay, it makes more sense now.
Yes.
Either way. I mean, if you're talking about, Aberroth has like 20 million life right now, and we're going to be much stronger, and we're going to play a stronger build, and there's, lots of new crafting and whatever. I would imagine that the HP is probably going to be at least times 10. Probably way more than that, actually. It's probably like times 100. It's probably like in the billions, if I had to guess, because of how they're trying to like balance around like the OP builds and stuff. If there's actually builds that do like dozens of millions. Okay, scaled down to maybe single-digit millions. Yeah. Okay, it's definitely a few 100 million, I would expect. So, I don't know exactly. Maybe like 500 million. It's like my guess, yeah, in terms of like just HP. It's definitely going to be a longer fight, even on a very strong build, I imagine. And I don't know, in terms of damage, I guess there's like a lot more mechanics that will just hurt a lot more, to the point where you might get one shot. I could imagine, for example, like, stuff that you previously could kind of tank, but it was like maybe doing a bit of attrition, like maybe had to use a potion or whatever. Like the triple slam where he slams like this triangle shape in like 3 different directions. I could imagine this might be stuff you have to dodge now. So that's like kind of my expectation, at least. Yeah. So we'll see, I guess.
Cool.
You're saying you're not gonna try eating the pizza if he does the pizza slams.
Yeah, it sounds like this might be a bit rough. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be sick, man. It's gonna be sick. I can't wait. I'm literally like watching every stream in multi-camera. Like I'm a fucking zoomer watching TikTok. It's gonna be great. Can't wait.
That's gonna be entertaining for sure.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Yeah. We should actually cast it. Maybe we should cast it at some point when it gets to the point where it's close to the end, where people are gonna start attempting it.
Well, how can you cast while you're playing? We need to blast. So I don't know.
I mean, the thing is that okay, you might want to be like like high on the level ladder or something, or like is there like actually like an in-game ladder for the boss kill? No, right? There's no such thing. It's just like the shout out for the first one and so on. So maybe one of you guys will just kill him, but you're like ineligible for the price, and then you're like kind of chilling, right? So then you have your time to do that. It would be very cool though, I think, like, especially when it comes to like day 3, day 4 or something, when probably like a lot of people kind of slowly get ready with their stuff, and there will probably be a bit of like tension, when we actually realize, okay, then, we see on the in-game ladder who's what level, we can kind of expect, okay, they are this far in their progression towards being ready for Aberroth or something, right? And also you can see some of the streams, so you're gonna see like Karn and me and whatever, some other blasters out there, I guess, that will also prepare, and that's going to be like one day where a lot of people will just go in and do it, right? So,
so if you get there first, are you entering then or no?
Well, I mean, getting there doesn't seem like to be the big problem. It's like 500 corruption. Okay, I mean, it's considerable, but it's like, it sounds like you need to be way above 500 corruption in terms of what he can do in order to have a chance at this fight, even if you're good. And in that case, I guess just getting there, you don't just go in. So unless I learn something from the videos or something that makes me feel confident about it, then we'll see. Yeah, I might have to stall. Yeah, I think stalling is going to be a big part of the plan. Actually, we'll see.
Some YouTube videos, get the playlist ready,
Yeah, I mean, you do the strat where it's just like, okay, I have these 1 LP items. Wait, guys, I need to get 1 more LP. Okay, maybe 1 more LP, and then, just a bit of stalling, classic.
I mean, it depends, because you always have to like consider, like, okay, what are the options? Like, how likely are you to get the next upgrade versus how much will that upgrade do, right? Like, for example, there might be certain breakpoints, like if you're talking about the Paladin, then it will be like, the 100% block breakpoint, for example, right? Like, if I don't have that, I'm not going to go in, period, right?
Yeah.
So this is like one of those things. If I have 100% block and I have like all the other stuff, and then, okay, I could boost my armor by 300 more, like, okay, who cares, right? So there's like certain things that you need to have, I guess, and certain things where it's like, okay, like maybe I grind it out like another 10 hours and then try it, and then I'm gonna be like 5% stronger or whatever. Yeah. But maybe it doesn't matter, right? So I guess that comes down to like making a judgment call in the moment. But I will just try.
A judgment call.
Yeah, exactly.
The judge.
Oh man, that's gonna be very exciting. The thing is, like, also like with all this respecking of like different masteries now and different builds, I think it's gonna be like such a mess during this race, because like, logging into Sentinel, I have to learn how to level it, and then I have to probably play something like Warpath to like actually gear up, and then I have to like eventually switch to Judgment to push the corruption, and then get familiar with the build, and then do the Aberroth fight. It sounds like such a struggle.
It's one of those things to where like, does speed really matter if you can't get to the end? Like how much people are gonna value speed and looking, Again, there's been a lot of buzz with Karn and other streamers like doing this like Harbinger runs and these things. Bro, I've never done a Harbinger in that order in my life. Cause why do I want level 10 Harbinger? Or what, like what I'm saying, like I'm farming my blessings, I'm chilling, I'm doing,
I do have to say, it's actually a really cool format, like an Aberroth race.
Yeah, no,
just an Aberroth race,
cool,
it's very cool. Yeah, like this could even be like something for like some kind of mid-season, kind of community events or something. You just do like a fresh start, account found, or a solo character found, fresh start. You give like some kind of like rule or like character.
We are developing the ability to track normal Aberroth and Uber Aberroth kills on the macro ladder, and the idea is to keep the patch alive once EHG drains or balls of content, for another whatever month it is. So that's the plan.
Mm-hmm. That sounds very cool as well. Yeah. But in terms of like actually kind of like community events or something, if you're like guys are doing this, I'm not sure if you have been doing this actually in the past. It's just like 1 month in, like, hey, we do like a little race or something. I think this can really help to like kind of bring people back or revitalize it, even without a prize pool or so, right? Just for fun. And I don't know, you just make like a new character found, character, give it like some starting date, and you like you release like some kind of like name suffix that you have to add or something, right? To make sure that
that's
people
fun. Adding attack, and then And the idea is also to try to maybe force things that otherwise wouldn't happen. Things like, hey, no one's played Spellblade race. Let's see what happens. Let's see what people cook. Like things like that.
We used to do this all the time in the past, before the release, with Vision GL, who is not here today, but he's also part of the Maxwell team. Like he used to do like these weekend races where you would set a certain set of rules. Maybe there's like certain OP items that are banned or something like this, and then you would push arena, and it would be after the was something like 3 or 4 days. Whoever pushed the highest arena won, and it was actually EHG actually were giving some reward points for cosmetics and stuff like that. It was really cool. It was like really a good gathering for the community, and it just need to figure out what kind of community events we can do in the future to kind of like bring this back into LE.
Do you guys know if there's any plans to introduce something like the private leagues that we have in PoE? Is that like a thing?
I wish.
Have you ever discussed this, for example, with the devs or something?
Yes. Yeah, we did, but a while ago, and honestly, it hasn't been discussed since like maybe 2 years.
We're trying for them to hold Pinnacle content in offline, because it's one step at a time.
Yeah,
but I think they would like to, but they have a lot on their plate, so.
They were busy cooking for this patch. We've waited 9 months or what?
Yeah, it's been a slow cook, but we're finally here, so it's nice.
In the slow cooker,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually so fun to sit here again, look at all the stuff what Last Epoch came out with, and talk to you guys. We haven't really had the opportunity in a long time, and I remember a long time ago we did that for launch and for the season 1 and so on. That's really cool. And I think a lot of people also enjoy that to kind of see Last Epoch just emerging from the shadows again, and all the content creators with it. And I think it's gonna be really, really fun to see how it's gonna go.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Woody, how excited are you about this season? To be completely blunt and honest, do you think EHG has cooked a really good patch? Does it look good from the outside?
Yeah, it's at least a 9 for me. I think this is probably the best update in RPGs that we're gonna get this entire year, I expect. This looks
nice.
Yeah, it does look like they have really taken the time that they had, and I mean, they had by far the longest amount of time than compared to any other release lately, but they really put it to good use. So very good.
Holy, that is a bold take, very bold take. But
keep in mind, Woody, we've been playing this game for 5 years, suffering through 2 FPS gameplay, people calling us dead on arrival, bro.
Yep.
We're like zealots at this point, right? And I can't wait to be like, guys, I knew it was going to be a good game. LE login.
LE login, guys.
So yeah,
nice.
it's very vindicative, for fucking finally, something where, it's when you feel proud of being part of a community and part of something, and I don't know, it's just a good feeling at the moment. Hopefully servers take my energy and all that. But yeah,
will we enter the first town?
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, I still have PTSD from 1.0, so with the stuff. So hopefully we don't get that again.
Oh my god!
But they say it's better, so fingers crossed.
I can actually see myself just kind of sticking to LE for much longer than I have in the previous season, for example, as well.
Hell yeah, brother!
I mean, I'm definitely conscious about the other releases as well, right? So there's D4 coming, there's no rest coming. I want to go back to PoE at some point and do some more characters. I only played 1 now since we had so little time, and so on. So LE might actually kind of shift more towards the spotlight for me for the long term now, because there's so much to do, and SSF is just probably the best in the genre in that game now. And the crafting is already the best, and it's just getting better. So I think if there's actually a long-term perspective and the community sticks around, I think it's gonna be really cool. So I'm excited to do a lot more Last Epoch in the future if that all works out.
Yeah, that is one massive W for Last Epoch, is that it was designed with solo in mind, with solo self-found in mind, and trading was just an addition onto that was basically asked from the players. That mainly came from other ARPGs. So the SSF portion is amazing. It's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun, man. You know, there's also like, you know, every time I play Last Epoch and I pick up some random uniques and I'm like, oh man, I really need to make a character around this thing at some point, and I really need to make a character like that. There's like 100 like items like this in my stash, and I'm like, man, I really want to build build something with this at some point, you know. At some point I will have the time, you know. So we'll see. But it would be really fun actually. It's like log in and like blast LE like full time for like 2 months or something. Make like 10 characters. Yeah, we'll see. So, but yeah. Anyway, I think we have covered a lot of topics here. Do you guys have anything else they want to talk about? I think we went through pretty much everything like patch related, outside of like, you know, discussing every single build or something like that. Which, by the way, you can watch on Lizard's YouTube channel from their last podcast a few days ago. They talked about everything but Sentinel and Marksman, unfortunately, which was cut off from the video. But there's a lot of good info there.
I fucked up. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he messed something up with the sound and the recording or something. But here we are. Oh yeah, good question from chat. Predictions on the hardcore race length. I guess we're talking about the first kill and not all 5 kills. Let's talk about, okay, maybe both. What is your predictions for the first and the first 5?
You want my
eligible for the race? Yeah, eligible. Yeah.
It depends on how much Volka and I sleep, pretty much.
Yeah, I feel like I do need to sleep at some point. So
no, I'm talking about people that will actually have a chance to win the prize.
Eligible people.
Yeah.
Okay.
From my take is like from 1 week to a month, let's say.
Yeah, things like can we even say, because you know it's NDAs.
I don't know. I feel like like
we're not revealing anything about the actual.
Again,
yeah, you're talking about the fight.
How long? You can definitely say this. It's not NDA.
The thing is like, just without talking about the fight itself, right? The game is very young. Like I said, people are really bad. Like again, my first Aberoth I felt like it was challenging as fuck. I died, all that, right? Bro, normal Aberoth now, I faced and go his abilities on normal builds, including the slam on marksmen and everything. Like, we just learned so much about the game that I think there's this thing where like LE before didn't really have any challenge, where someone who's a bit of a tourist of the game, like for example, you played a lot of LE, Woody, and people like Karn and people like that. But you're kind of like visiting the game, playing a bit and leaving, and visiting and playing and leaving. And because you have so many, you have a skill set that you built on other games, that it was skillful enough and good enough to, without the knowledge and without the LE, the requirement stuff, you could just still get away and be the best, pretty much, right? But I got a feeling that the game right now is finally introducing stuff that is not transferable and that you're just gonna need time, right? Again, I think softcore, you know, there's groups. So groups are, again, Snap is literally, we've been talking with him and stuff, and his group, they're playing one support and macro builds that he's seen us do things with it. On softcore group, it's a different game, right? But it doesn't really matter either for to my eyes, right?
Yes.
But for the hardcore race, for the hardcore race, Liz, how much time do you think it's going to take for all 5 slots to be filled?
I think we're talking like weeks for like all the slots. I don't know.
Holy shit, dude.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I can't. I can't. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Right? It's hardcore. If you die, you have to go like it's
yeah,
hardcore.
but we have offline, bro. We have offline. That's the thing. Like,
yeah, that's
you can
true.
practice.
It's hardcore. It's not
like
the same.
you could literally progress your hardcore character, then copy it in offline on softcore, and just test and see how much damage you're taking from the boss. Like, and
let's just say something. If there was an offline testing and we didn't have guides, I don't think it's happening.
The entire season.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What? That sounds very fun. All right. That's
but
very
the
exciting.
good thing is we have guides, you know.
Being
3 days, guys. 3
immediately
days,
hopping on
guys.
advertising, you know, like
3 days, guys.
3 days.
I mean, people are very skillful. I'm sure there's some Michael Jordan of, that no one knows who they are, and they're super. For sure, someone's gonna surprise us, and a legend is gonna be born. But jokes aside, I do think it's gonna be an incredible achievement, like incredible achievement.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if you practice offline and stuff.
Regardless of time, honestly, it's like time won't even matter. I feel.
Sounds fun. Okay. Well, we have something exciting to look forward to, guys. So let's see what will actually happen, like in the next, I guess, weeks.
Guys, Bilibili gamers only play MG, RMT, softcore 1K HP builds. No Bilibili.
What do you mean?
They're playing a different game too, okay? A game called Wallet, Botting, Buying, and fucking... no, stop it, okay?
What if they just one-shot Uber? But what if he can't be one-shot?
Anarchy.
If I speak, if I speak. We can't say it.
Okay, Woody, do you think he is one-shottable by the highest DPS in the game?
No. I think that this is something that I've probably thought about.
And it's very interesting too, because also there's certain things, not just for the entire game, right? The state of snapshotting with minions. It's kind of like another game on its own. But again, a lot of these builds being one thing is, you play softcore, you do a bunch of times, you get all your gear, and then you go snapshot and kill the boss, right? But again, getting there on hardcore to begin with, it's gonna be a grind. It's not. You for sure can make a farm character and then make a minion snapshotty whatever, like people did honestly with normal Abaroth, right? With things like Falconer and all that, where they would farm with a build and then would just or people did that with Static Orb too. Talking about normal Abaroth, how many people do you think have killed normal Abaroth in hardcore?
Probably also not that many, to be honest. I don't know.
And
do we have a number?
I think it's less than 50.
Oh, really?
It has to be more.
Yeah. No one fucking plays this game, bro.
Yeah, people don't play hardcore. That's true.
Yeah. And the people who have killed it, a lot of them have played builds that don't exist anymore. And, so I don't know. It's going to be so interesting, honestly. Like, we're just guessing at this point. And
yeah, so let's say
it's going to be fucking sick.
Let's say there are 50 people. We can probably expect the same 50 people to try, like race again hardcore or something. But probably
and half of them are banned.
Half of them are banned. Exactly. Half of them are CT.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's kind of interesting, actually. So it's kind of like as long as you reach the finish line, you've already won, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean we'll see.
We're kind of overhyping it, I'm sure it'll be fine. Again, the moment the patch notes, the patch goes live and the download starts, you're gonna have websites like Tanglabs, data mining, HP. Yeah. So
okay. Yeah, I need my chat to feed me the info then as I race.
Yeah, for sure.
As it comes in, basically, they're gonna link me all the stuff. And I have to also read it. That's kind of the bigger problem, I guess, because I tend to not read my chat too much during these kind of events. But we'll try. Okay. Oh no, now I'm also sabotaging me as well. Ban everyone who does that. Uh-oh. Okay. Anyway, guys, I think we had a really good talk here. So that was fun. Last Epoch, LE login, guys. On Thursday, actually, right? It's the 17th. So this is what awaits us. I'm very excited. If you guys have anything else, like some last things to share, otherwise just, maybe reintroduce yourself again for the audience, like, who are you, what do you do, where can you find them, where can I find you? I'm going to give a shout out as well on my stream here to everyone. And yeah, it was a lot of fun, guys. So maybe it's going in order: Bina, Lizard. Actually, it's turning around this time. Volker, Tarek, Lizard, and Bina. We did the other way around.
I'm Volka, and you can find me on Twitch at Volka_ and YouTube VolkaVid, and we're gonna be blasting hardcore. Gonna kill Uber Aberot with Judgment Paladin. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and I'm going to be posting, just doing a bit of a promo here. I'm going to be posting a video on all the leveling guides and do a run on each guide up until Abomination, so people can see it. Yeah, just trying to grow the channel and stuff.
Well, professional yapper here, Lizard IRL, same as in Twitch. And I actually wanted to take this moment to also thank the people that are here with me, like Volka, Terek Pina, and also the people who are not on the podcast but are part of the team, like again Amarathi, McFluffin, Vision. We've been not only cooking the guides, but I think we've been cooking a lot of team synergy. Like a lot of the guys that you're gonna see in the website, even though they have the name of one person, they have hours of Discord 4 a.m. talking and cursing and again, it's been a team effort this time, and I just wanted to thank them for the compromise and for being so amazing. And yeah, they're I love them. Yeah.
And we love you too, Liz. Okay, let's get this out of the way. But I am Bina. I stream on Twitch, do videos on YouTube, and I play RPGs, mainly Last Epoch. So you can find me streaming pretty much every day.
All right. So thank you guys as well. That was super fun, and also good luck to you guys when you do your own like hardcore adventures. It seems like everyone is going hardcore, right? Or maybe not Tarek. Wait, are you going hardcore too?
Yeah, I'm going Judgment hardcore build.
Okay, so going Judgment.
So the entire podcast is going hardcore, guys. That sounds really fun. Yeah. So it's gonna be really, really cool. Like season start, like I don't know, like there's probably gonna be compilations from someone and stuff. I hope we're gonna see this kind of stuff. But yeah, the Maxwell guys, ladies and gentlemen, was a really fun time, and I'll see you in the season. So good luck.
Yep, good luck.
Yeah, and thanks for hosting this, Woody. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, it was always
good. Thank you.
Always good doing these podcasts. Just like always fun times.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Okay, have a good one, guys.
Okay, GG.
GG.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was it, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. I need to set up my stuff again here in a second. One moment. Okay. So open my Spotify again. And I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna do that. Okay. So silent suddenly. Okay. What a great team. Yeah, it seems like the last Epoch guys, they have like a nice solid team and working on the guides. I'm actually somewhat jelly, I gotta say, looking at what they have done, like the Maxwell website update is also amazing. Like I've been looking through some of the guides already last time and so on. And they've really been like, tidied up, and they're really, really neat. And yeah, you can see like the tier lists. They have been all updated, so you can also look at all these builds here. Also cool stuff. And yeah, it seems like they've been cooking. And yeah, like I know that this is like something really cool for like a team that works on these guides. Like for example, in D4 and stuff. We've done similar where it's like, okay, you have like early access, and you play the game together, and you chat about it all the time. You cook the stuff in the background off stream. It's kind of like a very cool experience, I gotta say. So I know exactly what they went through basically, and it's just very fun. So even though it's a lot of work and no sleep and stuff. You're gonna buy LE now? Nice. Good luck. It's really fun, man. So I think you're gonna like this. If you wanna buy it and support me, you can also use the next link. Costs the same, and you can support me. Yeah, I just shouted you all out here, by the way, Lizard. And we're also gonna make sure to put the YouTube, the links in YouTube and stuff. Yeah, they were actually here in chat and like talking and stuff. Might not be the bad idea if you have not played Last Epoch at all. Maybe just like log in. It's like in 4 days anyway, right? Let's just log in. Get at least familiar with how the skill tree works. Maybe play for the first 2 acts or something at least. you know, get a bit of an idea of what's going on in the game. Then you're gonna have a much better start. It's not that complicated, this game, but at least the basics are really, really good if you already understand them. Finding it difficult to decide between Erasing Strike and Warpath. Yeah, I'm also not sure yet what I will do. I might have to have some more discussions like what is the strat here. Like for me, I'm also like kind of leaning towards Warpath and then switch to Judgment at some point. Or maybe I'm just gonna go full-time Judgment and try to push it high right away. Well, we'll see, I guess. I haven't played No Rest, but I'll wait until a new patch to experience everything fresh. Yeah, No Rest for the Wicked is also very good. I played that for like 2 weeks or something, or like something like that when it came out. That was really good. Still can't believe I'm playing Rogue. Yeah, it looks like it's not world first viable to go Rogue. It's just how it is. Like Rogue was already very sketchy in hardcore for like racing and stuff. It did work, you know, obviously. Like I got some very good results in Season 0 and Season 1. But like this time it sounds like this Aberov thing is just way too crazy. So, and also like all the other stuff, right? There's like all these new bosses, the Woven guys, the champions. Apparently all of that is like really crazy. So you can't do Rogue. If you go in blind, I guess Rogue and hardcore for Road First is not happening. It's just how it is. And like, you know, on my second character, when I know everything by heart, yeah, sure, that's a different story. Like I'm definitely gonna make a hardcore Heartseeker Rogue. But for the first character, I think that's not happening. My second character will be Heartseeker though, I promise. Okay, let's turn this on again. Oh, we have some alerts playing here. Oh, this was actually just now. Nico, thanks for the sub. Maybe you had some other subs? Just checking. Okay, anyway, thank you guys. You mentioned someone kills Abby first as a rogue. If that actually happens, I'm gonna cry, man. If the word first, like eligible kill is a rogue, I'm gonna uninstall. I'm done. If I get debated that hard and the rogue does it, oh my god, man. That would be a worst case scenario, man. Oh god. Some Chinese name will achieve world first, 100%. Yeah, I think the chances of that are moderate to low, to be honest. I don't know much about the Chinese LE community. Apparently they are doing some really crazy stuff, but I don't think that they are really like doing this kind of stuff that much. So I guess we'll see. At least judging from what I know from like D4 or D3, you know, I don't know, but PoE even. Like usually it's more like the Western guys that are doing this hardcore stuff and it's like world first stuff. But yeah, we'll see, I guess. What's that here from Densis? Can I compare this? Simple answer is okay. Tangle Tongue versus a random spear. That's probably Tangle. I had a weapon that was way better than this, I think. And Tangle won for me. Carve will win. Dude, imagine if actually Carve gets shouted out as fucking like first takedown Uber Arbor from hardcore. That would be hilarious. Like one of fucking deaths, man. I mean, who knows? You know, he might know stuff that we don't know. Yeah, he's gonna use it. Carve even said the race winner will be a Judgment Paladin. Yeah, it sounds like Carve is some actual blaster, right? He's like a dev who's actually blasting. And that's good to see, first of all, that they have these kind of people. And I guess he was also probably involved a lot in like the fine-tuning of that fight. Have we talked to Karn? He's put a lot of thought into this, like a lot. I have not talked to Karn about the race yet, but maybe I should. Maybe we're gonna make a call and just hang out and discuss. Karn with the goat, he's passing moveless. Okay, sounds good. Karn just self-tilts and see how unfair it is. I don't know, I mean, if there's like someone I'm scared of, it's actually Karn, I gotta say. You know, Karn is, you know, he has the endurance for these like long sessions. He's used to hardcore, he's used to melee, he's used to sentinel in this game. He definitely has like all the things needed. And also obviously he's like a fucking gamer, so... He's been testing it non-stop. Khan will refuse to practice the fight offline and drip to Ubarbarov. I don't know, maybe he's gonna make it so tanky that you don't rip. I don't know. I would trust Al-Kaiser over Khan. I'm not sure what's Al-Kaiser's experience in LE though. I mean, Al-Kaiser is also a huge game. I'm not sure who, like, let's say if they had equal practice, I'm not sure who would win actually between Al-Kaiser and Karn. But yeah, Al-Kaiser is also like very good at playing hardcore in any game. That's for sure. Yeah, Ben is not around. Elon Musk will win for sure. It must be Elon Musk actually. I didn't think about that. And he really needs that 5k as well. He will dual wield the mouse in one hand for last Epoch and a USA nerf hammer in the right. Oh god. The nerf hammer. Ben is playing Torchlight, okay. In between Parla, Judge, and Crow Beastmaster, you actually want to log in on Beastmaster? Like, this Beastmaster stuff seems also nuts, man. You were I was Falconer, yeah. In 1.1 I went for Falconer. And I was the first to attempt normal Aberov on hardcore. And I died right at the execute phase. Because of the time shedding slam, I didn't understand it. Like, it wasn't even that I was like overwhelmed or something, I just didn't understand the mechanic, and then I died to it. Because I tanked basically one shot. Where did Khan rank for normal Aberov race? I'm not sure actually. I know I was the second, so after I died I made a Avalanche Shaman and I killed it second. But I'm not sure where Khan was. They probably offered Ben more money than would get in a hardcore race. I mean, the thing is that if you're talking about Torchlight right now, I'll also have a sponsored stream for Torchlight, which will potentially land in the middle of the race, which is very unfortunate. But I mean, this stuff was, you know, this is like already set up months in advance, you know. This I agreed to this like 2 months ago or something like that. So, you know, this was like long before there was ever any talk about any race or if any like idea of, oh, last Epoch might be delayed or something like that. So I don't think this has been anything to do with that. Yeah. So it's kind of unfortunate. I guess there will be other people like me that are kind of stuck in the same boat here, where it's like Torchlight and last Epoch release at the same time, and I have a sponsored stream for Torchlight. So I guess I have to fit that in somehow. Yeah, I can't just like not do it, you know. I have a contract, so it is what it is. You step 100 hours in LE, no chance you can compete in a race. Isn't Gazi in China for Torchlight? What the fuck? What is he doing? Interesting, okay. I have no idea what's going on there with Gazi. What's that I'm most excited for crafting? Grabbing bags. So the Torchlight guys invited Gazi into China. Interesting. Isn't here the iCrove in the West non-existent? I don't know, maybe they're still trying. I mean, there are people in the West that play it. I know it's like most popular in China, but it seems like it's like, you know, still like a pretty healthy game. Maybe not so much in the West and the community and stuff, but there might be like a lot of people just playing it that are not really on the streams and so on. I don't know. Did you make the Steelers in the podcast? No, the Steelers was already made by the guys. Think optimization of campaign speedrun monolith push would matter much in the race? I mean, the biggest part of the race will be just the long grind for gear. So, like, really min-maxing every single minute in the campaign is not such a huge deal. As long as you can do the campaign. Let's say if you do the full campaign, how long is that? Like 3.5 hours or so? If you can do like all 9 acts. Or if you like, let's say, go to like Act 5 and then do the skip. If you can do that in like 2 hours, that's pretty good. You know, if it's like 10 minutes more, it doesn't really matter. You know, this is a race that will be won through efficient farming later on. You need to get levels up to like 95 or so, and then you have to get, you know, gear. So you have to like really be smart with your gear and like, you know, use the new farming strategies and so on. Wonder how much offline practice will impact things. Yeah. I guess this might actually be like a realistic outcome that a lot of people that are trying to get one of the prizes are going to do the offline practicing. I have not looked at Meteor or Sork yet. I actually have not really played Sork very much, to be honest. Like, my goal for this LE season would be win the race. Good start. Do a Heartseeker. Die to Barbarov. And then I want to do like a Giga Chat, 2-handed shield, Forge Guard. And then I guess I want to make a Sork, because I've also not really played Sork very much. So this is kind of like my 5-step plan here. Or so. Without Stormcrows? Maybe. But realistically, I would much rather play Stormcrows next season when they probably fix all the snapshotting and so on. So. Let's take a look at Meteor, because it has pretty decent buffs. Yeah, Meteor is definitely something that I'm excited for. It has like this belt. I know. There's like some unique belt for it. Is Meteor here actually? The Mage. Shadow Strike, Frostbite, Hydro, Hadron, Fireball, Glacier. It's actually not even on the list. Monka. But we'll see. Maybe I'll play it anyway. Especially if it's a twink and I have like 12 COF. You know, we can deck them out so fast. It's gonna be pretty cool. Might be cooking a little bit there. Frozen Sentinel made an amazing Frozen Claw static off Sork in 1.1. Okay. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with Sork, and I mean, it's not really relevant for now anyway. I'll consider what I will do after the Heartseeker character. So at least my first 2 characters are locked in, I would say. You know, it's gonna be the Paladin, and then the Heartseeker, and then we'll see. Rax has been practicing a lot and is committed to Rogue. Yeah, okay, I guess he's not really going for the race in that case. So he's just like, you know, playing, but I don't really expect Rax to do this. Doing a werebear physical swipe bleed kind of thing. It's like gonna be very interesting to see actually on launch day. There's gonna be obviously a lot of people going like, you know, Judgment and Sentinel and stuff like that. And then there's gonna be a lot of people playing Heartseeker, especially on my stream, I imagine. But then we're also gonna have like a lot of people cooking up their weird random stuff, right? And it's gonna be very fun to see. I'm really excited to hear what all of the different builds and the outcomes will be. Builds that look good for Season 2 that play well on controller. I guess Warpath is a good candidate. Umble Blades, maybe? Falconer? Ballista, Falconer, maybe? Although it's like it's glass cannon build, so I don't know. I'm not sure about some of these builds here, like what they actually feel. Maybe chat can answer this a bit. I guess Heartseeker should be very console friendly as well, because of auto aiming. Skirl is not good in 1.2, it has been stated as less than C tier. Yeah, but I mean, you know, if you don't really care about going all the way to like Ubarbarov, you know, you can still play the game on like pretty much any build, right? That's the good thing about last Epoch. Like there's like some kind of like, you know, base and balance in the game where you can just kind of progress, right? You can do any kind of weird shit. As long as you like create some sort of synergies and you build into those, then it's fine. So I wouldn't really be discouraged too much from this. If like, you know, build is not on the tier list and stuff like that. Ubarov is the chase you needed to keep pushing a build. Yeah, I wonder like how many builds will actually have killed Ubarbarov by the end of the season. Like how many distinct builds? Or at least masteries. That's gonna be interesting. Because there's probably gonna be very few people that will even do it at all, right? And you know, someone said there was only a few hundred people that normal Amarov on softcore so far. And like 50 on hardcore or something like that. So the pool of people that have even done normal Amarov is very small. And now there's gonna be Uber Amarov. Like there's not gonna be that. Like I guess it's gonna be such a high target that, you know, you'll never get there with like most of these builds. Unless you can actually like play like a god, and after trying to fight like, you know, 500 times, then it's fine. I really wonder how it compares to stuff like, you know, Arbiter, for example, in PoE2 right now or something, right? We have like, you know, separate one-shot mechanics there, and I guess there will be a bunch of one-shot stuff in the Uber fight as well. Only a couple hundred killed. I don't know, that's what someone said. I'm not sure if that's true, but I could believe it. That's just some hundreds. He did it once on hardcore, died on a second try, and found him on a character in softcore after he died on hardcore. Yeah, that's nice. I remember on my shaman, I killed him 9 times and I died on a 10th time. On the last one. That's funny. I'm going to practice. You can play some now. It's just an autocast. Yeah, I definitely have to like start practicing. I think I'll log in actually, but I need to do a short break. So I'll BRB, guys. I'm gonna do bathroom and stuff. So BRB a few minutes. We're back, guys. The first rule of winning the race, not smashing the door. What? Lich build good? I hear Stygian Coal Lich. What the hell is Stygian Coal? Is that like an item? Yeah. Ah, there's like the beams thing. I've seen that, I think. Yeah. Okay. Okay, guys, do we log in or do we actually check out? There was actually some of the things I want to like check out here, which is set items. Like, I actually realized we forgot to talk about set items. I wanted to talk about this in the podcast, but it's too late now. Because I haven't really seen any of the Maxwell guides introduce any of the set items and the new set crafting and stuff. So it seems like even with that feature, it's not good enough. Because they made like LPs so accessible, which is kind of interesting. And even on these exalted items that we see here, there are no set bonuses. Time Rod has it and Bleed Hammer. Yeah, I wonder like what are like the big sets actually at all. I guess there's like this melee health effectiveness scaling thing. That is probably gonna be a thing. Avoid penetration with Time Rod and more void damage Time Rod. Nice. It's like more void damage per Time Rod or something like that? What does that mean? I know, it just goes... No, we have 3 Ps here. It's more per stack, okay. Yeah, that seems pretty strong. Yeah, this makes sense. And here... It's plus 7 endurance, 0.1 of physical damage leeches health on hit. Interesting. Is it no better source of leech or what? Ah no, there's not a set piece. Endurance threshold per strength and 30 strength. Yeah, I saw the set as well. Fucking Machasa shield, man. Just get more. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to check the database and just like look at what are these sets actually. Because I never really looked at them very much. Can we search like this? What is like the best way to like see set by set? I guess. Let's just go. Yeah. I guess they're all filtered by names, kind of, anyway, so. Only 2 affixes per set are available. Yeah, the thing is, we don't know exactly, like, do we know? Like, it takes, like, the affix shards takes some of the stats that the item normally has, right? But do you have, like, any kind of system here? Like, how do I know which of the stats the affix shard will actually give us? Like if you look at this here, for example, this is the last bear. So here is a glove, chest, helm. So let's compare this actually. So the glove here, the set stat is health regen per point of strength and melee physical damage. So this is this and this. And here is endurance and physical damage is health. So it's this, but it has very small value. And this. Yeah, so I guess it kind of comes down to like on which item do you craft it on, right? And it kind of just shows some stats for this. Health, region, and endurance threshold. So it's this and this. I guess it's not random, right? It can't get void inverse or something, right? It's just like guaranteed this. How do you split them into one screen like that? Windows 11. I mean, you can also do it with, you can press the Windows key and then arrow keys like this. You can also do this on Windows 10, for example. Anyway. Oh. I want to see some more of the set. Let's focus mostly on the set bonuses. I think what you mostly care about are set bonuses, but there might be some items that have like pretty crazy effects that you want to craft as well, I imagine. So we should probably look at least a little bit. Chance to apply damned, necrotic penetration of damned. So this could be something for warlocks, for example, as well, right? Didn't like Torment the warlock actually rely on damned stuff a lot? If I'm not mistaken. So that seems kind of nice as well, for example, for stuff like that. Then there's chill, spell damage, health. Windows 11 has built-in feature. Yeah, they also have more options, right? They can do like, yeah, there's like more. They can also do like, you know, like a 3-window split, 4-window split. It's kind of nice. 2 small, 1 big. Very cool. Assemble Abomination reliable in endgame. It's like the golem build, right? I'm not sure about that. Mental spell cast speed +1. That doesn't seem too crazy. I guess anything that doesn't have like a crazy set bonus you probably wouldn't consider. Because I guess the affix shards are always like trying to be balanced somewhat, you know, against other stats. Something like this here is kind of nuts. Forge Strike, Smelter's Wrath, maximum Forge Weapons. So this seems like something. Maybe if I play Forge Guide, I might make some Forge Weapon builds. Okay, what else? Void Pen. Okay, we see Sawdust. This is what Time Rod build uses. Seems very strong. Did the Time Rod build actually use the set before this patch already? I wonder. Isn't that good enough? Last Bear, just kind of neat. 30 strength. Here's Spell Cold Damage Avalanche. Chance to cast Avalanche Boulder at target when a critical hit with a spell. Now that seems fucking cracked, actually. For Avalanche. I mean, I played Avalanche Shaman. That seems nuts. What are these set items here? A relic and a staff. So obviously this is kind of awful to use a staff. But this seems very good. I was actually playing my shaman with a staff, like an exalted staff. It has 1 second cooldown. Ah, that's still fine. You don't cast that fast. Seems very good anyway, I think. But yeah, I've already played that build, so I don't think I'm gonna do it again right now. Pebbles Femir. Chance to replenish 1 potion when Bungon hits an enemy. Wow. You summon skeleton spells and attacks deal +42 fire, cold, or lightning. I mean, that's not a small amount, to be fair. It's a wand, relic, and belt. Oh, are these like outdated set bonuses here? Wait, are they different in the planner? What is Halvar? Yeah, I remember, like, I saw Void Pen was 50, and now it's 75 here, right? So, boots. 2020. Okay, so the database is not updated, but okay, shit. Well, in that case, let's just do this, I guess. Potions no longer heal, but instead grant 54 necrotic damage to melee and throwing attacks and mark you for death for 4 seconds. Mark for death is minus 25 auras, I think. Oof. And increased chance to find potions and less necrotic and poison damage taken. Okay, not that terrible, actually. Boardman's fallacy. Limit to 1 active companion. Stone Turtle can hit allies to grant 21 health and 21 ward. Cooldown reduction for Decimate. More void damage to bosses and rare enemies. That also doesn't seem bad. Increase area of Decimate. I don't know what Decimate is exactly at all. Hello.
Hello.
You're the best.
I know. They say
Merlin agrees.
from
Yeah.
salvation.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
don't give him anything, it has shield.
Okay. Guess we got an omelette. Thank you. You wanna take him?
Yeah.
Mm,
You want him to beg him food all the time or what?
okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Make sure you do not wake me again.
Rift is on it, okay. Decimate is a skill granted by the set. 100% chance to cast Decimate when you directly use a lightning spell. Okay, so it's not actually a spell. And then when you have to set, you get more of it. Gust bars, audacity. Chance to cast Decimate when you use a cold spell, when you use a lightning spell, when you use a fire spell. Interesting, okay. So I guess this would only work if the affect shards also give you that chance to cast it, right? Else this doesn't even work. Interesting. Okay. Don't break over the door, I'll try. The rune must be viable. I mean, check the tier lists. I think mage in general is not that strong right now, but you know, it can make anything kind of work, so. And we should have the shards here as well, right? Yeah, reforged. Let's search reforged. Here, for example, 50 to 100% chance to cast Decimate. So yeah, you can actually check it there. Okay. Interesting. What else is there? Helmets. I guess is there like any sets that are class specific? I guess there are some that are class specific, right? Oops. Not that many set items in this game, after all. A bunch of weapons here. Dude, does Meteor actually look different? Does it look blue? Maybe commercial lighting. Interesting flavor text on that thing. I haven't even had set items for like 5 years. Yeah. I understand like a lot of stuff is really old. And they've never really added any since I basically played the game. Like I always knew that set items are kind of like whatever. And this is it. Many skill nodes don't work with item conversion. Many point chance per 1% uncut fire resistance. That could be a build. I need to run with a one-handed axe. Okay. Yeah, 5% increased melee cold damage per 10 health regen up to 1500%. So you need 300 times 10 health regen. You need 3000 health regen. That's a lot of damage. That's not good when they fit perfect, otherwise meh. Yeah, I kind of what to expect. I mean, it's fine if it's not like best in slot or something. I think it's better for sets to not be best in slot than it is for them to be. And if there's like, you know, some specific builds where they have like some niche set stuff, I think that's okay. Like the Time Rod stuff. But honestly, for example, looking at T4, I'm not unhappy at all about the absence of sets. Or in PoE. But I guess when it comes to the race, I was just like straight up full ignore set items now. Guess there's not really that much of a reason to go for it on a paladin with what I'm doing. Seems like nothing here really helps us. Even for like progression. +4 maximum shades. I'm not sure if that is good. You can't even build off this if you're SSF, you probably never see any of this. I think all the set items are pretty easy to get actually. Especially in COF, when one of the items drops, you get the entire set. Okay. I think that was pretty much it. Let's just go back real quick. And see the full list here. In case like there's like some other classes. I didn't go through all the classes now in every single slot. Let's see if there's anything else. Missing that. Yeah, it's actually very few set items basically in the game. Or rather very few sets at least. So it's like very simple. I could imagine they're probably gonna go through them and update them and like do more sets and so on in the future to make cool stuff possible. Okay. So TLDR, make a filter, hide all set items. We're gonna continue. Avalanche thing is interesting for Shaman. You could play Avalanche. Wouldn't mind that some items were spaced in this format. You still need to farm a good Exalt champion item. That's true. As I said, as long as they don't overdo it, it's fine. You know. But I don't want to like end up with like, you know, some very generic sets, for example, that are just so powerful that, you know, like half the classes just run it. You know, and then make something that gives you like, I don't know, 50 vitality and 50 int or some shit like that. Or I don't know, just like some generic spell damage and, you know, something that kind of like fits everywhere. I think they should like keep it kind of niche when it comes to this. So where's our Weaver tree, by the way? Is it mentioned earlier that we have the Weaver tree? Ah. Uh-huh. Can I full screen this? I wasn't really done checking this out. Is there like a way to full screen this? I don't need this here right now. The add-on resource page. Yeah, it makes sense to have it here. It's like a standalone thing, I guess. Like here, this goes with the build, I guess. Do we have the option to imprint? Maybe. That would be kind of neat, man, in the build guide to also put that with the imprints. Yeah, for visual reference, I guess, just embedded there. That works. I wonder, is it like no multiple points requirements to go from this to that or something? I don't see these dots that usually show like how many points you need to invest. I guess I can just go like 1, 1, 1, 1 and move through the tree, I guess. Actually, what are the Exile mages useful for now? I wonder. They're not for experimental items anymore. So what's actually the purpose? That's nice. They dropped that echo. Ah. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. There's a chance that a champion will appear to fight the exiled mage. That's kind of funny. Mad Alchemist Ladle. You know what's up with that? Wait, is that a mage drop or what? An extra mage only? Ah, interesting. It's actually fairly easy to get 2 LP on this. 1 in 8. Seems like a very good item. Mm-hmm. 1% chance, okay. The random Shade of Orbit is gonna be really fun. If you want to farm some Doom items or something. Super Arena Echoes, which contain additional champions. Wait, do we see somewhere what are the champion affixes? I need to see them somewhere, actually. I have no idea. Arena Echoes contain fewer waves. So you can possess them. Do we know, like, how much does the possess do? I'd like to know how much the possess actually adds in terms of difficulty. I guess you're gonna feel for it a little bit over time. Okay, there's the champion affixes. Very nice. Thank you. I'm gonna check this in a second. Here's Sarek, who gives you more gold drops. Okay. Pile of gold. Drop dungeon keys and dungeon key charms from rare enemies. That's actually kind of big. So here it says your echoes have a chance to spawn a rare enemy alongside a pack from a specific dungeon. So if you don't find it, you don't find it. So you have 20% chance. I guess realistically, half the time you're just gonna miss it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Twin champion stuff. All rare enemies are permanently enraged. This does not include champions, I guess. Champions seem to be separate. So I guess you kind of close the gap between rares and champions this way. And you get tons of runes and glyphs, which might be a pretty good idea, to be honest. Maybe I'll take that, actually. This might be really good for gearing up. Yeah, 50 points for your dream. The boss objective echoes have a chance to contain 2 instead of 1. And they do more damage and have more health. But these are not the big timeline bosses. These are just like the mini bosses, right? I'm not sure if champions are considered rare enemies. Actually, they are, I guess. Champions are formidable rare enemies. So I guess they are rare. So this will actually apply to champions. Okay. I'm not sure about that then. But it's like some actual juicing here. I mean, don't know just the affixes, but also the champions. Okay. I'm gonna check this out a sec. Yeah, I've seen like most of the tree here. High chance of spawn a champion. Champions have a chance to drop additional exalt items in your echoes. Increase champion spawn rate 10% per point. Lost caches. Okay. No arena. Tome of experience, 10% chance. I wonder if it's like the same amount of Tome of experience that you get from like just completing an echo with XP. But it's not that good. They nerfed them a lot after season 0. But they're still, I guess, decent XP. Maybe it's fine if you want a level. No, this is pretty good. 24% spawn rate for Nemesis. This could also be interesting, actually. Possessed Nemesis encounter. You can actually make this guaranteed for tombs and cemeteries. Now, tombs are the side stones that you randomly find in the echoes, and cemeteries are actual echoes themselves, right? Yeah. Make them more common. Boss Hoven echo with a chance to be duplicated, okay. Super beacon chance. So you need to go through this to then hit all of this block reward stuff. So block glyphs, block arena keys, block gold, block XP, block a rune, and pile of exile orders from the loot desert. I guess one thing that's for sure is you're gonna pick up all 4 of these imprints, I guess. Weapon or jewelry, armor or jewelry, armor or weapon. And then there's this. Make champions sometimes drop a pile of items of the same item type that always have a sealed affix matching all of the items on the imprinted item. Yeah, it's kind of cracked. The tier of the sealed affix can roll up to the tier of the corresponding affix on the item. The chance of a pile of these items dropping is multiplied by the number of affixes on the item. Okay, so they want you to use like a 4-stat item with like big exalted stats. Like a multi-exalt thing. Ah, there's a woven echo slot here, right? Here. Place a woven echo to imprint it in this slot for it to have a chance to spawn on your echo web when a new echo is generated. That's kind of hilarious, man. I wonder what's the chance. I guess it might scale with which echo it is. But imagine you just imprint like an Uber Aberov there once you are on like farmer status. And you just like spawn Uber Aberovs everywhere. That's hilarious. Champion affix on items always drop sealed. Yeah, I think so. Not only that, here you can also make the champions drop the stuff that you have on an item that you imprinted here. There's a seal. And you can get like a T7 or a T6 seal. So if you have like a multi-exalt item, like a 2 or 3 exalt item, and like a T5 roll, then you can just like put that into a seal. It's kind of wild. But it's often only of the same item type, so it doesn't dictate what base it is. I guess that's kind of important here. So you put like a falconry armor. You don't necessarily get a falconry armor, I guess. You can get any chest. Yeah, you play COF. I play COF, yeah. And for the race, there's no other option anyway. You have a chance on Master to accompany you. He provides defensive buffs and casts spells. Wait a minute, didn't they say that you can put like multiple woven echoes when you run one cemetery? So you just put them like everywhere you've discovered or something? +4 skill, sealed affix, lol. Yeah, I mean, can happen, I guess. If you put in like a T7 mod. It's kinda wild to think about. That's kind of big, actually. Rare enemies in the 270s have the race have a small chance to drop that timeline's boss-specific rewards. And extra woven echoes. Cemeteries, okay. Yeah, when you have 50 points, you can do a lot of stuff, man. How many points do you need to reach, for example, this? Is there a counter? It doesn't not say how many we spent. Ah, here's another one. Place of open echo. Ah, there's 2 of them. Is there another one? No, there's 2 open echo slots. And 3 item slots. You can actually get to this like really fast. A few points and boom, you're there. When is the NDA over? NDA is lifted for everything but Uber Aberroth right now, which will be on launch. Is Amber Blade's Falcon gonna be Omega strong? It seems so, yeah. What the hell are favor caches? I think one thing you definitely want to spec is the Nemesis stuff. Probably not this necessarily. I think another thing you want to spec is like the Champions top with an LP item, maybe? Nah, actually there's so many uniques. It's only a 1% chance for 1 LP. Probably not really that crazy. But maybe champion spawn rate. Maybe you actually want to do this. They're probably also pretty good XP, I imagine. And then you have like the twin champions. What else has like champion synergy here? Champion spawn rate. Additional chance for dropping a unique item. So it's basically just a bad version of this, right? Here's a 1% chance for a unique item with legendary potential, and here's just the same chance to just get a unique item. Okay. You have a chance for champion in your regular echoes to drop a pile of woven echoes. So probably this. When you open a rune prison, there's a chance that a champion will appear. So I probably want to do that. You probably have to do the dungeon stuff. No, big riff. Thank you. How much is figured out by now? Just about 99%. I mean, I've been playing this closed beta test for like 3 months almost. He has increased timeline stability. So we can find the boss faster. On the other hand, we don't really want to push aggression that much anyway, so maybe that's something you're gonna spec out of at some point. On the other hand, we get the heart from the dragon. I wonder how much XP does the boss give compared to like running echoes. Is that good? Echo rewards have a chance to be doubled on completion, that's kinda nice. There's also woven echo stuff. Memory amber rewards. Incubated silk. That will hunt and kill you. What the fuck? Click it. Okay. Pack size. I guess pack size might be good for a guaranteed rune prison with a possessed exile mage. And then there's a 44% chance for a champion to appear. That's kind of fun. And there's a chance for twinned mages. Vegans never appear. Yeah, because I have a chance to contain additional spiderling packs. Is that good or bad? I think it's not bad actually. But no super beacon. I guess you can spare 1 point and do no arena echoes. New lizards are more common. 20%. A blue or green loot lizard. These are different types of loot lizards that carry different items. Toberniga gonna have double the chance to drop their tail. And who knows what a tail does? They were just like hinting at something. Yeah. Now we are going for useful item actually. Useful lucky chance 30%. That's a lot of points. Although 6% chance to drop a useful item and then 30% chance on the useful lucky. Maybe it's not that bad. Rare. Let's see what we got of rare. Permanently enraged, but additional runes and glyphs. A chance to be possessed. This includes bosses. That's kind of monk ass, man. I wonder if they can be naturally possessed. A Gauntlet of Shades. So that could be big. 0.3%, so every 300 rares, 333 rares, you're gonna get one of the boss drops. How many do you kill in one echo? No, I actually don't need all these points here. Yeah, there's missing a counter here. I don't know how many points I've spent. Blue Lizard spawn chance. Increased Blue Lizard shrines. Ah, this is a shrine and this is just a lizard. Okay. Can actually remove this. Pile of rune chance. Kinda neat. But not needed. And same here. I mean, okay, runes is not bad. We probably want the runes. So 20% of the time you get just runes, probably similar to like an Echo Reward. Which might be good to get more Rune of Hamrock and stuff. Because I'm not really sure they will drop often enough. Glyphs are not that important. Okay, here's Memory Amber. Wait, don't we have like 2 things for Memory Amber now? No. Cystic, Fury, and Fortune. No problem. Enrage is what? 35% move speed and 60% attack speed. Holy. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. The Abyssal Champion affix is adaptive melee damage. Oh shit. Did you miss the podcast? Yes. But it's gonna be on YouTube tomorrow. What the hell are favor caches? Are these like these big special chests? Like the one-shot chests kind of deal? Yeah, so I think this tree is actually pretty much what you want. So we have like all the Woven Echo stuff, Memory Ember, and so on. We have like all of the champion stuff besides this Enrage. We have the Weaver's Will stuff. We have all the imprints. I'm not sure how many points I've spent. We could maybe count. 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 16, 19, 22, 3, 6, 9, 32, 5, 9, 41, 44. Uh-oh. 5, 6, 7, 8, 51. 2, 5, 6, 7, 9, 60, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 69, 70, 71, 74, 75. Okay, so I need to cut 25 points on this actually. That's a lot. Let's have a for 2 shows the. Okay, let me select that. What was that again? Build planner, home. Viewer tree, okay. Alright. Maybe do less pack size, for example. This might be something to cut pretty easily. Cemetery spawn rate seems good. Memory Amber. Champion spawn rate. We probably want the Nemesis spawn rate, so we probably have to do this, yeah. And then we somehow get down here. We skip the loot lizard stuff. And the arena stuff, maybe. Skip the gold stuff. Okay, you have 27 points already, holy. I'm not sure about this incubated silk. Memory Amber reward type. That could be good. We need Memory Amber mostly for like rerolling our idols, right? And for some of the crafts, I suppose. Increase your rank of the Woven faction can be used to buy Woven Echoes and need to specialize your Woven Weaver tree. So what am I missing out? First of all, I need to do this, yeah. Maybe this timeline boss thing is not so crazy. Maybe I'm fine without this. So we skip the Loot Lizard for sure, we skip the gold for sure. There's also this here, beacons never appear. I think I kinda want this. You can also block the arenas for 2 more points. I have a chance for champions to drop a pile of woven echoes. That seems kinda good. On the other hand, maybe you're just gonna have enough of them anyway at some point. So it's probably fine with just 1 point, especially with all the twin and extra spawn chance of champions. 5% chance to be possessed. I don't really want to do this actually. But I also don't want to go for the lizard stuff. Or the gold. So the only other option is to go down the left path. I wonder if this is the only way to get the Confluence of Oblivion. It sounds like it. Still need to block Arena Echoes. I mean, maybe Arena Echoes are just good now. I don't know. But maybe not. Maybe I can also like take this later. I mean, okay, this is 50 points, so it will be a while until we get there. Tombs, pack size. So I guess we're gonna take out pack size, block arena. And we could also if 100% increased chance, the chance is equal to exalted item reward type. Maybe we don't do this, because we're probably gonna get enough from other sources. We do this, we can skip this thing and this thing. I think timeline stability might not be such a huge concern. We have 2 points now. Champions are much more common. And I actually didn't do this here. If you want to get 1 more point in that. Yeah, I guess it will come down to like how many of these woven echo drops do we need. I guess at the start you want to pile them up a little bit so you can get all your points and stuff. But then later you don't really care. And you're probably gonna take these points out completely. What? On the woven points, you get 13 from progressing the faction, which you will do when you just like do all the woven stuff, and 37 from completing the woven echoes. So I guess it's like a one-time completion for all of them. We get like 1 point, and apparently there's 36 of them. And Uwabarov does not grant points, so you should be able to do them pretty easily. Introducing arenas and champions. Patchons made arena echoes sound good. Yeah, I'm also not really decided on blocking arenas. So I will see how they are. Maybe they're just good now. Maybe you don't have to do this here. But I think this is kind of like what this will look like here. There was also a video that someone linked to me.
Hey folks, today I'm going to be going over the Weaver tree nodes that we've seen so far. It's going to be from the perspective of a COF main player. Share this information.
This is someone linked this to me, like Frozen Sentinel actually, okay.
Will probably be useful if you play MG as well. but just keep in mind this is going to be COF focused. As always, if you do like this sort of thing, please leave a like on the video. Let me know that you want more content like this. Anyway, let's jump into it. So I've highlighted some nodes in this image that I put together, and I pasted them all over the nodes where they are on the tree so you can get an idea of where you might want to do pathing. The nodes that I've highlighted are ones that I think will potentially be valuable for COF, and ones that you might want to consider trying when you are doing your league start strats. So anyway, the first set of nodes that I've highlighted, you can see here in purple, these are the imprint item nodes. Now the reason why I've highlighted these ones specifically is because in the past it has been very difficult for COF to get good exalted items, especially if you care about base types and stuff like that, which I think will be much more relevant in 1.2 with all the focus around like set crafting,
this is Frozen Sentinel,
experimental crafting, champion affixes and stuff like that. So targeting specific exalt items I think will be very valuable, and prophecies, which is the other way COF gets items, is currently not a super efficient way to get exalts. So I do think that you will want these targeting things as COF especially, and especially early on in your progression to get those exalt items. Yeah, so there's 4 of those. You can see Warlord's Riches, that's the champion one. There's Echoing Riches, that's the armor or jewelry. There is Sealed Riches, that is the armor or weapon. And then you have Commoner's Riches, that is weapon or jewelry. The next set of nodes that I highlighted, somewhat related here, is the woven imprints. You can see them here in a blue color. So these I think are going to be very important for COF because they are how you access the new endgame crafting systems. So unlike MG, you can't just buy the finished product. You'll have to craft all your items. So especially early on, you'll want access to as many of these crafting uses as you can get. There's also another one here. Rare enemies inside your tomes and cemeteries have an additional chance to drop the woven echoes. So all of these are just going to help you get those crafts and whatever else it is you need. The woven echoes are also just generally useful because a lot of the procs happen in the woven echoes, so you will want that. This can also be used for targeting Uber Aberoth, by the way, so you want drops from that. You'll want these nodes as well. The next node I want to highlight here is Arena Echoes. I would recommend that you at least try Arena in 1.2 before blocking it. They have said there's a lot of improvements. Maybe there's a chance you might like it. If not, this will be a node that you want to take. Just completely block them, because if they are still unrewarding, then yeah, just remove them and you'll be a lot happier. The next set of nodes that I want to highlight is any node that gives you additional density or additional monsters. As COF especially, these are very high value. Unlike MG, where you're just mostly caring about item drops endgame, you don't really care about XP once you're level 100. For COF, you do. So anything that gives you extra monsters is indirectly giving you favor. So you're getting more items from prophecies, and you're getting all of the items you drop. So these are doubly high value for COF. Anything that does this, you want, no matter what, it's going to be high value. Yeah, there's the
Chronix, big raid. Thank you, man. What are you up to? Also doing that elite prep? Hello, guys. I got an innocent question here. What is that? I'm hooked up to IV drip feeding me vital nutrients when I stream 10 hours a day. Maybe a woman prepares meals for me? Interesting. When was the last time the sun hit your face and gave you a tan? I love touching grass, just love it. Hope you're getting nutrients you need so you don't abruptly fall out midstream. It's a nice copy pasta, dude. My first time chat out James, guys. We arrived right before the raid. Anyway, Chronix. We just had a shout out. I just typed it, okay. Someone did it. Doing hidden LE prep now. Monka is, dude. Hi, Etoka. Okay, so Chronix wants to earn that back. He's going for the 5k. LE login. I'm watching a video right now from Frozen Sentinel talking about the Weaver tree. I just checked out the Weaver tree, and I just want to see if like his assessment matches with mine, which so far seems to be pretty much even. Gotta pay your mods, easy lab. Yeah, of course you're going to race, guys. If you're more multipliers than flat added or all covered, how much increase are you looking for an endgame build? I guess that might depend a bit on the type of build. I guess spell damage builds might have more in general than the melee builds and the range builds. It's usually like probably in the range of like 400 to 1000%, if I had to guess. It also depends on like how much attribute you're stacking. Maybe it's more than 400, maybe 600 to 1000. Tried it last week. This game is awesome. Nice. Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
A few notes here. You have champion spawn rate.
This video is 5 more
minutes.
minutes.
That's going to be pretty high value. You have the spider packs. We don't know how good these are, but this will be high value, most likely. You have twinned champions, so that synergizes with the champion packs. This will be probably pretty valuable. The next one here I think is going to be really valuable. Rare dungeon packs. These can also drop dungeon items. So as COF, obviously you can't just buy dungeon items, you actually have to run them. With this node, that's no longer the case.
Mod Union.
So I think this, if you do need dungeon items for your build, will be quite high value in addition to the density you get. I've also highlighted this node next to it. Rare enemies are permanently enraged. They drop additional runes and glyph. Just because it's a one-pointer, it's pretty efficient to just grab if you're already doing this rare one.
Monk ass.
The reason why I grabbed this is because runes, we have the Rune of Havoc. This could be a
yeah,
good
I think if I feel comfy with my build, I will take this eventually. But I think for the start, I'll first have to like learn what these champions actually do.
To get it, potentially, that's possibly a lot if it's proccing on every rare that you kill. Some areas also are just basically full of rares, at least that's how it works right now. So if you do want a lot of rares, you could potentially target this and get crazy amounts of.
You always have the surplus and glyph and runes. Yeah, the glyphs is not such a big deal here, but the runes are important. Rune of Havoc and Rune of Redemption, the two new ones, they're gonna be big. And you want as many as you can, I think. I think you might also like throw some COF prophecies into let's just get more runes or something. Wudijo Pepegadin has been slayed by an enraged champion. Unlucky.
Runes. Maybe get some of those Havocs to make some good items. The next set of items that I've highlighted here is Nemesis. So I think Nemesis is going to be pretty high value too. Nemesis seems to be a pretty big part of the endgame crafting ecosystem now. And you're currently only putting in one item at a time for the upgrading. But as far as like recycling items, re-rolling, doing the gamble with the LP, which can turn it back to 0, then you can throw it in Nemesis again, or just in general making items and then recycling the trash to do the new unique re-roll thing. All of this is going to synergize quite well with just getting more Nemesis. So I do think you'll probably want the Nemesis nodes here. And then the final thing that I've highlighted is a bit of a wild card. I think that there is a chance that XP Tome targeting might be a decent meta strategy for COF in 1.2. There's a few reasons.
Ah, wait a minute. You do get favor from that, right? Even when they're at 100 already, I think.
The first one is they mentioned changing the difficulty scaling of corruption. Now, XP Tomes don't scale with corruption. So if it is harder to push corruption, people are generally doing lower corruption. XP Tomes could be a lot more relevant if that's the case. Another thing is you can block basically all of the other Echo rewards and then almost exclusively get XP Tomes. So what you do is you block the runes, you block glyph, you block arena key, you block gold, and then pretty much all that's left is XP Tomes and a couple other things. So you're going to have a lot of those nodes. You can also get a Echo reroll. It's a rare node in the Echo web. that you'll find sometimes. So I think what a strategy could be is you start in the center of the echo web, you path towards the outer edge, where the nodes will give you the most amount of experience tomes, so they'll give you 7. Then you're blocking all of them, you're getting a lot of XP tome echo reward nodes, and then you proc a reroll once you've done a bunch of them, and then a bunch of the remaining nodes that you didn't run will now become XP tomes, so you run those as well, you get even more XP tomes. And in addition to that, so this strat, by the way, would basically just be like a speed run strat, so you'd come in here, path grab these nodes, do the whole blocking thing, and then you just go for completions. So you're just going in, trying to get as many completions as you can. And then you would also take this double reward chance. So with 4 points, this would be 20%. It's basically giving you 20% more experience, therefore favor for your prophecies as COF. So that could be pretty significant if pretty much every node you're doing is XP tomes. So that is possibly interesting. And then we also have you have a chance for experience tomes with an S to drop when you complete an echo objective. So this says 5% per point, 2 points. I don't know if this is multiple. It says tome singular here, and then tomes plural here, so it could be multiple. But yeah, that may synergize with the double chance. I don't know if it's actually counting as a reward, but either way, this is probably valuable. You're probably going to be pathing through it anyway. And then we have another one here that you probably would be pathing through anyway, just to grab the sealed thing here. That's favor cash, so favor very valuable is COF. You'll probably want to grab that.
I don't know what this is.
Are
favor cash. You just open it to get a bunch of favor or what? This is new? I have no idea.
Favor very valuable is COF. You'll probably want to grab that. And yeah, these are kind of the nodes I think will be valuable. I'm sure a lot of the other ones we haven't seen yet will come into play as well and probably be worth taking. But for now, I think these are pretty good nodes to keep an eye out for. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much all I have for today. Catch you guys in the next one.
Okay, it was very similar basically to what we have already identified, I guess. I guess we'll see about the memory amber stuff. This may or may not be good. You picked up more of the double reward stuff and the block here to get XP. I mean, the XP thing is definitely irrelevant. So basically, you also can't pick up these then. So no memory amber reward and no woven echo reward, which I don't have anyway. So there will be like items. We block the keys, the glyphs, the gold, the runes. Yeah, it's basically just XP and items. So I'm not sure like how many of those will then be items, but I mean like, there's all of these items things. So I guess it might be something like 50-50, like 50% item, any kind of type, 50% XP homes or something like that, which will be quite a lot. Maybe there's more stuff, maybe it's like a third XP homes, but even that would be pretty good. Getting a lot of XP homes for sure. I didn't take the pack size. Is it like more pack size? So here's a 4%. I really don't want to take this. I mean, there's this here, which could be interesting. I'm not sure if this is like good or anything. Confluence of Oblivion. The Gauntlet of Shades. I'm not sure what you get from this. But if this thing has a good reward, I can path through this and then take a 4% pack size. And then you probably want to get this here for the 15% pack size and assume sort of symmetry. And here's also a guaranteed possessed Exile Mage. I mean, Exile Mages can be kind of cracked already. Especially the one with the beam. Yeah, Rogue is not hardcore. Rogue is not world first viable, I think. So I'm gonna do a Sentinel, I think, for the race. It makes your alts have same corruption as your main. I mean, corruption catch-up is extremely fast anyway. To start, these choose spawn race and XP terms, probably pretty good, and stability. Yeah, I guess it depends on like how much do you really want to do the Woven Echoes. I guess you might be able to just like get the points pretty easily, even without investing into the stuff. So maybe this pile of Woven Echoes, for example, is kind of whatever, you know. You do want to run the Woven Echoes, but on the other hand, like, do you really need this that much all the time? Probably not. So maybe go for the XP tome stuff. On the other hand, early on you kind of want glyphs and runes and stuff, just like get like a stockpile of stuff as well. So I'm not sure if I really want to block this. I'm blocking gold and arena keys is fine. I'm practicing tomorrow. I was actually thinking about practicing yesterday and today, but here we are. Now it's 3 AM. I guess I'm not logging in now. So tomorrow we definitely log in. We have to get going. I have to do like some practice runs. Not enough time, man. What build should you go for? You like playing with max 2 buttons? Play Warpath. What kind of saying now? Well, for the Ubarbarov fight, you have to do Judgment. And until then, I guess it will be Warpath or Erasing Strike. I'm not sure about how they feel and stuff. I have to do like one practice run of each of them, I guess, in the next days. So back Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then sleep on Thursday and then Gold Blast. Yeah, I have to do some long streams and practice, I guess. You also want to practice the actual Aberov fight, I guess. I have a bunch more of those spawns that I can try. Gonna do a few kills every day, I guess. You're gonna play hardcore, yes, Mancy, by the way. Okay, so I think like a tree like this does make kind of sense. I'm kind of happy with this. And then I guess at some point I might not need the dungeon stuff that much. Maybe I don't need this lucky Weaverville stuff, so maybe I can take this out. Especially if I get good boots at some point. Let me get 6 points, so I can put more there, I can put some other stuff. It's actually not bad here. Guaranteed possessed nemesis. Entombs and cemeteries. I mean, nemesis can be pretty dangerous, but you know, I might be tanky enough. Maybe I'll take this. I would like to know how bad is possessed, like how much harder are they? How much corruption do you want to push to? And realistically, you don't want to go very high. You're probably going to go to like 300-ish and then kind of just chill there, because after that the scaling slows down a lot. So you just make everything much harder without really gaining much from it. So I think you'd rather just focus a lot more on speed and juicing the tree, for example. Like if I feel like I can handle it, I will just do this, for example. Instead of going higher corruption, I think this will be a lot more valuable. The big dog is hard. The big dog? What are you talking about? Here? Yeah, I think it will be much more valuable to choose up the tree than it will be to go high in corruption. You guys are the efficient favor farmers around 1000 corruption? Yeah, we're not doing that. I mean, maybe we do, I don't know. I guess Sentinel is like Giga Chat tanky enough that it can do this. I don't think I'm, like, the thing is that it's not all about favor. Favor is nice and all, but you know, you have so many different avenues of item progression now that favor is not the make all, be all, you know. And it's not gonna like ridiculously scale up anyway. If you like imprint maybe bait early, it's not that many items I would actually put in there instead of using. Yeah, okay, let's see this again. Have a pile of items of the same item type that always have a sealed affix matching one of the affixes. So here I can literally just put in a, like, you know, T20 item, like, you know, 4 rare, 4 tier 5 mods, rare item, easy to get with exactly the stats you want. Just put it there. Even if I don't have like a rare or something. Just put this there, and then here, woven echoes. I mean, this could be nice early on. If there's like some woven echoes I really care about. Now, I don't know if I do care about any of them. I'm doing progression. Armor, jewelry item. They're more likely to have the same rarity, subtype, and affixes. And putting a unique item, similar items also have an increased chance of being the exact same unique. They can include subtypes, affixes, or uniques that are not dropped by regular enemies. Ah shit, this is from Lost Caches. Wait. When you receive echo rewards. Okay, so this is from echoes. This is from caches. And this is from enemies. Ah shit, okay. I didn't realize they have different conditions. Maximum chance to drop 50. I'm not sure what that means. Socketed item drop chance 6%. And here it doesn't say anything. I didn't settle yet. Yeah, I guess I might remove this Weaver's stuff. Take the guaranteed possessed nemesis. At least later on, this might be a thing, and then we do the pack size here. Maybe at some point we don't need these woven echo drops anymore. We do this. This timeline boss thing might be important as well. So here's like 1 every 1000. And then 1 every 500. 1 every 333 rares if we get a boss drop. That does sound kind of nice. He's also guaranteed a rune prism of exiled mage. Which I don't think we care about very much. Besides getting more champions. So realistically it might just slow us down. Dude, playing with this is gonna be very fun. Random shade of Orbis can send us ambush you. Definitely want to see that in action. You always need a double reward there. Now if we can take these two out and arena echoes are actually good, we can do that. He's also super arena echo. With additional champions. This could be good, I don't know. And make them more common. And fewer waves. We don't have to click the mage prison in symmetry. Yeah, I mean, if you take this, then obviously do this on purpose to get more of the crafts, right, for experimental stuff. Maybe we should check what you can actually make. Minion damage. Mana vision when you use a potion towards the skill. Vault gain on potion use per 10 intelligence. So these are the only experimental stats, that's not very much. So it's kind of whatever. What about there? No, that is insane. That is also insane, but not for Sentinel. This thing goes to 20%? Oh my god. That's also pretty insane. So on the glove, there's pretty crazy stuff. I just skip possessed mages and celebrities and only found it in maps. Yeah. Either to farm skill levels early or levels later. Wait, do the exiled mages also... Oh, wait, I got a note for this, right? Here. I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna go with the shatter strat. I just usually have like the chests also on my filter. Like everything that's like a class affix, I just put it on my filter and then shatter it when it has like at least level 4 or tier 3 or tier 4. So I get shards. And usually this works out just fine. Champion affixes are here. Let's take this. Let's take a look at this actually. Someone linked this earlier. When is it out? On Thursday. Real chance rarity. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but okay. Abyssal champions. Melee damage and charge for Void Cleave. Spell damage, reduced health cost of spells. What per second current health converted on the relic. So this is like the relic from the Reign of Dragons timeline. Okay. Inferno Champion. When it's teleported around you after using a traversal skill. Meteor. Bleed chance converted to ignite chance. Fire damage over time. Now that's actually a thing we might want for consecration. On X dagger and wand. Experimental items you can do now with one of the Woven Echoes. They're not dropped anymore. But you have to find a Woven Echo from the mages. Champion. Maximum shadows. On gloves. Interesting. Portal champion. Seconds of haste after you use evade. Not trading while using evade. On helmet. Profane champion. Staff and axe. Minion crit chance, maximum skeleton +1. River. Maximum companion +1. On helmet. That seems pretty good. So how does it work again? There's no chance for this, right? You can only find it from the champions? Chance for lightning blast to chain 4 additional times. Okay, chance to apply electrifying hit, chance to cast smite on hit with throwing attacks up to 10 times per 2 seconds. Alright, they're also sealed always. But it can go up all the way to tier 7, I guess. Chance to apply poison, enemies pierce with multi-shots. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, and 3. Kinda neat. The poison is kinda random, but the pierce is nice. There's a glove. A mental strike, critical chance. Chance to cast fire aura on crit 1 second cooldown. I have no idea about fire aura. Can I like click on this somehow? I guess I can do this. Spellblade passive. Okay, so like a spellblade thing. No, you can only have one sealed affix. There's only one sealed affix slot. But the good thing is that, you know, the seal is usually like a pretty huge RNG part of crafting an item. Especially when you try to get like a higher tier thing, you know. So even getting like a tier 3 affix sealed that does something decent is very nice usually. And here potentially you can get like a tier 5, tier 6, tier 7 even, if you get lucky. And it's already done. You don't have to waste your chances and your forging potential to try to get it. So you can completely focus on the rest of the item and fix it. So that's kind of wild. T4 seal or no balls. I mean, you're actually gonna see items like that. Yikes, Mongus. Watt per second per active maelstrom. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many maelstroms do you have up? Let's say like 10? Like 20 watt per second or something? Watt decay threshold. Interesting. So what are the names? Abyssal, Carnage, Death Grip, Infernal, Meteor. So okay, I wonder if these champions are they like actual, you know, unique enemies basically with their own models and stuff, like the Nemesis, for example, or are they just like random rare monsters from that map, but then they have this affix and this ability? The way I understand is they are random, but do have their own name, and that name carries their ability and their drop. Wait a minute. Here's a screenshot of this shit. River champion. They're more like exiles. Okay, so they are fixed champions. Okay, so how does that work? It says river champion. Okay, so there's this list of champions, and they can have all of the affixes. So these are the affixes, and they're independent of the champion itself. Or what? Or does each champion correspond to one affix? And this is Silver Tier of Lagonian, Cold, Ranged, River Champion. So I think that each champion has their own affix. So they have a champion name, a champion model, and so on, and they have a champion affix, and it's always the same. And then they have random rare affixes. So this is how I understand it now. Arc, Phoenix, Horizon, Ashwan. Yeah, so okay. Basically a bit like mini bosses. Oh, I can also see all of the abilities here. Soul Burst, Quicksand. That's very cool. But here, it doesn't say which of these affixes they have. For specific champion, it doesn't seem so. But maybe they are tied to certain biomes or certain timelines. Or like, certain like, and this type of echo has these guys. He's a Death Grips champion, prefix. Classic command Acolyte applies to Relic. What? So there's individual pages for them. Base Raya, Fire, base level. Spawns in Monolith, yes. Spawns in Arena, no. Campaign, no. Dungeon, no. Okay. I wonder if that's the same for all of them. Is there only monoliths? I thought they can appear in a campaign though. So maybe only some of them. But here it's just the same on all of them. No, no, yes, no. Yeah, so this is inaccurate. Two-second freeze from Death Grip. Burst of fire around a minion. Spark mine. Or for an eruption, burst of fire around the minion. Storm swell, I don't know. It's called Hydro Pump. Okay. Pyroclasm. A ball of ice and an arc. Hemorrhage. Void mine. Necrotic gas. Acid bolt. Meteor from the sky. Freeze for 2 seconds. There's another freeze for 2 seconds, apparently. Cooldown 0 seconds, Monka. And, okay, I think this is just like warfare, actually. So this is this pool, for example. The whirlpool for the storm soil. No. Where's the river champion? Wave of stagnation. So maybe this is this. And he just has this here. Okay, I guess TLDRs, we'll see. But they can appear in a campaign, apparently. So, Monka. Okay, so is any of this actually relevant for me? I don't think so. There's like interesting items, but none of them actually matter for the race, at least. As far as I can tell. Maybe this Void Cleave stuff, I'm not sure if that is like a thing. What the hell is Void Cleave? Go digitally and insane mobility. 4-second cooldown. And then you get extra charge. Does the Amazing Strike build use it? No. Erasing, Devouring, Anomaly, Symbol, Healing Hands. So... uses, you can travel farther with Void Cleave and deals more damage. So it appears like it just moves you anyway, but it doesn't have a mobility tag, it doesn't say that in the tooltip, it just says it moves farther. Plus 275. Cancel traversal skill plus 1 second cooldown. So it gives it a 5 seconds cooldown, and if there's this, you can have like 2 charges of that. Sounds kinda neat, to be fair. Ah, he's also an extra charge, okay. So again, a free, I can do the boom boom boom. That sounds kinda cool. But then you can't judge. lucky. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just something to keep in mind for later, I guess. Seems like a good skill. When is update? It's on Thursday. I think they added this with the Tame Beast stuff, Savage. Unless it's in the next patch. It's either in already, or it's... I mean, just try it. Just try Disenchanted. Okay, anything else I need to check out here? So TLDR, set items irrelevant, champion items irrelevant. This makes things a bit easier, I guess. Something like this is my Viva tree. Okay. I think it's batch time soon, guys, because I have workout in the morning. And yeah, I guess we log in after that. LE login, actually. I don't feel like champion mods are valuable. There isn't a single one that I would want to use. Yeah, they're very niche, it seems. It's kind of like the experimental stuff as well. They could have like the mages for some experimental stuff. Here the champion affixes. I mean, some of them are just nice because they give you like good stuff, right? Even if you don't care about this Void Glaive charge, you can just get like a bunch of melee damage added. If you get this as like a random T6 seal or something, I mean, that's nice, right? Same here, spell damage, watt per second, minion damage, fire damage over time. Dodge seconds of haste after you obeyed. I mean, at least one part is like pretty generic most of the time. And then you have like a very specialized one, like here, bleed convert to ignite, maximum shadow, minions teleported with you, you know? But yeah, just getting like a casual, I don't know, like, you know, 70% minion damage on your ring as a seal or something is kind of nice. Spell damage. Elemental critical strike chance. Yeah. It's kind of like this, yeah, maybe. Yo, good night, Robert. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say good night here as well, guys, so it's been 10 hours. I'll stream more tomorrow, though. So, hope you all enjoyed it. Who do we rate? Same one on Nazi Pork, actually. Unfortunately, I don't really know anyone who's doing that separate right now. So what do we do, guys? Maybe we're gonna rate one of the guys on PoE. Let's put like a rate to Moxie or something. I'm not sure if he's gonna log in LE. Monsters reacted to the interview with Jonathan. True, we're gonna do it tomorrow as well, so if you guys wanna check that out. I've been watching it a bit earlier, but I guess I have to finish that. I'm gonna do a Moxie raid. Have a good one, guys.